different folks in, are they going to experience that same delay?
I don't believe the external people receive that delay. I think it's just inside. I think we're seeing the delay in the city, but we're not seeing it with our external attendees.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Hi, Jonathan, you're outside. Did your camera come up right away? You're muted, Jonathan. Andy, you're up. I can see your video now.
Okay.
The video came up right away.
Okay. So it's only inside the city. But Rhonda, if you'll write a note, we'll try to see if we can figure out some testing.
Yeah, and then,
sorry. Andy, you want to do a present? You want to present?
Yeah, if I could share my screen.
Sure, I'll send you control. Jonathan, your video is good and your audio is good.
Thank you.
Just like the ones I used to know.
Passing the control, Andy.
Okay, I hit share.
I see your browser, full screen browser. That's where it's like connected to GoToWebinar.
Okay. Okay, and this is a new interface here. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I just should stop my screen share. All right, thanks, Eric. I'm gonna go on mute and turn my camera. Should I turn my camera off?
You don't have to. Yeah, you can turn it off as long as you stay in the session. It will be responsive. It's
Okay.
only that first time in we're seeing like a 1 to 2 minute delay.
All right, got it. Thanks.
Testing 1 2. Can you hear my audio well in the conference room?
Yes, I can hear you.
Perfect. I hear you perfectly. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. I'm going to mute for a while, and then I'm going to mess around with the video.
Okay. Aaron, if you're working with any attorneys and they're signing in from their desk, what we're noticing is inside the city, there's a small delay the first time the webcams connect. But once they're connected in the session, they can connect and disconnect freely. They're fine. It just takes like a minute to two the first time.
Awesome, thanks. I'll let Ron know, because I know Ron is planning on logging in from his desk, so I'm going to write down and let him know.
Okay. Yeah, external, it doesn't affect people that are outside. So they're signing in all our attendees and petitioners and everything. They're fine.
All right, awesome. Thanks so much.
I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, with every Christmas card I write. May your days be merry and bright, and may all your Christmases.
Yes, I am. Yeah. It should only be once. If you exit Sire and go back in Sire.
To mute myself, there's usually a little graph on the side that where your cursor is. Right?
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah, we had to put in it's a capture. Hang on, we got a couple people talking at the same time. Anyway, I can explain it to you a little bit later. It's just we had to put in a code to keep autobots and everything from finding him.
Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Eric?
Mics are hot. Yes, this is Eric.
Hey, it's Susan Johnson-Velez.
Hey, Susan, your camera will come on in just a second. Just let it sit for a second.
Oh, okay.
Inside the cameras are coming up like a minute to 2 minutes slow. Then after that, they're responsive. Audio is good.
And then
the cameras are just a little slow.
I can't see you, though.
You can't see me on webinar?
Nope, I see a bunch of black boxes.
Okay, just give it a few more seconds.
Okay.
Give it about a good solid 2 minutes.
Hey, Susan, this is Zane here. It takes about 2 to 3 minutes. Everyone's had that problem so far.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Hey, Eric, how are you?
Yourself?
Great. I tested earlier. I just need a couple more tries because I've had to upload my computer again. And also, I believe we were hearing other people's mics before this on the...
Yeah, we'll clean those all up. All right, now I'm gonna pass. Are you ready, Zane, for a test?
Yes, please.
Passing you control.
And those who said it did not.
All right, can you see a full screen for AB2 20-11?
I certainly did. Perfect first time.
They see us
Good man. Thanks so much, sir.
You're welcome.
that love's not controlled by the weather.
All right, heading to the background.
And all of our summers we'll have our winter romance.
Snow is gone, the romance lingers on, and those who said it didn't stand a chance
We'll know when they see us together that love's not controlled by the weather. And all of our summers we'll have our winter romance.
Silver and gold, silver and gold. Everyone wishes for silver and gold. How do you measure its worth? Just by the pleasure it gives here on earth. Silver and gold means so much more when I see silver and gold decorations on every Christmas tree. Silver and gold means so much more when I see silver and gold decorations on every Christmas tree.
The broadcast is now starting. All attendees are in listen-only mode.
Good evening, gentlemen. The citizens of Tampa City Council evening session now come to order. 12/9/21. Madam Clerk, will you call the roll?
Carlson.
Here.
Maniscalco. Dingfelder.
Here.
Citro. Here. Vieira. Miranda.
Here.
And Goons.
Here.
We have a fiscal quorum.
All right, Mr. Maniscalco and Mr. Vieira are on their way. I did receive information on them. Mr. Shelby, you may proceed.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. This evening, Thursday, December 9th of 2021, we're here after 5:01 p.m. at Old City Hall, 315 East Kennedy Boulevard in Tampa. Tonight's quasi-judicial and other land use-related matters of the City Council are being conducted with a live in-person quorum of the City Council present in City Council chambers. However, in light of the COVID-19 government-issued health standards and guidance in effect, members of the public have the ability to participate virtually through video teleconferencing, referred to by Florida statutes and rules as Communications Media Technology, or CMT. Now, the public tonight has the ability to watch, listen, and view this meeting on cable TV channel 640 in Spectrum and channel 15 with Frontier, and live streaming on the internet at tampa.gov/live stream. Now, Council, the public has multiple ways to participate. One way is to participate remotely through CMT, and that requires pre-registration. And the instructions for that are available on the City Council's webpage, tampa.gov/City Council, one word. Now, a reminder that in order to participate with CMT, the public must have access to a device such as a tablet or a computer equipped with a camera and microphone that enables them to be seen by video and heard audio. And for these specific two-way virtual meeting formats on our GoToMeeting platform, cell phones and smartphones are not compatible, as they will not allow you to share your camera when connected. So please, public, do keep that in mind. Now, with regard to items such as comments via email and comments via U.S. mail, those have been distributed to City Council and are available for public inspection when uploaded at tampa.gov/agendas. And again, Council, written comments will be included in the permanent record of the meeting. Also, finally, for the public and those people who are participating on the GoToMeeting platform, please be advised that the chat function is not to be communicating with City Council members. It is only for technical issues. Please do not use the chat function to communicate regarding the substance of the hearings or communicate with each other or City Council. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, in coordination with these rules for a hybrid live and virtual meeting, I'd ask the Council waive their standing rules to incorporate these as part of their rules for tonight's hearings.
Motion to adopt. Mr. Dingfelder, Mr. Citro, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion granted.
And Mr. Chairman, one last thing, and we'll get to this as we get to specific hearings, but a reminder about all of the written material which has been available for public inspection and has been uploaded. I'd like them to be received and filed into the record as part of the hearings for tonight.
So moved. Mr. Citro has moved. Mr. Dingfelder second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion granted.
And when the time comes, Council, for that particular hearing that you have had or might have had or will have had an ex parte communication, I'm going to ask and inquire of you, but if you please do, when you look at this agenda, recall and ask to be recognized at the start of the hearing, that particular hearing, any ex parte communications you might have had, so that they can be disclosed on the record and have that made as part of the hearing. Thank you, Council.
Thank you, sir. All right, let's go a little house cleaning first. Mr. Shelby with staff.
I believe staff is online.
Good evening, Council. Annie Barnes, Development Coordination.
We can't hear you, Ms. Barnes. You unmute yourself?
Can you hear me now?
Still can't hear you.
Oh, no. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now. Thank you.
Great. Sorry about that. Good evening, Council. Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. There are a few items to clean up for you tonight. Item number two is TCCPA 2120, which is related to item number 11, REZ 2195. The applicant is requesting to move this item number 2 in order to be heard directly prior to item number 11.
All right. 2 to 11. All right, we have that. All right.
Additionally, item number 3, REZ 2148, the applicant has withdrawn the application. Can you please remove this application from the agenda?
Motion withdraw. Mr. Miranda, need a second, please? Second by Mr. Citro. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion granted. Removed.
Additionally, item number 8, REZ 2175, the application was incorrectly noticed. Can you please also remove this application?
So moved.
All right, Mr. Citro is moved. Second by Mr. Dingfield. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion granted. Item 8 removed.
And that concludes any housekeeping items.
And Mr. Chairman?
Ms. Shelby?
Yes, items number 6 and 7
Item 6 and 7.
are requested by the applicant's representative to be heard together, and they are both related, and one's the vacation, and those would require a separate vote, but there is no objection to that if that's council's pleasure. And the other last item, council, would be to, I believe, to similar to the item where we're moving 2 down to 11, there's a situation where Mr. Michelini is representing in both items number 9. Did I have that right, Madam Clerk? Oh, we just want to be clear on that. Items number 9, which REZ 2176, 907 North Willow Avenue, and number 15, which is REZ 21-109 at 301 North Hubert Avenue, to move number 9 to precede number 15, so they could be taken consecutively. But they're not related, except for the applicant's representative.
Okay.
Move the agenda with changes if you need that.
All right, Mr. Dingfield has moved the agenda. Mr. Miranda, second. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion granted. Move to open. We're sorry after 5:15, and we have a quasi, 501, and non-quasi. So move to open.
I'll move.
Mr. Miranda has moved. Second by Mr. Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted. We're open. Item number 1, please.
Good evening, Council. If someone can please, I think you guys have the PowerPoint presentations, if that can be pulled up. So Kayon Henderson, City of Tampa, Housing Community Development Manager. I'm here to give a really brief presentation on our Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report, which is our CAPER for federal funds. We're just coming before today just to do some reporting, just give some transparency, and really have some more public participation into what we do. So here you'll see just an overview of what the CAPER is. It really is a way for the city to report on all the progress that we've done toward really implementing any of the one-year action plan that we've had that we've proposed to HUD. We give just a statistical and financial information about what activities we've actually taken on over the fiscal year and how much funds we've actually fully expended. This also gives us an opportunity to explain really what the progresses are, some of the challenges and some success stories in meeting the goals and objectives. So once we've identified what those action plans are and we've set the programs out, whether or not we've had any challenges throughout the year. It also helps us to progress in meeting the city's affordable housing objectives goals. So as we end this year with our CAPER and what we've actually done in the last fiscal year, it gives us a chance to also look towards the new year in helping to develop our annual action plan, and also how we've addressed what those needs are in the consolidated plan that we've proposed in our 5-year plan. So specifically to the CAPER, again, this is only the federal funds that we've received. This is our Community Development Block Grant, our CDBG Home Investment Partnership Program, our HIV program, which is Housing Opportunities for Persons with HIV and AIDS, and then our Emergency Solutions Grant, which is for our homeless population. And so this really allows us to show what the outputs were that we did, as well as what the outcomes were as we used to do our accomplishments. And when we get these outputs and outcomes, this is really done through monthly monitoring as we get these financial statements from the different subrecipients so that we can look through to help address whatever needs that we have. And then this also helps us to really compare what the anticipated performance was projected and what we actually achieved throughout the year. So we collect data both on the individuals that are served as well as how much we've expended throughout the different agencies. So one source of information that we gather in this is what we've done in monitoring the agencies monthly. Again, that is in the form of a desk review when they submit their payments to us. They have to submit how many people they've served, any income information they have in race and ethnicity so that we can track that to submit also. They also show us what the goals and outcomes are, what successes they have. If there have any challenges in implementing the program or administering the program, that way we can jump in and help. They'll report that to us during the monthly payments. And so over the fiscal year, the last fiscal year, just with federal dollars, we had 32 programs that were funded in that fiscal year, and I'll go through and show a breakdown of those agencies and programs that we funded. So the CAPER, I just did a little timeline. The CAPER is due to HUD. It's due to Jacksonville, December 29th. We have the public comment period. We did publish this in the newspaper, letting people know where they can see an overview of the actual CAPER that will be submitted so that they can make public comments to that. That public comment period is open until December 17th. Once we've gotten all the comments as well as all the accomplishments in the CAPER, we'll then submit that to HUD so that they can see what we fully expended those dollars on. So for this year, for how much we've spent in only federal, again, over the last fiscal year, it's broken down by the different funding sources. So we spent approximately $9.7 million in housing services. And to just kind of put that into perspective, our actual allocation was $9.3 million. So we were a little bit over, but we did have some program income that helped us to fill that gap. So for homeless assistance, we had, over this fiscal year, we had about 600 shelter beds that we assisted in. Voucher assistants are those who are looking at rapid rehousing or homeless prevention. Those are those individuals who are actually homeless or we're preventing them from being homeless. So that was about 110. So we assisted a little bit over 700 people with some homeless assistance. For our housing opportunity for persons with AIDS, we assisted 440 individuals, and those were direct housing assistance. We did also assist about 540 with support services, and so that's meals and bus passes, but with direct housing assistance, these are the individuals we assisted. Other housing assistance, so this is where we have our categories where it could be first-time home buyer or owner-occupied rehab or any other public service assistance. So that could be a combination of security deposit that we helped, or it could be childcare services, nutrition services, or some senior services that we assisted with, especially at the end of the pandemic. And so we assisted about 519 individuals under housing assistance. For business development, at the end of the COVID era, and we realized that some businesses still really needed some assistance to get back on track and getting their business plan and looking on how to work a little bit differently as we had a different way of operating. And so we assisted these small businesses that were serving low-income census tract areas with a 15-week entrepreneurship training, and we did 414 businesses. So other actions that still has to be taken now, we are in the public comment period. It is, we are required to have the city citizen participation plan that really allows us to do the public hearing so that we can accept those public comments to draft the action plan and submit. We want to always be sure that we're in compliance with the program and comprehensive planning requirements. We want to be good stewards of the funds that we're receiving. And providing that summary of those comments that we receive, again, that also helps us to build further programs in the future. And then through this, it does require us to, that City Council does conduct the public hearing that I'm here for today to accept any public comments after this presentation. And I'm open to any questions if you should have any.
Any questions, gentlemen? Mr. Dingfelder, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, Keon.
Good evening.
Thanks for all your hard work on this and everything else you and your folks do. I was just looking in Sire and I see the PowerPoint, but is there supposed to be like the larger document with, you know, within the file as supporting materials?
The larger document was submitted for the December 2nd when it was to set the hearing for today. It's also on our website, though.
All right, so that's part of the file. It'll just carry over from December 2nd.
That is correct.
Okay. All right, thank you. Just wanted to make sure we got our ducks in a row.
Any other questions, gentlemen? All right.
Mr. Chair, Carl Brody from the City Attorney's Office.
You recognize, sir.
Thank you. The purpose of the paper is to provide public notice. So at this time, it would be appropriate for you to ask if there's any public comment, and that would address that requirement for what we're doing today.
All right, is there anybody on the second floor to speak on this item? Is there anyone on the second floor to speak on this item?
Eileen Rosario, Development Coordination. There's no one here to speak on this item. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, anyone registered to speak on this item?
No registered speakers.
Thank you. Mr. Bird, so we need to move this item for you, sir?
No, nothing further.
Motion to close then, please.
All right, Ms. Vieira has motion to close, second by Mr. Miranda. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion granted. Thank you, Ms. Kahan.
Thank you.
All right, items 2 and 11 are pulled down. Number 3 is already been taken care of. Item number 4.
Thanks so much, Zane Hussein, Development Coordination. Agenda item number 4, case REZ 21-55, is for the first reading at 18700 Highwoods Preserve Parkway. There's proposed rezoning from PD, Planned Development Congregate Living Facility, Medical Office, and Business Professional Office to PD, Planned Development, Business Professional Office, Medical Office, Place of Religious Assembly, and Recreation Center.
Zane, can we get you sworn in right quick before you get into your whole spiel, sir?
Yes, sir.
Madam Clerk.
All right, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
I do.
Thanks so much. I'll now pass it along to our Planning Commission, David Hay.
Good evening, council members. David Hay with your Planning Commission staff. I have been sworn. Can I share my screen, please?
Yes, you may.
All right. Should be seeing my screen.
You can just blow it up for us, sir. We have it.
All right. This subject site is located within the New Tampa Planning District, and more specifically within the Richmond Place neighborhood. There is no local transit service provided in this portion of New Tampa, and it is not located within an evacuation zone. Here we have an aerial of the subject site. You can see the subject site outlined in the purple color. This is Highwoods Preserve Parkway going up to New Tampa Boulevard. This is the bridge over here over Interstate 275. You can see this area of New Tampa has a mixture of townhomes and single-family detached. Directly to the south is an assisted living facility, the Legacy at Highwoods Preserve. That's this building to the south. You'll also notice there's a large areas of wetlands scattered throughout this portion of New Tampa. Here we have the future land use map. You can see there are portions of the subject site, which is this pink color. That's suburban mixed use 6. And then the green color is the environmentally sensitive areas. Those typically are those wetland areas that we saw. The subject site, due to that suburban mixed use 6 future land use category, is located within a defined mixed use corridor. An objective of the city's comprehensive plan is to provide safe pedestrian access within these areas of the city. The applicant has provided those amenities connecting the building entrance to the sidewalk along Highwoods Preserve Parkway. Overall, the proposed rezoning would provide for a development that would be comparable and compatible with the existing development pattern, will also be consistent with the long-term development pattern anticipated under that suburban mixed-use 6 future land use category. Based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the provisions of the Tampa Comprehensive Plan. And I'm available if you have any questions. Thank you.
Any question for Mr. Hay? Any question for Mr. Hay? All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Zain Hussein, Development Coordination. Can I please have control of the screen? Can I please have control of the screen?
Madam Clerk or IT?
Hey, Zane, what happened to your mustache?
Change it up a little bit, Mr. Citro. Change it up a little bit.
Just wondering.
Thank you so much. All right. Zain Hussein, Development Coordination, case REZ 21-55. The applicant is Pana Mahadevia. Representative is Christopher McNeil. Property address is at 18700 Highwoods Preserve Parkway. This is rezoning from a PD plan development, which was Z12-56, to a PD plan development, which includes business professional office, medical office, place of religious assembly, and also recreation facility. Now, there was a previous waiver from Z12-56, which is a waiver for requesting 18 inches of earthen berm separating the vehicle use area from the public right-of-way along the Highwoods Preserve Parkway. If you look here at the aerial, you'll see the site outlined here in red. And to the south, you'll see the parcel from before, from that Z12. If you look around the site here, you'll also see residential surrounding the site and also just trees. Coming here to the site plan, you'll see that the lot here to the north consists of 7.34 acres. The setbacks here to the north are 85 feet. To the south 60 feet. To the east, 85 feet. And to the west, 233 feet. With a building right now already located there with a maximum height of 45 feet. Looking at the elevations of the building to the north, west, east, and south. And then as I went on site, you can see the building here at 18700. If you look around the building, there are trees surrounding the building and then residential on the other side of the trees. Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the application and finds the overall request consistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code. I'm here for any questions if needed.
Any questions for Zane? Any questions for Zane? All right, hearing none, seeing none, we'll go to the applicant.
Good evening, Council. Chris McNeil of McNeil Engineering.
Have you been sworn, sir?
Sir?
Have you been sworn?
Been sworn in?
Yes, sir. I apologize. Couldn't hear you.
That's it.
Yes, sir. I have been sworn in. The address 15957 North Florida Avenue in Lutz, Florida. I have the privilege of representing Dr. Mahavidias this evening. They're very community-oriented, valued community members, and that's largely because of their impact that they've had on the community. As noticed, may I have permission to share the screen?
Yes, sir.
Does that work?
Do I need to do anything on that?
Madam Clerk, do we have your screen?
It's showing there, but.
You should have it on that side. They have to do it from that side.
Okay.
We have it, Madam Clerk?
There we go.
IT
Okay.
have it?
Thank you, sir. As noted, this is just a little bit of a recap, a little bit different detail from what's been provided by staff for the benefit of council. This project was originally a PD and then platted through a commercial plat, Lot 1 and Lot 2. At that time, Lot 1 on the south is for the existing ALF, which is also part of the original PD, but we're just focused on this Lot 2 to the north. More specifically to that, here's an overall aerial that looks a little tough to make out, but really just in the one I wanted to point out here is in the south end of that. You can see a cleared area, which is the area where we're focused at this evening. This is the overall site plan that's been presented, and I'm just highlighting the area here where the existing building and parking lot are located. And again, that's just the area of focus within this overall Lot 2. So zooming in on that area, this is what we see. So these are existing improvements that are there. 7,500 square foot building. Everything that is there today that is being asked for. So the existing improvements are sufficient. The only real request is for additional uses, of which the existing use of professional and medical office are both currently approved. The request is to also allow for a place of religious assembly and recreational facility. These additional uses will allow the Mahavidyas to use their building to continue serving the community selfishly as they have for many years. They have plans not only to use the building as approved for the medical uses for medical clinic or education, also for the business office side, being able to help the community, but to also provide a recreational opportunity for things like teaching dance or sewing classes. The religious assembly use would also allow them to gather accordingly, for which they have planned to assemble on Sunday mornings. So this combined multi-purpose use is a very well thought out plan. They're sensitive to wanting to do the right thing, and so that is really the reason to request for these additional uses. So everything that they desire to do in the building would be an approved use. And with that, I'd like to introduce the applicant, Dr. Mahavidya.
Good evening, council members. I'm Dr. Panna Mahadevia, co-owner of the building at 18700 Highwoods Preserve Parkway, residing in New Tampa for the last 11 years after staying 35 years in New York and working as pathologist. My husband, co-owner of the building, Dr. Surendra Mahadevia, is a geriatrician, internist, and has been very active in residency training program in New York for the last 40 years and is still active in medical student and resident training. We undertook this project to use our skills and resources for the benefit of the community. We intend to hold health gathering, especially for the seniors. Many retired health professionals are willing to offer their services to the community. In addition, we would like to encourage other community members to offer their skills for the benefit of the community. In addition to the physical health, mental health and spiritual health is also important. We plan to hold spiritual gatherings every Sunday morning by video presentation. This will facilitate people from various backgrounds to connect with each other and share their values. All the activities will be without charge. We envision this center to be an active community place where people can meet and volunteer to share their expertise, thus enriching the community. As part of our allowed medical office use, we would also like to have this facility being used for blood donation drives, vaccination, and other health-related projects. We, being in late 70s and my husband in early 80s, are regular blood donors. And this year we have donated 3 times, and we intend to do it the 4th time during the Christmas time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, for the record, Mr. Maniscalco is present, and also Ms. Vieira.
I have that down. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to add that we have also reached out to the community. There's a lot of community support for the request, one of which has been the president of the West Meadows and Richmond next door, which has provided their support that I have an email, and I can submit that into the record.
All right, sir. Anything else, sir?
No, sir.
All right, any questions for the applicant? Any questions for the applicant? All right. Is there anybody on the second floor to speak on this item? Item number 4.
Eileen Rosario, Development and Coordination. I have 2 persons here to speak on this item, and they have both been sworn in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. I strongly support rezoning of this building, 18700 Highwood Preserve Parkway. My name is Dr. Patel Paren. I'm practicing medicine in a New Tampa area for last 10 years. And I know Dr. Mahadevia, husband and wife, both of them for last 20 years. I think it's as a community, we are lucky that they have chosen New Tampa as their retirement place. Although they have chosen to retire, they are still active. As we just heard, they are donating 3 times blood, and they are waiting for the Christmas time to have the 4th one, which is the most important time. Most likely people on vacation, people gonna be on driving, and a lot of accident, and we need more help on that time. So they are willing to give back to the society, even though they are retired. Whatever they have a skill for this many 40 years of experience in New York City, they want to give back to the society without any expectation or without any compensation. They will share their skill, their knowledge to the community. This pandemic has shed a lot of light and urgent need of not just physical health, but also as a mental health. As I'm working doctor in a community, I see every day there's a lot of rise in stress, anxiety, depression. Even I see the people with the suicidal ideation, and that kind of situation is happening. So yes, physically also people need more help. That is, with COVID, everybody has obesity, blood pressure going up, more and more people getting diagnosed with the diabetes. So we need to give back to the society the basic education, what to eat, how much to exercise, what to do. By small gathering, they have a tons of experience, and when they are willing to do this thing, there are a lot of people in New Tampa community as retired doctor, they are also offer their skill to give back to the society and community without any kind of expectation and at no cost. So Dr. Mahadevia has done this kind of gathering in the past in New York City, and also Jamaica, Trinidad, India, at other places. So we are lucky that he is in our community, and he wants to use this facility to help the community and giving back to the community. As a physician, I know the community very well, and I think we should strongly go ahead and rezone this building so we can use it as soon as possible, because we are in the highest need, look like, after the COVID. Post-COVID, I understand as a physician, I'm working every day since COVID started, and we need more and more help. So I think retired people, retired doctor, their skill, if they're able to give back to the community, we have a strong zone, and we can get together and we can move as a community forward. Thank you so much. I strongly support rezone and encourage you to do same thing. Thank you. And
Doctor, if you just state your name one more time for the record, please.
Yes, sir. I'm Dr. Patel, P-H-E-L, and Paren, P-A-R-E-N.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. And this year I was selected as in Tampa Bay area as a best physician.
Thank you,
So I'm trying to do best for the community. We need the help from the more experienced people.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else to speak on the side of Ms. Rosario?
Yes.
One more person.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, council members, staff, and members of the public. My name is Sid Shah. I live in the same zip code as this proposal address is, I'm a member of the Corey Lake CDD Board of Supervisors and board member of the Visit Tampa Bay Multicultural Advisory Committee. I speak in support of this proposal, and my reasons are every single City of Tampa staff is supporting these applications, and I'm raising my 2 grandchildren here in this same zip code, and they'll have a sense of belonging here, where this environment is very spiritual, very positive environment, and they'll make a lot of new friends, and just few short years from now, they'll have a sense of belonging, you know. So again, thank you for your time, and I appreciate if you vote yes for this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. All right. I think those were only 2. Do we have anybody registered to speak on this item?
We had 2 registered speakers, but they're here in person.
They're here in person? Okay, all right. All right. Anything else from the applicant?
Yes, sir. Just in closing, I would like to also submit a package of a petition, basically, or a letter of support from over 200 folks in the area that are very excited to see this these uses be approved and the Mahavidyas continue their community service.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Recognize, sir.
Yes, sir. Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. Are those that you're going to upload within 24 hours electronically, or do you have them physically?
I have them physically. Here are
if
the
you could
originals.
give them to Ms. Rosario, and we'll make sure that they get into the record. Ms. Rosario, if you could accept those, that would be great.
Yes,
and
sir.
also, sir, I believe that you do have a minor, one item on the revision sheet. You agree to take care of that between first and second reading? Staff can talk about that if that's necessary.
Sure, please.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, go ahead. I'm sorry. No, that'll be fine.
Yeah, you recognize.
I wanted to disclose, if I may, I know this is non-quasi-judicial, but I have had, I believe in this is non-quasi, correct?
No, this is quasi. This is quasi, sir.
Oh, I'll be darned. Okay, well, there you go. I had a constituent reach out to me, and this is something for anybody listening that you have to disclose. Probably a couple of months, I believe, on this. Again, it has no bearing whatsoever on this. I think just the existence of this vote coming up, I don't believe we spoke on substance of anything regarding this, but just for openness sake, just to disclose that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Move to close?
So.
All right, Mr. Miranda has moved it. Mr. Maniscalco has seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted. Mr. Vieira,
Yes.
you mind? Item number 4.
It is my great pleasure actually to read this, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, one of the things that, and this has no bearing whatsoever on my vote, this is a plan that meets the Planning Commission criteria, the City of Tampa criteria, et cetera. So this is something that I would vote for outside of this statement. But before I read this, I do want to say just something so unique that I love about New Tampa and representing New Tampa, which is the religious diversity and the cultural diversity of New Tampa. If you go down Cross Creek and Morris Bridge Road, you see the beautiful religious diversity of our great patriotic country. You go down a little bit to into Temple Terrace past Morris Bridge Road, and there's a Hindu temple. There's a Sikh Gurdwara, or temple, if you will, that's there, a Baptist church, an evangelical Protestant church, an Islamic mosque, and then a Roman Catholic church. All we need is a synagogue. So all we need is a synagogue there. But again, our religious diversity is our strength. So it's my pleasure, sir, to read an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration. An ordinance amending the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan, future land use element, future land use map for the property located at 1015 Lily White Court in 1555.
Oh. I think you have the wrong one, sir.
Number 4.
This is item 4. Number 4, sir.
I'm so sorry.
Which one are you reading? I'm sorry.
reading the wrong one.
What number?
Rescind. I rescind. Number 4. Pardon
number
me.
4.
An ordinance being presented for first reading consideration. An ordinance rezoning property in general city of 18600 and 18700 Highwoods Preserve Parkway in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification PD.
Miss Wells, you're recognized.
Oh boy.
Thank you. I apologize for interrupting, but I just wanted to confirm for the record that the address included in this rezoning application is limited to 18700 Highwoods Preserve Parkway. Zane had confirmed at the beginning of the meeting that the other parcel had been removed from the scope of this application.
Then I'll reread it if I may. I move an ordinance rezoning property in general vicinity of 18700, and thank you for that, Ms. Wells, Highwoods Preserve Parkway in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification PD, plan development, congregate living facility, medical office and business professional office to PD, plan development, business professional office, medical office, large group care facility, place of religious assembly, recreation facility, providing an effective date. Did I do something?
You're good, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
You have a second?
No,
Ms. Wells?
if I may, Mr. Chairman, Kate Wells for the record, we had filed a substitute ordinance with the clerk's office and placed the clerk on notice that in addition to removing the one parcel from the scope of the application, the large group care facility use had also been removed from the scope of the application. So I want to make sure that that is not included in the list of approved uses.
Thank you, and Mr. Shelley, if I may.
In that case, with those changes, aside from the date, then my recommendation would be, sir, to accept the substitute.
Yes, sir.
And then we'll get the clerk's file.
I hereby move and accept.
Or move to accept the substitute, please.
I move to accept the substitute.
Second.
All right, Mr. Barrett, move substitute. Mr. Maniscalco, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted. I don't think we have the substitute, right, Mr. Shep?
Now we do. Thank you.
It's okay, we'll get it right. We'll get it right.
Okay, so should I read this again? Okay, yes, sir. I move an ordinance rezoning property in general vicinity of 18700 Highwoods Preserve Parkway in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification, PD, plan development, congregate living facility, medical facility, and business professional office to PD, plan development, business professional office, medical office, place of religious assembly, recreational facility, providing an effective date.
Second.
All right, second by Mr. Miranda. Roll call.
Carlson,
Yes.
Vieira, Miranda,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
Maniscalco, Dingfelder,
Yes.
and Goods.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on January 13, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
All right, thank you. All right, moving right along. Item number 5.
Thanks so much. Zain Hussein, Development Coordination. Can I please have control of the screen? Thank you so much. Item number 5, AB 220-11. This is for a special use 2, small venue beer, wine, and liquor consumption on premises and package sales off premises consumption at the location of 703 North Willow Avenue. The applicant is Joseph Comesso and Barbara Comesso, with the representative named Nicholas Frasse. As we see here, it is a small venue beer, wine, liquor consumption on premises and package sales off premises consumption. As I'll show you the site plan in a minute, this is a 350 square feet indoor brewery production area, also 1,138 square feet indoor AV area, and 844 square feet outdoor AV area for a total of 2,332 square feet. The applicant was required to have 48 parking spaces, and he is proposing 2 parking spaces. The hours are Monday through Sunday, 11 a.m. till 2 a.m. As said before, in the parking spaces, they are asking for 1 waiver to reduce the parking from 48 spaces to 2 spaces. That's a 96% reduction. There are no AV establishments within a 250 feet circumference, which is required in the urban villages. As you see here, the overhead aerial, the parcel is outlined here in red. To the west, you'll have CG zoning. To the south, you'll have IG and PD zoning. To the east, you'll have CI zoning. And to the north, you'll have residential single-family RS50 zoning abutting the parcel. Coming over here to the site plan, you'll see the parcel. You'll have the AB sales area, proposed bar seating, proposed outdoor bar seating, and the proposed brewery right here on the site plan. As you see here, the bar seating, indoor, outdoor, and brewery on the second site plan here. Also, you'll see the 2 parking spaces proposed right here along that alleyway. If you come out to the site, you'll see what the site looks like at this time. And if you look down there to the southwest, you'll see a new multifamily apartment complex being built at this time. To the west, you'll start to see the residential homes. And this is the apartment complex I was talking about. To the south, you'll have offices and commercial. To the east, you'll have leading down Cass Street, leading to downtown Tampa. And to the north, you have the residential single-family homes up and down the street. The Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the application and finds it inconsistent with the City of Tampa Code of Ordinances. Minor corrections to the site plan are needed between first and second reading. I'm here for any questions if needed.
Any questions for Zane? Zane, is this a bar or is this just a...
This will be a bar, lounge, and microbrewery.
Bar and lounge.
Bar, lounge, and microbrewery, correct.
Mr. Zane, on the site plans, where is the trash receptor? Where will it be located?
Well, let me double check. I'll look at the site plan. Might have to go with solid waste on this. I will, I'll have to look at this and let you know, sir.
Thank you very much, sir.
It's on the second page here.
Ah, I see it now. Thank you very much. I was just looking at the first page. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions for Zane? All right, I guess we'll hear from the applicant. We have an applicant for this?
Yep.
All right, you raise your hand to be sworn in, sir.
Wrong hand.
First. Do you swear or affirm you would tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Commissioner, you want to go ahead and state your name and for the record and go ahead and talk to us.
Sure, I'm the registered agent on it, Nick Brassey. So to Zane's point, on the second page, we have the trash receptacle, and then on the third, there was a third page to the application, which had the dumpster, the auto function that comes down the alley. So that was really the only place to put that. But ultimately, the goal of the space is to repurpose a portion of the building to continue to grow the West Tampa area. We thought, based on what's going on in the community, that this was a good use of the space. We had a much bigger plan, but have pared it back based on the guidance of some of the city on what they thought was more applicable. We've also met with North Hyde Park Alliance, as well as some of the other communities who have expressed support in the project. So I'd love to answer any questions that you guys have on the space.
Any questions for the applicant?
May I, Mr. Chair?
Mr.
Thank you very much. Ms. Valdez, please. I hope you could follow my line of questioning. Is the package sales to sell your growlers that will be made specifically at this brewery?
Yeah, that's the goal. So ultimately, at the end of the day, we were looking to bring in another small local brewery, but also be able to sell that in the space as a brewery would do. So to the extent that you would have, yes, growlers and that such would be sold, but nothing past that. And we don't look to distribute any of that on a more major scale. Ultimately, just brewing what we're serving in the space.
Is that a hopefully, or you're saying that's going to be what's being sold?
We will not seek distribution for the.
And you're not going to be manufacturing any wine or distilleries? Just beer?
Not at this point.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, if I
You're
can.
recognized, sir.
And maybe Ms. Johnson-Velez wants to follow up, or Mr. Hussein, with regard to those kind of representations, with regard to growlers and who's going to sell them and what kind of sales they are. The question is that part of this project, is this part of this application, and is that enforceable, that representation being made? I just would like clarity on that because my understanding is that I don't believe it is. I just want to have it clear. Ms. Johnson-Velez, with regard to the representations of what kind of items were going to be sold?
Susan Johnson-Velez, Legal Department, yes, and Mr. Citra, I think, was expecting me to say something, but yes, your consideration tonight is whether the AB use that's being applied for is appropriate for this location without regard to what particular brand of alcoholic beverages will be sold or served at the location.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson-Velez. Thank you very much, Mr. Shelby, but my line of questioning was this going to be package sales of what this establishment was making? That was my line of question. Nothing more, nothing less.
I understand.
Yes, that's.
I'm under the question. The question, though, is that binding on, let's say, if this business changes hands? That's the question I just want to make clear. I understand what you're saying, sir. One other thing, counsel, just a reminder with regard to, because this does impact this property, also please do look at the waivers as well and make sure that whatever decision council makes, when you do, if you should give this your vote, then just be conscious of the fact that the waivers do also continue to run with the land as long as it continues with this use. Am I right, Ms. Johnson-Velez, with the special use?
That's correct. The waivers do run with the land, and just for to remind council that your granting of the waiver is based on would be based on your finding that after granting the waivers, the application is consistent with the general standards of Section 27-129 of the Code.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Johnson-Velez. Thank you, counsel.
Ms. Dingfelder, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hussain, so staff is recommending, or staff is finding it inconsistent. I guess my first question is to the applicant. The staff has calculated that with this much space and this much activity, in a typical scenario, it requires 48 parking spaces, and the project is providing 2 for a 96% reduction, I believe, is what I'm reading in the staff report. We're all familiar with the area. I do believe there's a fair amount of on-street parking that's probably not overly utilized right now. But that's pretty significant usage for virtually no parking.
Yep. So to that point, and actually in our site plan, we have it listed. So I'm not sure how that translates to the staff report, but we have a lease on a adjacent lot to the property that holds 24 spaces, standard parking spaces, that we plan to utilize as what. So the 2 listed on the property are to basically suffice the handicap parking that's necessary for it. So the additional lot plus street parking, and then at that apartment complex, it's our understanding that there is parking on the first floor of the new apartment complex. And then also we plan on putting in hubs for the bikes as well as the scooters.
So on the property next door, the 24 spaces or whatever, do you have a lease or a written agreement?
We have a 5-year lease agreement on that space.
And has that been reviewed, Mr. Hussain, or is that relevant, Ms. Johnson-Velez?
Yes, Susan Johnson-Velez, Legal Department. I do not believe that our department has reviewed a lease agreement, and I would ask the applicant if he has submitted for a design exception for the off-site parking for this location.
Yes, we did. And when speaking with Ryan Manassi on some of our conversations, he requested when I submitted the site plan that I didn't include the lease for the additional parking waiver, but we did submit it in the design exception.
So where does that leave us, Susan and Zane?
I'll tell you where it leaves me.
Has your design exception been approved?
The one that was due to the parking, yes, was approved.
Zane, do you, I don't,
Has that been submitted to staff? Nick?
Yes, I mean, I had multiple conversations with Ryan on it.
But it's not part of the site plan package this time.
I guess not, no. I'm not sure why it didn't make it into the staff report. I was requested to submit all this before the, I'm not sure how.
Should we defer this thing a little later in the evening to see y'all sort that out, or what? Susan?
well, I believe, well, if there is a design exception that, and maybe Zane can address this, but if there's a design exception that has been approved, then I believe that could be a credit against the parking that's missing, so it would reduce the parking waiver. So that's why I'm curious, if there was a design exception that was approved, then it would have been taken into account. Is that correct, Zane? I think that.
That is correct. It was not included from transportation engineering.
Mr. Chairman?
You recognize, sir.
Thank you. Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. And Ms. Johnson-Velez, you please follow up or correct me if I'm mistaken, though. That normally is included if it goes through the process and comes before City Council to offset the parking waiver. And if the council goes forward as it is without that resolved, then the waiver as it's stated now would stand. Is that correct?
If council were to approve the waiver, correct, would be to reduce the parking by 96%.
So
because the request is not included and the design exception is not noted in the application.
Let me go to Mr. Miranda first, and I'll come back to you. So, Mr. Miranda, you recognize?
Well, I'm just, you know, this off-site parking thing started about 15, 20 years ago when another part of town was coming to life, or not life, and rightly so, have a nice time for everyone. However, when,
excuse me? Let me continue, sir.
I thought it was somebody higher than me speaking, telling us what to do.
You're the hierarchy here.
Wow, it scared me when, but
Zane,
anyway.
Zane, let Mr. Miranda finish, then I'll come to you, sir, please.
In other words, I had trouble then and I'm having trouble now understanding that you purchase or lease something for a period of time. You're putting amount of monies into it for a money time. And you mean to tell me that you don't know the amount of parking we have and you lease a lot that, in my opinion, doesn't coincide that you're going to lease that lot for the same time period of time that you're going to be in business. No lease is given for any great living time at any vacant property in the city of Tampa. Why? Because the value of the lot keeps increasing on a yearly basis. And if you check my record on the area there that I'm addressing on Howard, you'll see that some of those businesses that didn't have the parking, that had a lot, I voted against. Not that I wanted to, I had to. And I'm just saying that I don't know how you're going to get the, if you're going to be successful, you certainly ain't going to make it with 2 parking spaces and I don't know how many hundreds of square feet. But a really nice operation from what I see. It's a really new, you're going to put an enormous amount of capital in here. And then the letter that we have of somewhat of a North Park, Hyde Park Alliance Board saying that they in favor of it. However, with suggestions in the applicants, they insisted, not insisted, but wanted some different of hours of operation. You haven't stated those hours of operation as yet, have you?
No.
I think it's listed as 2 a.m., but when speaking with Ryan, it mentioned that the outdoor would stop amplified noise, not have I can't hear.
Can you speak a little bit louder so Mr. Miranda can hear you, sir?
All right, if anyone wants to speak, if anyone would like to speak.
Could you go ahead and answer Mr. Miranda's question first, and then I'll allow Zane to speak once you answer Mr. Miranda's question, sir.
So we spoke with Zane and Ryan that the hours of operations for the outdoor area, amplified noise would stop at 10 p.m., but that the facility would close at 2 a.m.
You mentioned the word noise. Is that going to have outdoor music?
I said amplified noise, yes.
Amplified music, so he's going to have music outside.
Well, more so count TV, right? If there are TVs outside, that would be
Thank you very much.
classified as.
All right, Zane, you can go ahead and speak now, sir.
Thanks so much, Zane Hussein, Development Coordination. First, based off the hours, on the site plan, it was not stated through a phone call with Nick between first and second reading, if approved, he'll need to put Monday through Sunday, 11 a.m. till 2 a.m. But that was not stated on the site plan, so that's one of the needed revisions he would need. Second point is he did have a DE1, but this was through natural resources for the buffer, which did not include the parking calculation. And also, there is a lease agreement, but the lease agreement was not with the city and is not recognized by the city. Note why the applicant needed to have that waiver of 96% reduction.
Mr. Dingfellow, you recognize?
I'm a little confused on the parking issue. You're saying we do not and we never recognize a lease? Or he could have gone for a design exception using the lease? What are we saying? Same.
Yes, sir. The lease agreement was not with the city, so it's not recognized by the city. He would need the waiver in the situation.
Mr. Shelby, I'm sorry.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, Martin Shelby.
Mr. Shelby, recognized?
Maybe Ms. Johnson-Velez can speak to the process, because my understanding is that there is a process. The city does review it. I mean, the lease is not with the city per se.
No.
The city, it's with a private entity, which is reviewed by the legal department, as I understand it or recall, or LDC, and it is applied as an offset to the waiver. I don't know whether that's the case. It's still the case, but maybe Ms. Johnson-Velez. I see, is there?
Mr. Shelby.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to spend all night when we have a lot of discrepancies here. And then someone at the ninth hour says, we need a continuance or go back. We need to wrap this up because I see a lot of discrepancies here, a lot of stuff we don't know that we should know that we don't. So if that is the case, we need to go ahead and wrap this up. If it needs to go back, it needs to go back versus us wasting a whole lot of time. And we've got a whole big docket here tonight.
Right. So, Susan.
Ms. Velez, go ahead. I'll listen to you.
Yeah, Susan Johnson-Velez, and I think Mr. Mikulski is probably the best person to speak to this, but there may be a lease agreement that the applicant has with a third party, but the city does not recognize it as satisfactory to meet the requirements of our code for off-site parking.
We never do, and there's no design exception?
No, I didn't say we never do. We do in certain circumstances, but in this particular circumstance, if there is a lease agreement, the city has not approved it, and the city does not, therefore the city does not recognize it as satisfactory to assist with the off-site parking requirements. And Mr. Mikulski, if you can add anything to that.
I'll let him be recognized, but then I'm going to see where we need to go with this, Mr. Dingfellow. So I don't want to waste all night on this. You're recognized, sir.
Okay, Andy Mikulski, Urban Design Coordinator. So I was just going through the record on this, and there is an approved DE1 21243, but that was only for to reduce the side yard buffer to match the existing site conditions. That's been approved. There's another DE1, it's 22-056, and I believe that's the one the applicant's referring to. There's no, and I remember some conversations I had with staff that was processing this DE. I believe this is the one for the parking, although there's no information in the record. But from my conversation with staff was that the parking agreement for the property to the east is not valid because it's already being used for another property is also leasing that. So there were some questions with the actual lease, and we just didn't feel it was sufficient to meet. So we're still waiting on it. I'm not to say that it's not possible, but I mean, if there's other off-site parking in the area, we can consider that in the future.
My concern is 2 parking spaces. You're talking about possibly somebody else's lot. Mr. Miranda saying that's not guaranteed, but I see a lot of discrepancies here. I think it needs to go back. Mr. Dingell, I'll let you finish, and we're gonna wrap this up.
Yeah, Susan, did you have anything else before I motion to continue it?
I just wanted to clarify that, yes, because of the fact that there is not an approved design exception for off-site parking, what council is being asked to consider today is that 96% parking reduction waiver.
Right. Okay, Mr. Comesso, here's my problem, and I think the chair has hit on it. If I consider this right now a 96% reduction, you basically have no parking, and I don't think that's fair to anybody. You're saying that you thought you had this all worked out. Staff is saying it hasn't been worked out. So I believe it's to your benefit. And you could ask us to vote on it tonight, and that's fine, but I don't think that's to your benefit. I think this is a critical issue, and it needs to be worked out. And I'm sorry, but my motion would be to continue you to the next available meeting. And that way you can work with staff and figure that out. Because if you think you've got that worked out, with that lease agreement and or some other lease agreement, for that parking, that's a big difference. That's 24 additional spaces. You're about, you're about halfway there, which in an urban area, I think is pretty significant. But 2 spaces, I don't think is going to cut it, not with this council member. Anyway, you hear me?
Yeah, I was waiting for you to finish. I mean, I guess totally understand and I appreciate the honesty. I guess it's kind of an impasse. I mean, in the West Tampa area, you guys are very familiar with, there's little to no parking, especially for existing buildings. The councilman used the point, not to belabor the point, but if you guys think a continuance to figure it out is the best course of action, fine.
Okay. All right. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll move to the next available meeting, which somebody, a clerk, will tell me.
Or the staff would be able to tell us, perhaps.
Right?
Zane?
Zane Development Coordination. The next for AB sales would be 2/24/2022. Currently, we have a total of 11 cases, 1 continued, 3 new CPAs, and 7 for AB2. So the next date would be 2/24.
What's your January status?
January for ABs, we have 13 cases for the agenda.
What's your preference, Mr. Chair?
What's our limit? I thought our limit was 11, right?
11 for 2/24.
So you're still under that, I believe.
Okay, I'll move it to 2/24. And Mr. Comesso, I apologize for the delay, and I hope it doesn't mess you up too much. But
Mr. Chairman.
Motion by Mr. Shelby?
Just one other point, Council, because it did come up in the course of the hearing with regard to the hours of operation relative to the amplified sound, and I don't know whether that was on the site plan, but.
Well, we're going to continue it anyway.
Yeah,
That's
fine.
what happened.
Okay, that'll be fine, sir. I just wanted to.
Mr. Dingfeld moved it, Mr. Maniscalco second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
February
Motion
20,
carries.
February 24th.
At what time, please? 5:01?
5:01.
You got it, Madam Clerk? All right, let's move
Yes.
on. I don't know. Move on.
And Mr. Chair, if I may?
Yes, sir.
Just for the record, I brought in my assistant aide, Mr. Connor Darkin here, who's a city employee, just in case if any of y'all weren't familiar with wonderful Mr. Darkin here, because we usually don't allow the public in chambers, but he's not the public, he's a City of Tampa worker. So there you go, just if I may.
All right, Mr. Vieira. All right. Mr. Shelby, we're taking items 6 and 7 together, correct, sir?
Yes,
Is
sir.
that my understanding?
Yes, sir. Items 6 and 7 are taken together. That's Mr. Hudson.
All right, Mr. Okay, let's swear our folks in.
Do you swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Do you swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
I see Mr. Hudson. I thought Mr. Hudson was on some different items, but I guess he's not.
Chairman, I'm on this one as well as some that we'll have a little bit later on.
All right, thank you, sir, for the clarification.
Busy night.
Busy night. All right, item 6 and 7. Yes, Mr. Shelby, you recognize, sir.
And if I can, if Mr. Hudson, before he begins his time, just wishes to address the housekeeping matter, we're hearing those. They are both open. One is a vacation of a right-of-way, an alley right-of-way, and the other is an REZ. They are both quasi-judicial. They are related. I believe Mr. Hudson has requested that they be taken together. My request of council would be that there be a separate vote after the item is closed. And with regard to time, Mr. Hudson, how much time do you believe you need for both of these?
That's correct, Mr. Shelby. If possible, we'd like to combine the two 15-minute presentations into a single 30-minute presentation. We are going to try to be briefer than that out of respect of your time. But given the inseparability of the two applications, we'd like to run them together, and we'll be as brief as possible in rebuttal, we promise.
Say 30 minutes?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, staff, let's go.
Ross Sammons, Development Coordination. I'd like to share my screen, please. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Ross Sammons, Development Coordination, presenting item number 6, file number VAC 21-09. It is a proposed vacating request to vacate the alleyway lying south of Oak Avenue, north of 7th Avenue, west of Morgan Street, and east of Florida Avenue. This alley was created per subdivision plat of Henderson's plan of Tampa Heights and is located north of downtown Tampa. This application was filed with the City of Tampa Development Coordination on 5/27/2021. It's related to applications REZ 21-86 and ARC 21-42. Alley is located in Tampa Heights Historic District. The applicant owns all the parcels within the block. The applicant's reason for application is to combine the surrounding parcels into a single development. A PD has been applied for and is referenced as REZ 21-86. There are currently no code violations for this parcel. Applicant is requesting to vacate the alley located at 1701 North Florida Avenue. The existing right-of-way is 9,300 square feet, more or less. The alley is partially improved, brick and asphalt paving, and partially unimproved grass. Wastewater, Tico, Frontier, and Spectrum utilize all or a portion of the alley, and easements are required. The alley does not continue north of Oak Avenue. It's previously vacated in 1972 or south of 7th Avenue, vacated in 2019. The alley does continue east of Morgan Street. Most of the structures in the block have been raised and clear, with 3 structures remaining. Here's an aerial view of the block, and yellow is the alleyway requested to be vacated, and the parcel obviously is in red. Here's the atlas view, and plat, or alley in red. General area of previous vacatings. This is the north and south alley looking north from 7th Avenue.
Doesn't help them.
North and south alley looking south from Oak Avenue. East-west alley looking west from Morgan Street. The applicant's property east of Florida Avenue. Applicant's property looking south from Oak Avenue.
There's some cartesians on that block.
The applicant's property looking south again from Oak Avenue. The applicant's property, Oak Avenue and Morgan Street intersection. And looking north, 7th Avenue. And again, looking north at 7th Avenue. The recommendations of staff objects to this vacating request based on a response received from Historic Preservation. If the vacating request is approved by council, easements will be required to be reserved as noted in the vacating report. Conditions for natural resources and transportation planning and mobility must be included in approving ordinance.
Ross, go back to those brick streets.
Sure.
That's the north side of 7th Avenue.
Correct.
Any other questions for Ross? Mr. Dingfellow, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nice looking bricks. I believe the ordinance, the Brick Street ordinance speaks to the fact that bricks will get pulled up and returned to the city. Is that correct,
Correct.
Ross?
Palletized, yes.
And Ron?
Yes, sir, that is correct. Ron Wington, Legal Department.
Okay. And Ross, your recommendation made reference to something from historic preservation. So I see Dennis up there. Dennis, you have a comment at this time as related to the vacating?
Well, I'll just reemphasize that the Architectural Review Commission did review this request at its December 6th public hearing and did recommend denial as presented based on the Secretary of the Interior standards and the Tampa Heights design guidelines, the method by which alleys do define a district and the streetscapes. And they felt that these features were not preserved through the vacating of the brick alley. That was a motion of 5-0.
Okay. So did they address the alley as a separate issue, or were they just looking at the total PD?
It was a separate issue, separate request, and it actually was reviewed twice. The first time in November, it resulted in a tie vote, so it was continued. When it came back in December, there was a unanimous motion to deny, separate from the PD.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dennis.
And Dennis, you got an east-west and a north-south alley, correct? When I look at the T, correct?
That's correct.
Mr. Wingley, you recognize, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Ron Wington, Legal Department. Just for clarification purposes, in Ross's presentation, he indicated that the applicant owns all the parcels on the block. Still at this time, the city owns 2 of these parcels. We are under contract and they're going through their due diligence right now. And so I just wanted to be clear for the record. I believe the applicant also has the other properties in this block under contract as well, but I'll let them speak to that.
All right, anybody from staff still need to speak? Annie, do you need to speak?
Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. If you would like me to move in on item number 7, the rezoning, I would be happy to.
Shelby?
Yes.
You good with that?
Mr. Hudson, that's your understanding, is that correct?
Yes, that would be our preference. Thank you, Mr. Shelby.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council. Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. Moving along to item number 7, REZ 2186. Again, the subject property is located at 1701 North Florida Avenue, 202 East 7th Avenue, 205, 207, 209, and 211 East Oak Avenue, and 1802 and 1808 North Morgan Street. The request is to rezone the property from CI, RM24, and PD to PD. I'll turn over the presentation to the Planning Commission, and after their presentation, I'll conclude my.
Good evening, council members. David Hay with your Planning Commission staff. I have been sworn. You should be seeing my screen.
We have it, sir.
All right, thank you. This next item, rezoning 2186, it's located within the central Tampa planning district. It is also located within the Tampa Heights neighborhood. It falls within the boundaries of the Tampa Heights National and Local Historic Districts. It is located within the Tampa Heights Urban Village. There's specific policy language regarding development within urban villages. The subject site also falls within the boundaries of the Central Business District Periphery Bonus. These areas allow for additional density and intensity to be considered to support the major employment center of downtown Tampa. Also, the subject site contains the Community Commercial 35. A portion of the site contains that Community Commercial 35. That does bring in the mixed-use policies because that land use category is considered a mixed-use district. There's transit located along Florida Avenue. That's Harts Route 1, which serves downtown Tampa and serves up to the university area. The closest public recreation facility is Waterworks Park. That's 1/2 mile to the south and west of the subject site, and the subject site is not located within an evacuation zone. Here we have the aerial of the subject site. We should all be familiar with this. Downtown's to the south. This is Florida Avenue. We've got Oak on the north, 7th on the south. To the southeast, these are the Mobley Park Apartments. Further south, we have, there's an office building formerly associated with the Salvation Army. They have additional buildings further south. There's some vacant lots. Again, we move over to Franklin Street and the commercial uses along Franklin Street. The building to the northwest is the YMCA administrative offices. And then to the north is, we have the Baptist towers directly to the north. Here we have the future land use map. You can see the subject site on a bright. The subject site has 2 land use categories. The bright red is that community commercial 35, and then this dark brown is the residential 83. That's the same category that's on Bay Shore where a lot of the towers are located. It's the most intensive residential district within the city of Tampa. And then about 3 blocks to the west, you see the regional mixed use 100, and then off is the Heights project further to the west. Off to the east, also off of this map, is the Interstate 275. Approximately 1.73 acres of the subject site are designated that residential 83, and 0.72 acres are designated that community commercial 35. Multifamily residential uses can be considered within both land use designation, and retail uses can be considered in the community commercial 35 designation. Neighborhood commercial uses can be considered in the R83 if meeting commercial locational criteria. Since the subject site is within the urban village and is within 2 land use designation, the applicant is utilizing land use policy 5.1.6 to proportionally weigh the floor area ratio and retail use allowed under the community commercial 35 over a portion of the site designated R83. The subject site is also within that central business district periphery. Projects located within the boundaries of the periphery of the central business district may be considered for density intensity bonuses. The density intensity bonus is limited to 100% of the maximum density intensity permitted within the applicable land use plan categories. The applicant is utilizing the CBD periphery bonus and has entered into a bonus agreement with City Legal to obtain additional density above the density allowed by right in the plan categories. The subject site, as stated previously, is within the Tampa Heights Urban Village and Tampa Heights National and Local Historic Districts. It should be noted there is a 16-story multifamily residential building directly to the north of the subject site on East Oak Avenue. This building is also within the Tampa Heights National and Local Historic District. The presence of the 16-story building within this portion of the boundaries of the historic district has already altered the overall context of this portion of the Tampa Heights neighborhood. The planned development proposes an 8-story building, which is approximately half the height of the building to the north. Therefore, Planning Commission staff finds that the request will not alter the character of the historic district and is comparable and compatible with this portion of the Tampa Heights Urban Village. Additionally, the comprehensive plan encourages mixed-use development and directs the greatest share of growth to the urban centers and villages. The request supports this policy direction by providing a mixed-use development consisting of 11,000 square feet of retail and 321 residential units within the Tampa Heights Urban Village. As described in Land Use Policy 6.1.13, lands recognized under the Community Commercial 35 Future Land Use Designation are within that mixed-use corridor. Therefore, any development within the Community Commercial 35 designated portion of the site should address the mixed-use center and corridor policies that are provided in the comprehensive plan. The planned development addresses these mixed-use centers and corridor policies by placing the proposed mixed-use building close to the public rights-of-way, creating a street wall with entrances facing toward North Florida, East 7th, and East Oak Street. Existing 6-foot sidewalks are provided along all adjacent public rights-of-way and are wide enough to accommodate significant pedestrian traffic. The planned development provides safe access to transit stops located along North Florida Avenue, which that corridor is designated a transit emphasis corridor. The request supports many of the policies in the comprehensive plan as it relates to housing the city's population. The Tampa Comprehensive Plan encourages new housing on vacant and underutilized land to ensure there is an adequate supply of housing that to be available to meet the needs of Tampa's present and future populations. The request will provide additional housing choices in proximity to transit and commercial services. In conclusion, the request is comparable and compatible with the surrounding area. The request furthers several policies in the plan as it relates to development and mixed-use corridors and urban villages. And furthermore, the request will add that additional 321 housing units within the Tampa Heights urban village in close proximity to the major employment center of downtown Tampa. Based on all those considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the provisions of the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available if you have any questions. Thank you.
Any questions, Mr. Hay? All right, Annie. Let's see how many waivers they're looking for with a density bonus.
Can you see my screen?
I can see your screen.
Great. Thank you, Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. Again, this is REZ 2186, proposing to rezone the addresses shown on your screen. The applicant is proposing to rezone from CI, RM24, and several planned developments to PD for residential multifamily, retail sales, shoppers goods, and storefront residential, office, and commercial. The applicant is requesting the following waivers shown on your screen. Shown here is the site comprised of all of Block 3 of Henderson's plan of Tampa Heights subdivision, originally platted in 1890. Shown here is the survey of the property, approximately 2.45 acres in size. Shown here is part of the site plan showing the proposed overall layout of the site. The proposed project is for a multifamily building with retail sales, specifically shoppers goods, and storefront residential, office, and commercial uses. A total of 321 residential dwelling units and 11,000 square feet of retail sales, shoppers goods, storefront residential, office, and commercial uses are proposed. All setbacks are proposed at a minimum of 6 feet with a maximum of 10 feet. Proposed maximum principal building height is 93 feet, 8 stories tall. Vehicular egress is provided from East 7th Avenue and East Oak Avenue. The applicant is proposing 16 affordable housing dwelling units restricted for rental occupancy for a period of 30 consecutive calendar years. These are some of the elevations that were submitted by the applicant. Shown here is an aerial map and the surrounding zoning. Property directly north of the subject property across East Oak Avenue is zoned RM24 and developed with multifamily congregate living facility. Property directly west of the subject site and across North Florida Avenue is zoned CI and developed with an office and parking lot. Property south across East 7th Avenue is zoned PD and RM24 and also developed with an office use. In accordance with section 27140, the applicant is requesting a bonus bonus. The applicant seeks an increase in density for the portion of the site located within the R83 future land use of 155 dwelling units per acre for a bonus of 72 dwelling units per acre. The applicant has submitted a bonus provision agreement to the legal department, and we're providing lead certification and relocate and or install utilities underground. The staff report does mention providing additional amenities for a streetcar expansion, but that will not be included at this time. So I wanted to clarify that for the record. As the Planning Commission already stated, the subject site is located within the central business district periphery of the comp plan, which allows the developer to obtain a bonus of 100% of the maximum density intensity permitted within each land use category. The subject property is located within the Tampa Heights Historic District. The Architectural Review Commission reviewed the site plan and associated with this request and recommended denial. You've already seen several pictures, so I'll go through quickly. Shown here is the subject property right on the right, shown going east along Oak Avenue. Shown here is the property north of the subject site across East Oak. Shown here is the property facing west towards North Florida Avenue. Shown here is the property facing south from East Oak. This is property shown along both sides north of the subject site along North Florida Avenue. And then this is property directly west and across North Florida Avenue. This is subject site facing northeast from the corner of North Florida Avenue and directly south of the subject site. Again, this is North Morgan and East 7th Avenue, the corner, as well as east of the subject site along Morgan Street. If approving, the revision sheet needs to be updated with the affordable housing language shown here on the screen. Development review and compliance staff has reviewed the application and found the overall request inconsistent with the Tampa Code of Ordinances. Please refer to transportation, natural resources, and development coordination comments for overall inconsistency finding. Modifications to the site plan must be completed by the applicant in between first and second reading of the ordinance as stated on the revision sheet approving the application. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions you might have.
Annie, can you go back to the housing portion?
Sure.
This is starting.
This one?
Yes, it's starting to concern me with these bonus densities, with this trickle of little affordable housing here.
So there was language, any Barnes development coordination. So there was language in the revision sheet and in the staff report. However, this is the most recent version, so this has to be updated if approving.
Mr. Chairman, this is Kate Wells for the record. You mentioned the bonus density and the affordable housing. Just to make it clear, the bonus provision agreement that is in your materials is not based upon the provision of affordable housing. The affordable housing units are a separate requirement and are unrelated to the request to increase the density. As Annie mentioned, the applicant is offering to obtain LEED certification and to underground the utilities to support I think it's a bonus payment of slightly over 1.16 million. So those would be the amenities being provided to support the requested increase in density.
For this particular application. Okay. All right, any questions from Ms. Barnes? Ms. Dingford, you recognize?
I don't have anything for Ms. Barnes, but before we move on, we need to hear from Mr. Fernandez as related to the ARC.
Thank you, Dennis Fernandez, Architecture Review and Historic Preservation Manager. I'm here to bring you the recommendation of the Architecture Review Commission, which did review this request at its meeting on November the 3rd and voted to recommend denial as presented at the public hearing with the following consideration: that the proposal does not conform to the Tampa Heights City Code of Ordinance as stated in 27-113 A2J. That section, just for your reference, is the guidance that's given to the Architecture Review Commission when it's dealing with land use issues. And their role is to review and recommend reasonable land use changes to the extent necessary to preserve the historical integrity and appearance of, this case, the Tampa Heights Local Historic District. And they felt with respect to this particular application, it did not do that in reference to the scale, height, width, massing, residential setbacks, orientation, and site coverage. That was approved with a vote of 3-1 to deny. That is consistent with the staff's recommendation of inconsistency, which pointed out the areas that the Architecture Review Commission focuses on for new construction. And we the staff did feel that the project fell short in the areas of scale, massing and building form, setback, orientation and site coverage, alignment, rhythm and spacing, the lack of entrances and porch projections, and just generally as a project that serves as a gateway type of amenity to the Tampa Heights Historic District was a project that fell short of preserving the historic character of that area. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Mr. Vogt, recognize.
Thank you. A couple of questions. You know, the folks who are putting this together, and they're waiting very patiently, Mr. Hudson and his team, you know, they've amassed the entire block, and basically they're building out the entire block, wall to wall, street to street, with I think, what is it, like 8 stories or something like that, parking garage and several hundred units, 321 dwelling units and 11,000 square feet of retail, et cetera. Could a project of that size and magnitude be designed and still meet historic guidelines from, you can't speak for the board, but from staff's perspective? You follow what I'm saying, Dennis?
Yes, sir. I personally do think, I tried early in the design process to have the team reconsider some of the elements, and I do feel that this is a block that is somewhat transitioning between the residential character of Tampa Heights into the more office and I guess entertainment area that the Heights has become. However, there wasn't a response, I think an adequate response to the staff's concerns in the current plan. I do think there's an opportunity for increased density and intensity on this site, but I feel that what's being presented is going beyond what is reasonable for the district.
Okay, so in summary, it's not that we're just absolutely rejecting the concept of a large building taking up this entire block, but you're just saying that they didn't necessarily address some of the sensitivities that you believe would make a transitional building more appropriate.
That's correct. I think there's some opportunity with undulation, increased setbacks in certain areas, maybe some undulation in height and in form. But I think that needs to be worked out with the development team. I know there's been some new professionals brought in late in the process, and they weren't really adequately utilized, I believe, to kind of bring the project into conformance with the district.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Anybody else from staff before I move on to the applicant? Any other questions for staff? All right, we'll hear from the applicant.
Thank you. Good evening, gentlemen. My name is Tyler Hudson. My address is 400 North Ashley Drive, and it's an honor to be here this evening on behalf of Loci Capital and Mayfly Development, who are the JV behind these 2 applications before you this evening. With me here in person is Patton Chalura with Loci Capital, Saul Fleischman, our project architect, Scott Gilner and Addie Kramer with Kimley Horn, our civil engineers, Alex Shaler with GBMM, and then virtually have Ricky Pederica with Dark Moss, our arborist, and Matt Durbin, the development partner. If I could pause for a moment, Ricky Pederica is not sworn, so if we could do that.
Madam Clerk?
Do you swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Even if, Madam Clerk, if I could share my screen, please. Okay, you see my screen?
You blow it up a little bit in the top corner. Get you to blow it up. All right, we got it.
Got it? Wonderful. One second. So as I think everyone's probably fairly familiar with at this point, this project is located in Tampa Heights. As has been alluded to, it's in a little bit of an unusual configuration in that it's at the very southern edge of the Tampa Heights Historic District, while also within the northern edge of the CBD periphery. As the crow flies, it's just 4 blocks north of downtown of I-275, which of course is the southern border of the neighborhood. It's just about a 2.5 acre block in total. In terms of the right-of-way vacating, again, I think there's some familiarity with where this is. It is a T-shaped alley. Those alleys really do not in any functional way integrate into the overall street grid. There is no longer a T-alley present on the block to the north and to the south, which is outside the historic district, but to the south, Council in 2019 vacated a T-shaped alley there in connection with the Salvation Army's redevelopment. It's our view that that T-shaped alley is entirely incompatible with the type of full block urban development that we believe is appropriate, and the Planning Commission, I think, agrees is appropriate in the type of high density commercial corridor like Florida Avenue. To give a little more context, if you see around, obviously the red star, that's where our project is. There really at this point are no full T-shaped alleys in the immediate vicinity, particularly at this point in the Tampa Heights area and southwards. The Palm Avenue and north is where things get a little bit more residential. But it's our view that the vacating of this alley, the public purpose served is really the allowance of this property in accordance with the comprehensive plan categories, as well as the relief of maintenance obligations from the city. Andy showed this a little bit briefly. The proposal is for a building that ranges in heights actually between 5 and 8 stories. The relief of the building, you actually pick up a full story as you go northwards. If you ride a bike in this part of Tampa Heights, you'll notice that there's actually a pretty steep grade change on this particular block. Access and loading are on the north, which is Oak Avenue. We also have access points on the south, which is 7th Avenue. Along Florida Avenue there on the left side of your screen, you'll see we do have first floor non-residential activation, both the 11,000 square feet of retail space, as well as what will be some type of tenant amenity. The bonus density, and Chairman Goods alluded to this point, and Ms. Wells was kind enough to clarify, we are expending about $1.2 million on bonus density that's going to comprise LEED Silver certification, as well as the relocation and burying of some utilities. There's an affordable housing provision that we'll touch on later, but we are voluntarily providing a 5% affordable housing set aside that has nothing to do with bonus. So talk a little bit about the streetcar. Tampa Heights was one of the first streetcar suburbs over a century ago in Tampa. As you can see on screen, the green stars where our property is, it was at a nexus of streetcar lines that allowed people to get all over Tampa without a car for a good reason, because cars weren't as anywhere near as pervasive then as they are now. And if you walk around some of the streets here in Tampa Heights, you'll notice the streets are quite wide because they used to accommodate these streetcars. And while history doesn't always repeat itself, it does have a tendency to rhyme. Because here we are over 100 years later, and the envisioned Tampa streetcar extension plan, there's a station designated for this block, for Florida Avenue northbound between Oak and 7th Avenue. So our site plan shows a 10-foot easement. The entire western 10 feet of the site are going to be dedicated, provided to the city by an easement to accommodate that streetcar station, to accommodate not just the rail piece, but potentially a station on site as well, which is obviously something that the entire neighborhood, as a Tampa Heights resident myself, I'm thrilled about, and which we think is going to make this project very special, because this is one of the first projects, like potentially the first, coming to you for an entitlement change, largely based on the fact that this is on the proposed streetcar extension line. On the comprehensive plan, David did a great job running through this, but I want to touch on this. This is a split lot. This is split CC 35 to the west, R83 to the east, and R83 is what most of the Bayshore condominiums are. It's the highest residential category there is. The CC 35, you'll see medium intensity residential, intensive residential uses. It alludes to building heights that are typically 5 stories. It's the exact type of density that you would want to have along a streetcar line, particularly in a place like Tampa Heights, where to the extent that there's certain parts of the city that we've seen council and staff and certain neighborhood groups uncomfortable with growth. I think as you'll hear tonight, this is a neighborhood that wants growth and likes the density that it has. The R83 portion of the site's it might be even more significant. This is a high density use, and it allows for us to ask for, doesn't guarantee it, but it would allow us to ask for up to 24 stories in height. And recall that we are asking for a maximum of 8, which is just half of the 16-story building that is immediately to the north of us. And this density that you see on this site is juxtaposed against the historic context. And as Dennis alluded to, and to kind of go right into it with the Architectural Review Commission, we think that there was a little bit of struggle at the Architectural Review Commission with a project like this that is as unique. What do I mean by that? This is a single block project. We have, as Mr. Wigginton alluded to, we do not own the entire block. We do have the entire block owned or under control, including with the city. But it's a full city block project. It's in some of the highest density categories we have. It's in the CBD periphery. And so for that to be juxtaposed with the historic district considerations does require a little bit of thinking. In a second, I'm going to ask Saul to speak about some of the specifics. I would note that this block has currently a single contributing structure on it. It's at the northeast corner. It's the gray shaded building, 1808 North Morgan Street. On Monday, December 6th, the Architectural Review Commission granted a certificate of appropriateness to relocate that building due east from the southwest corner of that intersection to the southeast corner of that intersection. So once that structure is relocated, this block will not have any contributing structures on site. That doesn't take it out of the historic district, nor do we want to get out of the historic district, but I do think it is some important context that this block has some unusual considerations that the Tampa Heights design standards might not as easily apprehend at the stage where the ARC is giving an advisory recommendation on the PD that doesn't involve considerations of comp plan, things like that this council and as a government is under Florida state law need to be considered. With that, I'm going to ask Saul Fleischman to talk a little bit about some of the immediate precedent in this area.
Thank you, Tyler. My name is Saul Fleischman. I'm founder and CEO of Fleischman Garcia Architecture, Planning, and Interior Design, 324 Hyde Park Avenue here in Tampa. A little bit about my background and credentials. Believe it or not, I was actually born in the Tampa Heights Hospital, which became the first St. Joseph's Hospital in Tampa, and I've been practicing architecture here for almost 50 years. I was a founding board member and longtime chairman of the Architectural Review Commission. And my firm has designed more large-scale buildings in Tampa Heights than probably any other, including the new rebuild of Tampa Heights Elementary, the former Robert E. Lee Elementary School, Stetson University College of Law, the Hillsborough County Bar Foundation building, the Ferguson Law Center on Tampa Street, Metropolitan Ministries on Florida Avenue, Sullivan Elementary School on Florida Avenue, and the Bob Gilbertson Central City YMCA at the corner of Florida and Palm. The ARC expressed concerns about height and setbacks. which I really think are misplaced. There's a 16-story building next door to the project. There's 2 6-story office buildings and a 6-story parking garage in the nearby Heights Armature Works area. And we are proposing a building that ranges between 8 and 5 stories. We are proposing setbacks that are consistent with the Florida Avenue corridor and many areas in the Tampa Heights Historic District. All of the ARC's concerns can be addressed in the Certificate of Appropriateness process, a more appropriate venue for the ARC to actually review the architecture with detailed design drawings. I have no concerns about the ability of this site plan to transform into a building that promotes the Tampa Heights design guidelines.
Thank you, Saul. So on the staff support front, as Andy alluded to, we are certainly aware and not hiding from the fact that the Architecture Review Commission did have reservations and did not recommend approval. And we also have some inconsistencies on staff that I'm going to talk about in a second in regards to waivers. I do want to note that the Planning Commission, as David alluded to, did find this request consistent with the comprehensive plan, which is, of course, part but not all of the legal consideration for any development order. And 6 of the reviewing agencies from the city did not have any issues with the proposed PD. Let's talk about the waivers. I think the waivers you're going to see this evening are kind of what I think of as the Center City 7. It's the same 7 waivers that you often see with any urban infill project right now in the city of Tampa. They have 3 categories: parking and access, loading, and trees. Ricky Federico will cover the trees. On access, this is perhaps the most obvious once if you recall the streetcar easement we're providing. We can't get access to Florida Avenue. FDOT wouldn't let us, and we're giving it a streetcar easement. So that means all commercial access is going to have to go off of the local street, 7th Avenue to the north, 7th Avenue to the south, and Oak Avenue to the north. There is no proposed access on Morgan to the east. On parking, we're asking for a 13% parking reduction. Talk about what a difference 4 blocks makes. If we were in the central business district, if we were in the CBD, just 4 blocks to the south, we'd only need 309 spaces. But those 4 blocks are very meaningful under the City of Tampa Land Development Code, T72836, because all of a sudden we need 593 spaces. Given the streetcar easement, given the scooter options, the bike options, the walk options, there's now a grocery store a block away from this site. We believe that this is going to be an attractive residential option for folks who choose not to have a car. It's also along the Hart Route 1, which has 15-minute frequencies north and south. As you see on screen, the watch score is also quite strong. So we believe this waiver reduction is consistent with what council has granted in prior circumstances and believe it's justified. I would note from the waivers that we did submit into the record and to Acela supplementary information that goes into, I hope not painstaking, but significant detail about each of these waivers. Loading. We have 5 loading areas, but only one of them counts from a technical compliance standpoint. That's the loading area in yellow. There's 2 areas on street that could be utilized for loading. There are 2 other areas internal to the site that can be used for loading, but I want to be very clear, only 1 berth in yellow, that's 12 by 60, counts. The other waiver we're asking for is to allow loading to occur in more than 1 continuous maneuver. I think this is a waiver council sees with some frequency because this isn't the 18-wheeler training school out near the fairground where you just have enormous open spaces for large trucks to move through. This is a tight site. It's in the middle of the city, and it's loading when it does occur, will have to occur in more than 1 maneuver, which we think is justified based on the urban nature of the site. Ricky, if you can take trees, I will cue the slides.
Okay, thank you, Tyler. Thank you, Council. Ricky Federico with Dark Moss. I'd like to speak to the waiver request for trees. The first is to reduce the percentage of retained trees preserved on site for a non-wooded site from 50% to 0. With a building of this proportion, most of the on-site trees conflict with the proposed building footprint, and trees located in the pocket park portion of the site are either invasive or in conflict with overhead utilities. The code section we are requesting relief from has a provision that minimum retention percentages shall not apply in cases where there are not an adequate number of trees. Adequate number is not defined, but this 2.5 acre site is pre-developed and has 34 trees currently, resulting in an urban forest density of 14 trees per acre. And according to the 2016 Tampa tree canopy study, the average trees per acre for the city is 125 trees per acre for context. Our second waiver is to remove a non-hazardous grand tree. It's shown in the center of the graphic. The bottom center, there's a green ellipsoid that is the canopy and a red X designating its removal. It's tree number 25, a 40-inch non-hazardous southern live oak in good condition with a B6 rating. During my assessment, I reviewed the tree for transplantation, but due to adjacent buildings and retaining walls, the minimum rooting volume necessary was not available. Preservation of this tree in place would reduce the proposed parking structure, which is also shown, to a single-story surface parking lot, resulting in the loss of hundreds of parking spaces. Finally, the third waiver is to request to pay into the applicable planning district tree fund for mitigation trees that cannot be planted on site. With the proposed site plan, 107 mitigation trees are required, but only approximately 54 can be proposed on site or along adjacent right-of-way. To reduce this spread, we're willing to add a condition to the site plan that all proposed type 1 trees, which provide the most shade, be a minimum of 4-inch caliber. And thank you. Of course, I'll be available for any questions. I'd like to hand the presentation back to Mr. Hudson.
Can you talk a little bit about the park?
Sure. We are also proposing on the lot where the existing contributing structure is being relocated from a small pocket park. This park will be contribute a large amount of canopy tree replacement area. It is roughly a little smaller than Hyde Park in Hyde Park Village, within the village core, and we envision it will have a similar character. It will be open to the public, and trees proposed will not be in conflict with adjacent infrastructure.
Great, thanks, Ricky. And with that, I'd like to turn things over to Pat and Shalura to talk a little bit about how this project got started.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Pat Shalura. I represent Levhi Capital. We're a Tampa-based private equity firm, and we're the co-developers and capital behind the project. I'm a fourth-generation Tampanian. I'm proud to call Tampa home. I live about a mile from the subject site, and I'm extremely excited at the opportunity to develop in what I would consider my neighborhood, my backyard, and also one of the most exciting neighborhoods in the country, being Tampa Heights. The picture on your screen is what the property looks like today. We've seen a few different angles. As you can see, it's largely vacant, and it's clearly not at its highest and best use. However, it's this view, it's what's captivated me and my partners and led us to believe that this land can do so much more than function as a vacant parking lot. So in early 2021, we got to work reaching out to all the property owners. 3 of the 4 property owners outside of the city were personal relationships of mine. By February 2021, we controlled roughly 80% of the site, with the exception of the 2 city-owned lots. So we began conversations with the city at that time. I want to personally thank Carol Post, Abby Feely, and Kate Wells for their patience and hard work in getting to a tentative agreement with the city. In August of this year, that agreement went in front of City Council, and Council approved the land sale for this agreement contingent upon the rezoning request that we're hearing right now. As a part of this contract, we agreed to a $500,000 cash payment and to set aside 16 income restricted units at various levels of AMI restrictions. The current property appraised value for these two lots is $130,000. And, our calculation for the contribution and the income restriction is roughly $13.5 million worth of value. And it's something that, we're happy to do. Given it achieves everyone's goals, I think it's a win-win-win for everyone. So we went ahead, once we got that agreement in place, reached out and began kind of socializing our plan to everyone. Started having meetings with Tampa Heights Civic Association and residents and business owners, and pretty much received nothing but resounding support, and really a lot of excitement surrounding the affordable component. But the one piece that we kept hearing was, could you do more? We heard it from the mayor's office. We heard it from several different business owners and residents. So we went back to the drawing board, and in recognition of that request, we adjusted our site plan to voluntarily set aside an additional 5% of the units. So we're now a full around 10% of the units being restricted as affordable. As far as additional community support, you can see on the screen, this is just a handful of the different stakeholders in the Tampa Heights area. We have over 17 letters. I think we have quite a few speakers coming to talk. And really is what I'm most proud about with this project, is the community support. Everyone we talked to has been all about the project. We've received no organized opposition, ranging from all the way up to the mayor's office down to small businesses like King State and Hidden Springs. We have the full support of the Tampa Heights Civic Association and their board, which we're extremely proud of. We know it's not easy to achieve their support these days. And charitable organizations such as the YMCA, the Salvation Army, Metropolitan Ministries, and countless other businesses like Richard Gonsmar's Columbia Restaurant Group and others. So that's kind of all I got. I mean, we're very excited about the project. We're very excited about the benefits that we think it's going to bring to the community. And we hope to have your support.
And council, thank you very much for your time and your patience.
Tyler, can you go back to the contract, the city contract piece?
Yes, sir. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay.
So continue to this sale, we asked for the housing. So I got a little confused. I heard first 16, but then I look at your other scale, it said 16 and 16. So is it a total of 32 units? Or just 16?
Yes, sir, it is.
32 units.
It is. It's a total of 32 units, and if I can add a little bit of context. So this council approved the land sale contract and the deal, so to speak, for that city land. And just to be very clear, that land sale contract is contingent on us getting the rezoning tonight. That doesn't create any precedent or presumption about how this goes. So I just want to be clear about that. As far as what the deal is, the cash payment is going to be $500,000, and that's going to be allocated between the appraised value of the land, and any money over that would go to potentially the community land trust or a city funding source for affordable housing. And the developer is going to do 16 units, half at 80% AMI rent limits, 8 at 80% rent limits, 8 at 120% rent limits. The 16 unit number came from the fact that you could construct 16 units on that city land right there with the comp plan. So that's where the 16 came up with. And then Patton and Matt, his partner, in hearing the desire in the community in Tampa Heights for affordable housing, are adding another 16 units that are going to be income restricted at the 120% AMI rent limits. And for reference, those are right here. Mm-hmm. And the 5% voluntary, that's again, that's not for bonus. We'll incorporate that on the site plan if we're fortunate enough to get your approval tonight at first reading.
Thank you.
Sir.
All right. Anything else from you, or are you still going?
No, sir. We're done. Thank you.
Any questions from council members?
If I may, Mr. Chair. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
the proposed building is supposed to be what, 6 or 8 stories?
It actually ranges between 5 and 8 stories, Councilman, and that's partly because the slope of the lot is such that it can accommodate that the variance in stories, because as the land goes up, the number of stories goes down.
That, Mr. Wigington at the bottom, raising his hand?
Yes, I believe
Mr.
Mr. Wiggin.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Thank you, Chair. Ron Wigington, Legal Department. I just wanted to be clear for the record that pursuant to the master affidavit allowing them to proceed with the application for rezoning, as far as it applies to our property, I just wanted to be clear that it clearly states that nothing within this affidavit shall be considered binding or committing the city council to approve the rezoning application, and there is no indication of support by the mayor pursuant to that master affidavit in favor of this project. I know there was a comment made that the mayor is in favor of that, but just to be clear, that is contrary to what the master affidavit provides for.
Thank you for clarification, sir. Mr. Central, you continue, sir.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hudson, just hypothetically, let's say it's only 6 stories, and you say there's how many square feet for ground floor retail?
Currently, the set aside for ground floor retail, or for ground floor non-residential, is 11,000 square feet.
And just give me some percentage. Throw me a percentage of what that's going to be. Just real quick.
11 on 3. It's probably around 3%, 3 to 5%. And again, the retail piece is the open to the public part. I do think it's significant that there is a continuation of non-residential use to the north, but that's going to be primarily a tenant activation space. That's not necessarily going to be a business open to the public. So I think if you combine those two together, the non-residential first floor activation numbers probably around 6 to 7%.
All right, I thank you for that. I thank you and the people that are developing that. It's time that when we start thinking about building up, we need to also set aside ground floor retail space, non-residential. So I thank you for that. I also thank you for the idea of the 10-foot for the streetcar. Because if we are going to start becoming a more dense population, we're going to have to start thinking about other forms of transportation besides cars. And by having mixed-use affordable housing, that is going to be able to give people the opportunity to give up the car if they need and use this form of transportation. So I thank you both on those. I thank you for both of those. Thank you, Tyler.
Mr. Carlos, you recognize, sir.
Question for Saul Fleshman. In your professional expertise, you heard the concerns of historic preservation about the suitability of this building in that neighborhood. Could you just tell us from your professional experience and expertise what you think about that and what your response would be, please?
Yes, as a consulting architect on it, when I first saw the original plans, I did not think it had the architectural elements to be compatible with the Tampa Heights guidelines. So with my input, we added many things that really improved the look and compatibility, including hip roofs with brackets, projecting awnings, both solid roof and canvas, banding, so things like that related to the architectural elements you'll find in the historic district.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Mr. Dingford, recognize, sir.
Thank you. So, Mr. Fleischman, so were those additions done before or after it was rejected by the ARC?
Mr. Dingfelder, they were done before, and it was part of our presentation to the ARC.
So the ARC said that wasn't enough. You heard Mr. Fernandez speak to some other issues that, frankly, I don't even know what they mean exactly, undulation, et cetera.
Neither do I have to admit.
I sort of have a guess, in and out of the building, but is that something that when you spoke to the certificate of appropriateness process, which I guess comes later, you know, are these changes that you can make that would not impact the PD?
Mr. J. Felder, we have undulations, if you like. We have ins and outs. We have different forms and recesses between other forms. Perhaps they're not, you know, as pronounced as they'd like, but they definitely are there. They affect the scale and massing, and I think they're very appropriate for the historic district.
Okay, so the undulation, I think, means like in and out and up and down and that sort of thing. Is that right, Saul?
Yeah, usually it means undulations in the vertical plane, or recesses or changes of plane, and we have those. And we have tower elements both at the corners, which are very pronounced and important, and then we have a differential in parapet heights between the towers. So we've tried to address the undulations, if you will, in all planes.
Okay. Baptist Towers, everybody's made reference to 16 stories. I've got a funny guess. My dad was in there for a couple of years. I got a funny guess. Was that built before the district was created? Saul?
Yes, it was.
Okay.
Yes, it was.
I think it's a little bit hard to use that as a reference point because it predated the district. It also has no architectural anything. But anyway, that's another story. Tyler, I heard reference to the lead, which of course, you know, I appreciate. Which lead are we committing to?
At minimum, it's lead silver.
Okay. And the bonus was relying on not only the lead silver, which I guess is spoken to on our code, but the undergrounding of utilities. And I thought that was a little bit disingenuous. And correct me if I'm wrong, but when you're taking over an entire city block, you're not going to have power poles, you know. I mean, why are we making reference to undergrounding?
Sure. Well, Council, under Chapter 27-140,
are you undergrounding the surrounding neighborhood stuff too?
No, you only get credit, I believe, for really what's on your property. So under Section 27-140, there's really a menu of items that you can use to obtain the bonus density. And whenever you do these bonus agreements, I think there are some limits to foresight. And so the way this works is that we have value estimations for the LEED Silver certification as well as the utility relocations. As we go through the permit process, if those end up costing less, for example, than the amount we owe, then that deficit, so to speak, would be paid into the city. But the utility relocation, probably ask Matt Durbin, who's the development partner, who could probably explain that on our behalf. Matt, you want to take that?
Yeah, sure. That'd be great. So Matt Durbin with Mayfly Development. So I think it's really two big items on a site like this. Is there are existing overhead power lines as well as other utilities that we will be taking and putting underground, as well as rerouting all of the utilities from Spectrum and the city that run through the alleyways. And in addition to that, we will be improving or providing a new sewer main that runs down Morgan. That'll run down, I believe, 2 blocks to the closest manhole that will be obviously dedicated to the city for their future development and future improvements. So those are the main items. It doesn't include, to your point, hey, we're putting in underground sewers. It's like, yeah, everybody does that on a site like this, but it is relocating as well as those items that are done for the improvement of the city, not just our site, such as the sewer line expansion, as well as putting all the overhead power lines underground.
Okay, well, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I don't think you can leave overhead power lines on a property that's built out, street to street like this. It's So to the extent that we're offering or allowing any financial credit for that just doesn't seem right. It's not fatal in my vote, but it just doesn't. It seems bizarre to me. You don't see that in any urban environment. Overhead power lines. Tyler, I went back to August when you guys went under contract with the city, and I was looking at the agreement, the specific language of the agreement, and we have monitoring clauses and that sort of thing as related to the 16 units that we're requiring associated with the sale. Are you offering similar monitoring requirements for the other 16 affordable units?
The hope, I think, certainly from our perspective, and I think perhaps the city would share this hope, is that process would really be the same. It would be a singular process. We did the best we can with the site plan note that's going to be hopefully added between first and second reading if council approves this rezoning and vacating petition tonight. But yes, the goal is that it's exactly the same. It's a 30-year restriction. It's going to run with the land through the zoning. The land sale units would run with the land via a restrictive covenant, and that the city housing and community development department would handle the income verification process. So we look forward to working with the city on certainly establishing that process.
Okay, well, I guess we'll look at it between first and second reading, but just make sure that it mimics this prior 16-unit agreement, especially as related to monitoring, because that's always been a concern of the Affordable Housing Committee, the AHAC committee. Let me see if I have any other questions. Dennis, are you still hanging in there?
Yes, here.
Okay. So Mr. Fleischman made reference to the I guess the next phase in regard to the ARC, the certificate of appropriateness. I think I'll put words in his mouth. He alluded to the fact that the concerns of the ARC weren't really zoning concerns, but more would be better raised, during the certificate of appropriateness portion. Would you? I don't want to put you totally on the spot, but can you agree, disagree, or abstain?
Well, first of all, my primary objective is to always deliver the motion of the board. They did review it and formulate their motion. The staff did offer a proposed note to be placed on the site plan that would allow the ARC to adjust some of the setbacks to create more of a change in plane vertically and horizontally, but the development team is opposed to that note. So I think given that fact that the plan is specific in setback, I would say that it's going to be difficult to comply with the Tampa Heights guidelines, if not impossible, with those very minimal setbacks that extend block long on the north, the south, and the east.
All right, Mr. Hudson. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your indulgence. I guess this is my last one, but Mr. Hudson, would you respond to that specifically? Mr. Fernandez indicates that some conditions were offered, seeking perhaps reference to additional setbacks on 3 sides, and you guys have rejected that?
Sure. I think that Mr. Fleischman's going to be in a much position to answer why than this attorney, so I would ask Mr. Fleischman to respond to that.
Sure. Yeah, it was kind of a request of not a scalpel but a sledgehammer to the project to give ARC carte blanche to fiddle with the setbacks. And there's really no need to, because there's so much precedent in the historic district for commercial buildings with literally 0 setbacks or minimal setbacks. And we certainly complied with that precedent. And, I don't think any developer would agree to such carte blanche, changing the setbacks, changing the unit counts. It perhaps wouldn't make the deal work. And there's no need to. Like I said, there's so much precedent in the district.
What is the proposed setbacks on those other three sides, the non-Florida side?
I'm not sure.
Matt, can you take that?
Yeah, I can take it. So what we have right now is we have in response, so just one point of clarification between the original ARC submission and the modifications that Sol is referencing. Those do not get captured in the ARC's staff document. So all of the comments that Sol was making in terms of the additional enhancements were not included in Dennis's recommendation to the ARC. Those are done after that initial recommendation. And so we slid the building on the north-south. So we have a 7-foot setback along the northern side to allow for stoops and to create a better, more consistent feel with direct access, with porches, overhangs, and to create a more pedestrian feel and a pedestrian scale, which was recommended by Dennis and staff. We pulled the entire building back to create the pocket park, to create the greatest amount of setbacks to the most least dense area to the northeast, and again where the contributing structure is being moved to continue to create more of a buffer. We are 5 foot back along the east side. The 4.5-story townhomes across are anywhere between 2 and 4 feet setback. So we are actually creating greater setbacks than the adjacent property. And then to the south, which does not abut any of the historic district, we are 2 foot. And again, that is because that is where our main commercial frontage is. And to create the appropriate activation and streetscape, we feel it is most appropriate to have that building, right activated with the street frontage and the street retail on the front there. So that's a long answer to what are the setbacks, but we did reconfigure the building to allow greater setbacks, as well as to be able to provide an easement of 10 foot to the city to allow for the flexibility required for the street car in the future.
So you've got sidewalks, and then the setbacks that you're referring to?
Yes, sir.
And how big are the sidewalks?
Whatever city code is, I think they're 4 or 6 foot.
6 feet.
6 feet, yeah, that's what I would imagine. Except for on the 10-foot easement on the front, we need to work with the city on that, but that'll probably be a larger than 10, than a 6 foot, because we'll want to create obviously a really nice feel right there along North Florida.
Down in Water Street, they've got these 15-foot sidewalks and kind of big open space areas and that sort of thing.
That's exactly what that will be along North Florida, to really create a really great feel for our residents and also the folks that are using the commercial space, and then obviously as we continue the density and with the streetcar, to create a really good feel when you're getting off and getting on that amenity.
Thank you.
So Ms. Wells?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kate Wells, for the record. There's been a lot of discussion about the ARC's role and what that role would look like if this application is approved and then it goes before the ARC for certificate of appropriateness. I just wanted to clarify for the record that if the rezoning is approved as submitted, that massing, the height, width, the scale, that would be the zoning for this parcel that the ARC would then work with. But the ARC doesn't have the ability, unless you include those conditions in the site plan, to further adjust those setbacks. They would be stuck with the building envelope as proposed on the site plan. So to suggest that the ARC can further work on this through the design standards, while yes, they can address architectural features and design, the massing itself would be based on the approved rezoning site plan.
So we're talking two different things. The ARC have made their recommendation, correct, Ms. Wells?
They did.
Okay. So the recommendations that they made, apparently the petitioner doesn't want to go by those guidelines or whatever the ARC asked or made recommendations, correct?
I'll let Mr. Fernandez repeat what the ARC, what the motion was. I believe initially it was recommending denial, but in the event that it's approved, they had some requested conditions of approval.
Hi, yes, Dennis Fernandez once again. First, I want to say that a lot of the discussion that Mr. Fleischman had referenced wasn't appropriate for this phase of the ARC recommendation. That roof lines and banding and that type of detailing is left to the certificate of appropriateness review at a later date. So they were very focused on the plan, the setbacks, the height, the massing. And those are the areas that the ARC felt that the project, did not satisfy the goals of the historic district. The note which I offered, which actually is going to be referenced on a later case this evening, was that a note be added to the PD to authorize the Architectural Review Commission the ability to adjust setbacks on each elevation for a distance of up to 10 feet to enable the development of building elements that characterize Tampa Heights Historic District and that will facilitate the architectural review process. And just one final thing, I think there was a inference that the staff report may have been dated and didn't include consideration of changes. The staff report was adjusted when the site plan was updated to reflect comments to the most current request. That's before you this evening.
All right. Mr. Hudson, any more details on this project before I move on?
No, sir. We appreciate your time and patience. Thank you.
All right. Is there anyone here to speak on this item? Anyone on the second floor to speak on this item?
Eileen Rosario, Development and Coordination. There are two people here to speak on this item, and both people have been sworn in.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Matt Sink. I reside at 410 West Park Avenue, and I'm here today speaking on behalf of the Tampa Heights Civic Association. We want to make sure that we are here today to make sure that the council knew that we do support this project. We'd say the developers have been proactively engaging with us. They've been to both general meetings, board meetings, and to the land use committees. A lot of the items that we're talking about today have kind of been flushed out through the process. We indicated up front that we'd like to have more activation on the street to engage with the community, provide resources, and have people, moving up and down the street and get engagement on the street and activation. They went back to their plans, they revised it, they made changes. We do not see a problem with the massing the way that it is right now, and believe that through the final certificate of appropriateness that much of these items can be resolved. We are firm believers in density. We believe that the market is getting more expensive and we need more units available in this market to provide affordable housing and more units available for people. So having a unit of a building and project of this size is important to our community. Both gives us, a reason to have mass transportation like the trolley car system coming from downtown up to Tampa Heights. It's going to give us opportunity to have retail space in an area that right now is being underutilized. And so the Tampa Heights Civic Association took a firm stance on this, is that we do support this project, and we did provide a letter of support on 12/6/2021 to the council.
Are you a member, sir, or are you a board
Yes,
member?
I'm a board member. I was sent here in regards to by Brian Seal, who's the president. He could not be here today, so I came in his place.
Okay, so there's a lot of units, but very few affordable units. But
Which was actually, that's funny, that was discussed in one of our meetings, is that we would like to see, more affordable units. And after having conversations, the developer did say that they would go up to 10%, which would set at least a nice level. And we haven't seen this level in any other projects presented in our area for a long time. So we support that. They said they're going to do 10%, and that's what we were looking for, and that's one of our requests as well.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Harvey Schoenbrunn. My address is 1802 North Morgan Street. That is my law office. 37 years ago, I relocated to this block and have practiced law in this area. I have a lot of history in this area. I was born across the street at the old St. Joseph's, and my law office was Dr. Philip Adler's pediatrician's office that I went to. And when I moved in, it wasn't easy because people went on my roof and stole copper from the air conditioner. I put a metal roof on. People accosted my clients. I had to put a fence around the property. And we've always had problems with homeless people living on the property because it's a large vacant piece of property. There has been no neighborhood atmosphere whatsoever. It's always been my hope and desire that someday people would walk in the neighborhood, walk their dogs, push their baby carts, but there aren't any people doing that right now. This is the first best chance we have to make this area a true, vibrant, urban core residential area. And I'm not leaving, even though I may be selling my property. I'm moving the historic building that is now going to become a park across the street, which is a fully historic block. And I'm going to continue to be there, and I will continue to practice in this neighborhood, and so will my daughter for many years to come. And I really love this project, and I just want you to know that I'm not selling and moving out. I'll be there forever. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else to speak on this item? On the second floor.
Eileen Rosario, Development and Growth Management. There's no one else here to speak on this item.
Madam Clerk, anyone to register to speak on this item?
Yes, we have 7 registered speakers. Out of the 7, 2 seem to be on a mobile device, which is Sarah and Megan.
Well, we can't utilize mobile devices, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So we have 5. All right.
If you can please your right hand, please.
We can't see them on our screens. All right, we have them now. All right.
Okay. Do you swear or affirm you would tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Speakers?
Yes.
Do you swear or affirm you would tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
No.
Yes.
Yes, I do.
Yes.
Wrong hand.
Yes, I do.
Wrong hand.
All right. We'll go with Miss Maureen first.
You're up, ma'am, Maureen.
Yes, thank you. My name is Maureen Arel. I am a property owner in the Tampa Heights neighborhood. As a matter of fact, my primary property is 16,000 square feet of commercial retail space, 1 block south and west on the corner of Franklin Street and Henderson. The proposed lots actually supply our overflow parking through valet that my tenants have had to hire in the past to meet the parking requirements of the city for their ongoing businesses. I have conferred with my tenants, and we are all in complete support of this project. We feel the last thing that this neighborhood needs is more surface parking lots. Our opinion is that these lots contribute very little to the tax roll, and yet they use a disproportionate amount of the services, police services, fire and safety. When I purchased my properties in 2014, it was a very transient area with a lot of issues with homelessness, theft, drug overdoses, you name it. Now, 6 years later, after I conducted a thorough rehabilitation of a 100-year-old property, we have thriving businesses, or at least we did pre-pandemic, and I'll get back to that in a second. But we have all witnessed on North Franklin Street the positive contribution that can come from appropriate development and rehabilitation of old buildings. For example, the property I'm identifying, 1701 North Franklin Street, when I purchased it, it was delinquent in property taxes and had no sales tax revenues that they were generating. Today, the property is paying over $40,000 a year in property tax, and the Florida Department of Revenue loves us because in 2019, pre-pandemic, the first floor tenant did over $4 million of business. These taxes flow through to our local community. There is not one business on our Franklin Street that has not flourished in the last 4 years due to the increased pedestrian foot traffic. Now, my businesses, my tenants' businesses opened prior to Eulalie opening and prior
10 seconds,
to
ma'am.
Armature.
I'll give you 10 seconds. Finish your sentence.
Thank you. I just wanted to say I'm also speaking for members of the Yellow Brick Road Business Association, which we launched 2 years ago. They are all in favor of having this development proceed.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, we'll go to Anthony next.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Thanks. So my name is Anthony Kroll. I'm an art consultant and also run a business on the Franklin Street corridor. Since Tampa Heights was sort of severed by the interstate, and also since Tampa Heights had the trolley tracks removed in the late 40s by the auto lobby, the neighborhoods have been disconnected from the northern Florida Franklin Street district. So if you look at old historical photos, there's a lot of, there's so much traffic on those trolleys, and those trolleys went directly into the neighborhoods, into Seminole Heights and Tampa Heights. And now we barely get people walking from Tampa Heights down into the North Franklin corridor. So this project, in complete support of the walkability of this project, and what it'll do for that North Franklin corridor. I have some other comments more so to the development, but that's not going to happen at this time. So just in support of that project and what it'll do for that North Franklin corridor, much needed.
Thank you, sir. All right, we'll hear from James next.
Good evening. My name is James Howard. I'm the publisher of Creative Loafing newspaper media company. I'm at 204 East Henderson Avenue in Tampa Heights, 33602. I've run my business in Tampa Heights for the past 2 years. We came in right before the pandemic, but I'd like to express my support for this development project. The project develops a city block that's blighted and will contribute probably about $1.2 million in tax revenues, which I'm sure that the city could use. And being transit-oriented in nature with the build-out, I believe that that's really going to be helpful to the area in integrating that streetcar stop. So it adds density, supports mass transit, it helps small businesses in the area. Lots of great things about this project, and I just wanted to express my support.
Thank you, sir. Is it Camilla?
Yes.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Camila Hassanova, and I'm a recent graduate of the University of South Florida. I would like to express my support to this project for two reasons. First one, I used to be an international student, so I was having a hard time getting a car because of the whole issues with driver's license, because it takes time. And this area, Tampa Heights, where all the international students would like to live very close to the university, because it takes time to walk and the transit is an issue. So I do believe that this project will help add the density needed to have a thriving walkable community in this area. And the second reason I would like to support this project is because of the affordable housing. I was one of the people who were trying to stay local in Tampa because that's where I landed a job, but I was having a very hard time finding the housing that would fit my budget. That's one of the reasons why I had to move to Brandon. So that's it for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Is it Alexandria?
It is. Are you all able to hear me?
We are.
Wonderful. Well, my name is Alexandra Markopoulos, and as a current resident of Tampa Heights and also just a native to the area, it does sadden me a little bit to think that anyone would want to stunt any growth in this particular area. Not only do I believe that this project will make the community more accessible to individuals, it promotes growth for the neighborhood, works to develop an area that's really just lacking in life, and will ultimately increase the accessibility and connection to the greater downtown area. The project would essentially enhance the area, right? It's going to help increase foot traffic, community engagement, and would encourage really just the development of small and local businesses and eventually spur more economic growth. I'm in complete favor of having this development proceed, not only just for all of these things that are listed, but just the fact that I'll be able to walk somewhere new, take my bike, and be able to have more access to the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that it, Madam Clerk?
That is it.
Okay, Mr. Hudson, you're up before we close.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you all again for your time and patience here. As a matter of law, what matters here is whether we're consistent with the comprehensive plan and whether we've shown compliance with the Land Development Code. And I believe you have in the record substantial and competent evidence that we are compliant, we're consistent with the comprehensive plan, and that we have achieved compliance with the Land Development Code either as it's written or by the waivers we're seeking. But we've done this developer has done more than that. They have volunteered a 5% income restriction on units. That is absolutely not required. They are providing a 10-foot streetcar easement to the city to allow for this rhyming chapter of Tampa's history as a streetcar city to return. I think the six of you know better than anyone how difficult it can be sometimes to achieve development projects without opposition and with full neighborhood support. And again, as someone who is a former member of the board of the Tampa Heights Civic Association and lives here, it's a real honor to work on a project that has so much broad-based support in the neighborhood as this one. And so we appreciate your time, and we hope that you'll support a motion to approve both the rezoning and the right-of-way vacating tonight. Thank you.
All right. Any questions? Mr. Maniscalco.
Just a few comments. I wanted to wait until public comment had passed before I said anything. You know, this empty parcel, which is facing Florida Avenue, was not always empty. I've seen pictures in the past where there were buildings all along this corridor, and it's one of the few areas of this magnitude, if not the only one, in this neighborhood that is completely vacant. You have so many historic structures along Florida Avenue that exist from the 1930s, from the 1920s and before, yet this parcel and this block has been mostly demolished over the years. And this is a wonderful project that would contribute to the well-being of the neighborhood and revitalize this area. In regards to the height of this structure, I know the more modern tower north of this site is much taller than the proposed design here. But we can also remember that where the old St. Joseph's Hospital used to be, I believe was 4 stories back in the day. This, of course, would be almost double that, but it's not unprecedented. It wasn't as tall, but we had structures that were more than just 2 stories. The Standard Oil building across the street is 2 stories. St. Joe's was double that. But again, you know, with everything that's happening in this neighborhood, Armature Works down the street, with the revitalization of families moving in, residents moving in, new residents, and as it was mentioned before, the possibility of the extension of the streetcar going up through this area, the extension of the Riverwalk and how it exists a few blocks away. I think this would just add to the entire experience of Tampa Heights, add to the quality of life, and I'm very excited to see this project moving forward. Or if it does pass, that it does move forward, because I think it's nothing but positive for this area.
Thank you, Chairman. Along with what Mr. Maniscalco said, you look and hear and feel, and you understand what the neighbors that live in the district have said. Not only the one that spoke just recently on my screen, but the letters that we received, and very rarely do you see neighborhood associations and people like the other 7 or 8 or 9 that were mentioned, from the Columbia restaurant all the way through to other stakeholders in the area that are looking to something that would be vibrant for the community and to add. And on the other side, you have the ARC, and I understand their concerns, but also I have faith in the architect who's doing the work, Mr. Fleshman, and he's done fantastic work in that area. And I have no doubt that what he said will be done to the T. It would be first class. It would be amenities. You'd have I forget the size of the pocket park, but it was pretty substantial as far as size. It's not the one like we have at Snow Park. If you get out of your car, you could hop across the street. You're hitting a one-way street. But these are the things that will spur other development. You know, when you look at the streetcar, it was mentioned many, many times this evening. And it was put in when really we didn't have much density, almost no density at all. Back in the 1995 or so, when Greco was mayor, and it was spearheaded by Greco and Ron Rotella and others. And it was done in a way that it needed subsidies. And it received subsidy, and it's still receiving subsidy. And there is no transportation that I know of publicly that doesn't receive subsidies, no matter where you're at in the country. Maybe 1 or 2 that I'm not aware of. But most transportation comes with subsidies. And the envision that we had back then was that sooner or later the streetcar would make a complete loop, at least for a start. And we started down to the east side, up, heading north into Ybor City. The other part of that envision that we never had a chance to do, and is starting to work out now, and I see some progress coming, is heading back north through downtown, hooking up somewhere and heading back to the same side and making a round circle around Ybor City. So it has distribution of what? A lot of density on both sides. Density is now becoming something that we always look forward to, but in order to continue to have density, you got to have transportation. Because if everyone took the cars, you'd have gridlock. And that's something that I see now. And it needs some help, and I believe that the streetcar, it's funny how life goes around. It always comes back, and it changes, and it always comes back to what it changed from. The streetcar was demolished by some big corporation back in the late 50s, like it was said. They were taken out. And then we made another mistake, and that one I wasn't involved. I'm not going to take credit for taking out the rail. But they took the rail out because the company said that you needed buses. Why? Because they manufactured the buses. That's why. And now the streetcar is starting to maybe have a continued life, something for that is when you think of other cities, San Francisco, New Orleans, yeah, they have other things. But you also, the streetcar is 1 or 2 that you think about when you think of those great cities. Transportation in Charlotte. What do you think we have in Tampa? None of the above. And we're getting the density, and now that has to be addressed in the very near future. So those are the things that I feel that are needed. Is it perfect? I don't think anything in life is perfect. Is it better? Much better. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Well, Mr. Miranda, you said it best, I always say, time doesn't sit still.
Nope.
When I look at this pretty picture, Mr. Dingfellow, that looks nice, doesn't it? Mr. Miranda, that looks nice, doesn't it? Real nice. But when I was a boy living on Park Street, my great aunt who raised me, Tampa Heights, total influx of people that used to live in those communities. You had nice armature work down there, Mr. Miranda, used to be the fish. You look at the transformation.
The Garcia Avenue Bridge.
Yeah, you look at the transformation. People talk about gentrification. Time doesn't sit still, and I understand that. Others might, but I understand that times do change, and we have to come up with the times, but we also we can't leave people behind as well. I think it is a nice project, and it kind of saddens me and hurts me sometimes when I talked about this morning at the CRA meeting, how it seems like everything moves every place else, but the east side just moves so slow. Everything's just a plan, but it goes on a shelf and sits. It just upsets me sometimes. But we have all these great developers that come in town or are here now, and we're developing all over the place, but I just can't get anybody to go to the east side to develop anything, Mr. Miranda. Can't develop anything. But beautiful picture here. We got everything building up around. Now we got some more stuff on the agenda. Another nice picture of Lily White Court. That was Temple Parks. Lily White Court. Time doesn't sit still, Jim, and I understand that. But ARC had their recommendation and did what they did. I don't know how I'm going to proceed, but I see it as a nice project, but we'll just see how it goes. Anyone else before Mr. Dingfellow?
Yes, sir. Just one other question popped in my mind, Mr. Hudson, was reference has been made to this little pocket park up in the top corner. Is there a specific reference or condition on the site plan to the pocket park? The site plan I have shows it as a tenant amenity area, but maybe that's an older site plan, I don't know. But anyway, so does the site plan that's going to be voted on make a specific reference to remaining open to the public?
It shows the pocket park. I don't believe there's a specific reference to how it would be open to the public. We're open to a site plan note that would accommodate that. We don't want to. We want it to be open to the public, but I don't think the city wants any type of maintenance or legal responsibility for it. So we would be happy to work with perhaps Ms. Wells or Mr. Wiggins in between first and second reading to figure out a way to provide public access to it. But it is privately owned property, so I don't want to say that it's all of a sudden city land, because I don't think the city wants it. So we're happy to work with legal staff if council's gracious enough to approve this on first reading tonight.
Well, Mr. Shelby always reminds us that if anything is included in the discussion in the pitch, then it should be codified as a condition and between first and second reading. So I hope that you'll work that out. Mr. Shelby seems to have his hand up.
Mr. Chair.
Sorry, you recognize.
That's okay. Thank you. Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. There is an extensive revision sheet which also includes a note regarding affordable housing. That is also set forth between first and second reading. And as you know, Council, it is not for the staff to negotiate something to be put on a site plan between first and second reading. It needs to be set forth with direction as part of your motion in order to accomplish that. So your hearing is still open. If you wish to inquire of the staff and or legal with regard to that issue, you have that opportunity tonight, but otherwise, it would be something that I suspect that they would also recommend that you discuss tonight with direction to staff.
Okay. Well, I hope whoever makes the motion, if one is made tonight in favor of this project, includes an additional condition that generically states that this pocket park will, be open to the public, and the precise details and language of that paragraph, I don't think we can work out here. But as long as it's generic enough to state that, I'm sure that they can bang out that detail later.
If you could clear that with staff and/or legal before you close the hearing, that would be.
Ms. Wells?
I agree with Mr. Shelby. This was part of the applicant's presentation. I don't know what they intend by that. I don't know if there's a minimum size requirement, but that was part of their presentation as to the amenities that would be available. So I would look to Mr. Hudson to provide the precise language to include as the condition on the site plan.
If I may, Councilman Dingfelder, the dimensions of the pocket park are shown on the site plan. The design of that, like the building, will evolve through the certificate of appropriateness process. I would suggest the addition of a site plan note on the revision sheet that says that the developer will provide public access to the pocket park through an easement agreement with the city of Tampa. I've spoken briefly with Mr. Wigginton about this, the notion of a public access to private green space. And I leave it up to the motion maker, if there hopefully is one, that we can be precise enough to give direction without writing the document here right now.
Well, I'm comfortable with that as long as city staff is. In regard to the total picture, I'm thrilled about the project. I think that that's an area that could use a shot in the arm. It's an area that calls for density. Several blocks away, and armature works and everything that Mr. Harden and his partners are doing over there speaks to similar kind of density, and I don't see any reason that it shouldn't be over here. Everything that the neighborhood folks spoke to, I agree with completely. The affordable housing part, I agree with Mr. Chairman. It'd be nice if it was a little more than 10%, but I understand there's market and financial limitations, so at least it's 10%, and I'm glad you're working closely with our housing folks on that. It does bother me a little bit about this underground, getting $500,000 of credit for the undergrounding, because you couldn't build this project without undergrounding the wires. TCO would not let you put poles butt up against these buildings. It just doesn't work that way, and everybody knows it. And I won't put Saul on the spot and ask him, but we all know it. So, I think to get $500,000 of bonus credit for that, like I said earlier, is a bit disingenuous. But, and I hope I'll never see that type of thing again. I agree with the conclusions. I'm a little concerned about the setbacks. They seem a little tight, and I am concerned that the ARC is recommending disapproval. But with all that, I'll probably support it.
Anyone else? Because I want to bring this to a close. We've been on it long enough.
You can.
You're recognized, sir.
Just for the purposes of the comments, before you close the public hearing, if Mr. Hudson has any last comments before you close. Anything you wanted to address, Mr. Hudson?
No, sir, I do not. Thank you, gentlemen, for your time this evening.
Thank you, counsel.
Madam Scott, Mr. Moran is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted.
Again, Mr. Chairman, Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. I'd ask you to take item number 6 first for a vote, which is the vacate, which would then give you the opportunity to consider number 7 separately.
Mr. Maniscalco.
Thank you very much. I have an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, an ordinance vacating, closing, discontinuing, and abandoning a right-of-way alleyway located south of Oak Avenue, north of 7th Avenue, west of Morgan Street, and east of Florida Avenue, Within the plat of Highland Park First Edition, a subdivision in the city of Tampa, Hillsborough County, Florida, as more fully described in section 1 hereof, subject to certain easement reservations, covenants, conditions, and restrictions, as more particularly set forth herein, providing an effective date.
Second.
Mr. Miranda, second. Roll call.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
Viera, Miranda,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
and Goose.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on January 13, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
You recognize, sir?
Yes, thank you. Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. With regard to number 7, whoever does make this motion, please consider two things. Number one, the revision sheet between first and second reading, and to include, however best to say it, the language that was set forth by Mr. Hudson with regard to the additional note to be placed on between first and second reading.
Mr. Carlson?
I will try. Like to move file number. Do I read the resolution or the?
Resolution will be considered, thank you for raising that issue. The resolution, which is the bonus provision agreement, will be considered at the second reading.
Okay.
Just read the ordinance for first reading consideration.
Thank you. So I'd like to move file number REZ 21-86, ordinance being presented for first reading consideration. Ordinance rezoning property in general vicinity of 1701 North Florida Avenue, 205, 207, 209, and 211 East Oak Avenue, 1802 and 1808 North Morgan Street, and 202 East 7th Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification, CI commercial intensive, RM 24 residential multifamily, and PD plan development to PD plan development residential multifamily retail sales and storefront residential, providing effective date.
Chairman, we got to add some more, I believe. May I? I'll second it, and may I add to it, Mr. Carlson?
Yes, please.
The compliance meets is consistent with the land use objectives 2.1 and the policy thereunder, regulating the levels of building and intensity to accommodate the project population increase, consistent with land use objective 6.1 and the policy thereunder, supporting the transformation of major corridors to include a broader mix of uses and providing opportunity for higher density housing, consistent with the land use objective 9.2 and the policy thereunder, ensuring that there is an adequate amount of land planned for residential purposes to accommodate the projected population. Regarding others, proposed development has shown that on the site plan promotes and encourages development that is appropriate in location, character, and compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood, proposes that promotes the efficient, substantial use of land and infrastructure. And the waivers that are asked for, the design of the purpose developed is unique and therefore in need of waivers. The requested waivers do not substantially interfere or injure the rights of others whose property would be affected by the waivers. Also, that between first and second reading, that the revision sheet certainly addresses the,
Access to the park.
access to the parks, and that's going to have to be worked out with the city because it's private land and open to the public, and there's things that complicate things like injuries to others and so forth and so on. And also the main thing was, the items that we mentioned, I forgot what it was, regarding the need, it was mentioned, but we said we have to put it in between first and second reading.
Public access to the park?
No, that was another thing. The housing component of 80% and 120% of the minimum income, that those be also codified in the plan before first and second reading.
I see Mr. Hudson looking to be recognized, Mr. Chair.
With respect to I believe that the affordable housing portion is already in the revision sheet. I think the second item that you might need to mention in the motion is the revision sheet itself, which we agree with in its entirety.
All right, so be it.
All right, second by Mr. Miranda. Roll call vote.
Miranda,
Yes.
Viera, Citro,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Goods.
I'm gonna say yes, but I'm gonna support it because I know the area. My good friend, Mr. Nobles, used to have his law firm on Morgan Street. He used to call me all the time when I was a police officer about the homelessness, the blindness. So that's one reason I will support it. I'm kind of leery in reference to ARC, that $500,000. you know, but again, I know the area is transitioning, so I'll go ahead and support it today.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on January 13, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
All right, we're in recess for 5 minutes. We'll make it 10. Mr. Miranda wants 10.
And again, council, just a reminder that we are still on the platform at this time. The platform is live,
Yes.
so just be conscious of that. Thank you.
Grown a little older and I need a little angel sitting on my shoulder. Need a little Christmas
I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, just like the ones I used to know, where those treetops listen and children listen to hear sleigh bells in the snow, But then I am dreaming of a white Christmas, with every Christmas card I write. May your days, may your days, may your days be merry and bright. And may all your Christmases be white.
I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, just like the ones I used to know, where the treetops listen and the children listen to hear sleigh bells in the snow. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, with every Christmas card I write.
May those days, may your days, may your days be merry and bright. And may all your Christmases be white. Jingle bells, jingle all the way.
The snow is snowing, the wind is blowing, but I can weather the storm. What do I care how much it may storm? I've got my love to keep me warm. I can't remember a worse December. Just watch those icicles fall. What do I care if icicles fall? I've got my love to keep me warm. Off with my overcoat, off with my gloves. I need no overcoat, I'm burning flame grows higher, so I will weather the storm. What do I care how much it may storm? I've got my love to keep me warm.
The flame that we kindle hasn't dwindled at all. It just keeps burning, burning, burning. It won't cool off. Your smile is a goal that leads it. Your kiss is a coal that feeds it and keeps me yearning, yearning. It won't cool off. And when a cloudy day begins to storm up, we'll pity those who find it hard to warm up. We've got a lovely furnace going for us, glowing for us, burning, burning, and it won't cool off. And when a cloudy day begins to storm up, we'll pity those who find it hard to warm up. 'Cause we've got a knocked out furnace going for us, glowing for us, burning, burning, and it won't cool off. Burning, burning, and it won't cool off. Burning, burning, and it won't cool off.
Frosted window panes, candles gleaming inside painted candy canes on the tree. Santa's on his way, he's filled his sleigh with things. Things for you and for me. It's that time of year when the world falls in love. Every song you hear seems to say, Merry Christmas, may your your dreams come true. And this song of mine in 3/4 time wishes you and yours the same thing too. Santa's on his way, he's filled his sleigh with things, things for you and for me. Merry Christmas, may your New Year dreams come true. And this song of mine in 3/4 time, wishes you and yours the same thing too. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas. Christmas, everyone will be there. When it's time, come home for Christmas.
Michael?
Here.
Dingfelder? Cedral? Vieira? Miranda? And Goods. We have a fiscal quorum.
All right. Mr. Shaw, 9 and 15 go together, so we're going to go to number 10, right?
That's correct, sir.
All right, item number 10. Staff?
Give people a minute to regroup.
Oh, man, I can't wait to get to the house. Yeah, it got cold in here all of a sudden, yeah. It got cold in here. Yeah, well, it got cold in here. Somehow the temperature just fluctuates in here, you know? We got anybody from staff for item number 10? All right.
I wonder if we can find out who was snoring.
Leo DeBartolome here from Development Coordination.
Okay, you take it over for Miss Eileen?
No, I'm not prepared to do that, sir.
Okay.
Smart man.
All right, you speaking on item number 10, sir?
No.
All right, once again, do we have staff ready for item number 10?
Is it possible to see who's logged
Zane
in?
or Miss Barnes? Annie logged on? Okay. Do we have an IT problem, maybe?
What do you mean?
All right, let's go home.
Oh.
1 second.
Okay. Well, we can't proceed until they come back.
No. Hello.
Number 10 is here now.
Number 10, son. Okay, I see Kate. All right, there's Annie.
Where's David?
David, okay. All right, Annie, you ready for number 10?
Yes, thank you, council.
All right.
Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. Item number 10 is REZ 2178. The subject property is located at 809 West Linebaugh Avenue. The request is to rezone the property from RS60 to PD. I'll turn over the presentation to the Planning Commission, and after their presentation, I'll conclude mine.
All right, Mr. Hay.
Good evening, council members. David Hay with your Planning Commission staff. I have been sworn. This next item is rezoning 2178. It is located within the University Planning District, more specifically the East Forest Hills neighborhood. There is transit on this portion of West Linebaugh Avenue. This portion is served by Harts Route 14, which connects the site actually down to Britton Plaza and the Yukon Transfer Centers. Even though it's way up here, the site is within a level E evacuation zone, and the closest public recreational facility is about 1,000 feet to the west of Del Rio Pool. Here we have an aerial of the subject site. You can see there's currently a vacant wooded site to the west. There are churches. These two larger buildings are churches to the southwest. You have an office use directly to the south. And then along the southern side of West Linebaugh, it's predominantly single-family detached. We have another church to the northeast. That's the Forest Hills Presbyterian Church. And then there's some residential uses further to the north. Here we have the future land use map. The subject site is that residential 20 future land use category. This may look familiar to you. This was a plan amendment recently from the residential 10 to the residential 20. That was TACPA 21-03. The Res 20 property is this brown color. The tan color is the residential 10 that's located to the north, east, and south. And then this green is where the pool is located. That is the recreational open space future land use category. Again, this was subject of a recent plan amendment. The site is located along a collector roadway and in an area of the city where greater residential development is desired to promote the compact city form strategy, especially while utilizing vacant land. The land use and proposed development does provide a transition from higher density uses along West Linebaugh Avenue to the lower density single family detached neighborhood to the north. Planning Commission staff has reviewed the application and found no adverse impacts to the surrounding neighborhood. The PD would allow development of 8 dwelling units on the site at a density of 16 dwelling units per acre. Overall, the request is comparable and compatible with the surrounding development pattern and consistent with that long-range development pattern encouraged under the residential 20 future land use category. Furthermore, the request will provide for a variety of housing types in this portion of the East Forest Hills neighborhood. And based on that, the Planning Commission staff recommends to you this evening the proposed plan development be found consistent with the provisions of the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan. That concludes my presentation. I'm available if you have any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Hay? Being none, Ms. Barnes?
Thank you, Annie Barnes. Can I please share my screen? Great. Again, the applicant is proposing to rezone 809 West Linebaugh Avenue from RS60 to PD to allow for development of residential single-family semi-detached and detached uses. The applicant is requesting waivers as shown on the screen. Shown here is the survey of the property, approximately 0.5 acres in size. Here is just the first page of the site plan submitted, showing the overall layout of the site. And these were several elevation types provided by the applicant. This is an aerial map in the surrounding zoning. Property north is zoned RS60 and developed single-family detached uses. Property east of the subject site is zoned RS60 as well and developed with a place for religious assembly. Property directly south of the subject site and across West Linebaugh Avenue is zoned RO, residential office, and developed with an office and single-family detached use. Property directly west of the subject site is zoned RS60 and developed with single-family detached uses as well. Okay, so shown here is the subject property facing north off of Linebaugh Avenue. Here again is the subject property and most of the adjacent property facing east further along West Linebaugh Avenue. Again, further east is Forest Hills Presbyterian Church on West Linebaugh. And then this is heading west, so the site pictured next to the adjacent lot parking for the church. This is property directly south of the site across West Linebaugh Avenue. As you can see, it's an office use. And this is Lynn, the intersection of Lynn and West 101st Avenue, which dead ends directly, or 101st dead ends directly behind the subject site. In addition to the revision sheet provided, the following stormwater conditions shown here and modifications are needed if approving the request. So they need to be added to the revision sheet. Development review and compliance staff has reviewed the application and found the request inconsistent with the City of Tampa Code and ordinances. Please refer specifically to natural resources and development coordination comments for overall inconsistency finding. Modifications to the site plan must be completed by the applicant in between first and second reading of the ordinance as stated on the revision sheet if approving the application. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions you may have.
Any questions from Ms. Barnes? All right, being none, I guess we'll hear from the applicant.
Good evening, Council.
Have you
Charlie.
been sworn, sir?
Yes, sir, I have been sworn.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Council. Thank you for your time. I will be brief. I'm Charlie Thomas, 8725 Twin Lakes Boulevard, Tampa, Florida. I'm the developer. We have reviewed the staff comments. We understand the waivers that need to be reformatted between first and second hearing if you see fit to pass this ordinance. We brought this matter before you before when we did the land use change. We took your suggestions into consideration of not maxing out the available by right use and coming up with a compatible development. That's why we have a single family detached and single family single detached. We think it's compatible with the transition between the uses between commercial and the religious use. We have met with the neighbors. They are in support of the project. The land is currently vacant. We purchased it from the church. They were going to do a future development that didn't take place, and currently the chief complaint is just the kids using this land over there to skip school and hide out and vape. It has been a nuisance, but we're committed to addressing all of the concerns that staff has raised and getting those resolved verbatim on the plan prior to second reading if you see fit. Thank you for your time, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Any questions for the applicant? All right. Any questions for the applicant? All right, is anybody on the second floor to speak on this item?
Eileen Rosario, Development and Growth Management. I have 4 gentlemen here, and they've all been sworn in.
Thank you, Ms. Eileen.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, gentlemen, City Council. My name is Tom Corinti. I live at 9322 Forest Hills Drive. I live in the Forest Hills area. I've lived there 28 years. I'm excited about this project. And there's some other projects that are happening just down the road that are going to build another additional 36 single-family homes. And there are other infill lot builders coming in there, buying smaller parcels and adding more homes. My kids have gone to all 3 of the high schools, from grade school to elementary to the high school. And I'm noticing a lot of that generation is wanting to move back into the Forest Hills market, what Forest Hills area is what we need. When I moved in there 28 years ago, it was an older community. Those my neighbors and throughout the community were been there 30 years, 40 years. And what I'm seeing is that the homes in the area are going to make some changes in the future because they're smaller and families want larger homes. So some of the students that graduated from Chamberlain are moving back are adding additions, and then some are even thinking of buying and knocking down and adding bigger homes. So I am for this project because I like to see change. I'd like to see more families move in. It'll help the schools that are already there. There is 3 great schools in that area. It would help Babe Sahara, which is a golf course owned by the city. Increase taxes, which is going to help the schools. So I really don't have much more to say, but I am excited about this project and I do support it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
The other 3 gentlemen in this case do not want to speak on this item. Thank you.
All right, so there's no one else on the second floor to speak on this item?
No, there is not.
All right, we have anybody registered to speak on this item?
No registered speakers.
All right, we'll close. Go back to the applicant.
Thank you, council. Again, thank you for your time, and we look forward to your support of the project.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, move to close.
Second.
Ms. Maniscalco, Mr. Citro, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted. I think we left off, Mr. Citro, item number 10, sir.
Thank you very much. On file number REZ 20-21-78, ordinance be presented for first reading consideration and ordinance rezoning the property in the general vicinity of, I'm at the wrong place. No, I'm not. I'm sorry. 809 West Linebaugh Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification RS60 residential to single family to planned development residential single family detached semi-detached, providing an effective date with waivers and revisions between first and second reading, as the applicant has met the burden of proof through competent substantial evidence in this development as shown on the site plan. That the comprehensive, compliance with the Land Development Code section 27-136 as the proposed use promotes the effective and sustainable use of the land and infrastructure, and as for the waivers, the requested waivers will not substantially interfere or injure the rights of others whose property would be affected by the waivers.
Second.
All right, here was Maniscalco, second. Maniscalco, second. Roll call, vote, please.
Carlson.
Yes.
Boots.
Yes.
Miranda.
Yes.
Vieira. Citro.
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
And Dingfelder.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on January 13, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank
All
you.
right. Item number 12.
Annie Barnes, Development Coordination.
Yes.
My understanding that item number 2 and then number 11 would be followed up.
That was
That's
my
right.
understanding.
My correction. Item number 2 and number 11. You're correct.
Mr. Chairman, I believe.
You're recognized.
Yes, thank you. Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. Mr. Hudson is on screen, and I believe there are some housekeeping matters with regard to this. A reminder, council, that number 2, TACPA 21-20, is not quasi-judicial. That is a legislative matter as held by the courts, whereas the other item that follows is a quasi-judicial matter. They will be taken up separately, and I believe Mr. Hudson has requested that the time that is remaining with regard to the presentation on the land use be applied to the presentation that follows on the rezoning. Mr. Hudson, did you want to address council directly on that?
That's exactly right, Mr. Shelby. Chairman Goods, I really only need probably 5 minutes for item 2, which is the comp plan amendment, and would ask that I be able to transfer the unused 10 minutes over to item 11, which is the rezoning, but we'll be keeping time on our end as well.
Okay, Mr. Hudson, last time almost 40, 50 minutes, but we'll be mindful of that, all right?
I'm going to talk even faster. Thank you, sir.
All right, item number 2.
Good evening, council members. David Hay with your Planning Commission staff. If I could share my screen, please. Thank you. You should be seeing my screen. Hopefully. Yes?
We got it, Dave.
All right, thank you. This TACPA 21-20, this is the first reading consideration of property that's been described as Tampa Park Property North. General location, it is located between Ybor City and downtown. It's located within the Central Tampa Planning District. More specifically, it falls within the boundaries of the historic Ybor neighborhood, but it also falls within the boundary of the Central Park urban village, which is also the Encore. Encore is the major component of the Central Park urban village. You can see it represented here by the star just to the northeast of downtown. Here we have an aerial of the subject site. You can see it's outlined in red. It's only a portion of the Tampa Park Apartments. The Tampa Park Apartments run basically from Nebraska all the way up to 7th. This is only one portion here, 1 block south of East 7th. You could see North Nebraska Avenue to the west. You've got Ybor to the northeast and historic 7th Avenue. Also, this dashed line, this is the boundary, the local historic district boundary. So you can see the majority of the site does fall within the historic, local historic district. And then the development over down here to the southwest is the Encore development. Again, this is privately initiated. It's small scale. It's approximately 5.19 acres in size. Current adopted future land use category is community mixed use 35 district, and the applicant is looking to go to the urban mixed use 60 future land use category. Now we'll just go around the site. Here we're looking north up Nuccio Parkway. The subject site is here on the left. Again, you can see Ybor in the distance. Here we're looking northeast up Scott Street. The subject site is now on the right side of the photo. Here we're looking west down East Estelle Street, excuse me. The subject site is behind the photographer. Here we're looking southwest toward BT Washington Elementary School, and you can see downtown in the distance. Again, the subject site is behind the photographer. And then here we are, we're looking east toward the subject site from the intersection of East Estelle Street and Scott Street. So Ybor City would be behind these buildings over on the left. All right, here we have the adopted future land use map. There's a lot of pinks on this map, so I'll kind of, the subject site and properties to the north, west, and south are all that community mixed use 35. Immediately to the east, in the bright red, that's the community commercial 35. To the southeast, and then over here in Encore, that dark purple color, that's the regional mixed use 100. That's the most intensive category outside downtown Tampa. Then to the northeast, where 7th Avenue is located, this color here, and then portions of properties located west of Nebraska Avenue. These are actually urban mixed use 60 designated parcels. This is the category that the applicant is seeking for this. So it would match what is on historic 7th Avenue and west of Nebraska Avenue. And of course, the green here is the recreational open space category. There is some light industrial down here and heavy industrial. These are remnant, the heavy industrial is remnant pieces within the Channel District. And actually this light gray, it's light industrial, but these are actually associated, these are the rail yards for Union Station. Here we have the proposed future land use map. If this amendment is approved this evening, you can see it now matches what's directly to the northeast under that urban mixed use 60. The impacts currently under the community mixed use 35 category, up to 181 dwelling units or a maximum of 452,000 square feet of non-residential or residential uses could be considered under the CMU 35. That would increase to a maximum of 311 units or a maximum of residential or non-residential or mixed use development of up to 734,000 square feet. The proposed amendment would allow for additional density and intensity and would introduce the possibility of the RM35, the RM50, the CI zoning districts, and within the Ybor Local Historic District, the YC6 zoning district would now be able to be considered under the Urban Mixed Use 60. As usual, we have submitted the request to our partner agencies for their review and input. All of the comments are included within your packet for your review. We did receive a comment from Hillsborough County Schools stating that Blake High School is projected to be over capacity. In these cases, state law requires the school district to take capacity in adjacent concurrency service areas, example, school attendance boundaries, into account during development review. At this time, additional capacity does exist in adjacent concurrency service areas at the high school level. Please note that the school board at this stage only provides an analysis for adequate facilities and is not a determination of school concurrency. A school concurrency review will be issued prior to preliminary plat or site plan approval. The Planning Commission reviewed the comprehensive plan and found that the proposed map amendment request for the Urban Mixed Use 60 future land use category would be consistent with the adopted policy guidance within the comprehensive plan. Your Planning Commission found 4 main areas of consistency. The comprehensive plan encourages new development to be sensitive to existing development in regards to scale and massing. The subject site is located in the Ybor Local Historic District. As such, any development is subject to review by the Barrio Latino Commission, which has specific standards for development that occurs within the district. Also, the Urban Mixed Use 60 future land use category is present in the district, specifically to the northeast of the subject site along 7th Avenue. Based on these findings, your staff found the request consistent with compatibility policies and policies related to the city's historic resources. Next, the city's overall growth management strategy is to promote residential infill in appropriate areas. The plan also seeks to target areas that are well served by infrastructure or that have opportunities for additional expansion of existing utilities at minimal cost. Due to the subject site's proximity to the urban core, additional infill may be appropriate in this general area. Finally, the city's plan promotes mixed-use development in the areas with access to employment and transit service. The subject site is ideally situated within proximity to 5 separate transit lines, the Tico streetcar line, and Amtrak intercity rail service. The site, as stated previously, is located between 2 major activity centers, downtown Tampa and Ybor City. Based on those findings, it shouldn't come as a surprise. The Planning Commission does recommend to you this evening that the proposed map amendment be found consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available if you have any questions.
Any questions, Mr. Hay? Mr. Dingfellow, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, David. Just a minor point. Early on in the early slide, it said if the comp plan change is made, that it could accommodate the YC6. And in this particular case, I know I'm not supposed to look ahead, but it appears to me they're looking for the YC9. So I imagine you would include the YC9 as well.
Yeah, I would defer to city staff on the what zoning is permitted. My understanding was the YC6, but it may be mistaken.
Okay. All right, we'll get to it when we get to it. Thanks.
More questions, Mr. Hay? All right, Ms. Barnes?
Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. I am not commenting on the comprehensive plan. Maybe Mr. Hall is, I'm not sure.
I'm not looking for an answer right this second.
Oh, no, you're looking for the, so YC9 is the planned development in Ybor City.
Right.
So, correct, sorry. I thought you meant as a presentation.
Right, so the YC6 is a precise quantification, but the YC9 is the PD equivalent. So.
Correct.
Okay, Thanks.
Um, and our understanding is the YC6 could be introduced under the UMU 60. The YC9 is already permitted under the CMU 35. I believe that's our interpretation. That's why we were saying it allows now consideration for the YC6. They're looking for the YC9 in I believe the zoning. But
Okay. All right, thank you.
You may continue, Ms. Barnes.
I believe I'm going to move into the rezoning portion, item number 11.
I
Is that
can,
okay?
no,
Or-
I'm sorry,
Go
Ms. Barnes, Martin Shelby, I'm sorry,
You
Mr.
recognize,
Chairman.
sir?
Thank you.
If we can, is there, I see Mr. Hall and Mr. Vila there, are they not to discuss item number 2? Is there anybody additionally from staff to discuss item number 2 with council, or is that the end of the staff's presentations?
Council, I'm just present should there have been additional questions regarding zoning. But at this point, I have no other comment.
Now, this is only the comprehensive plan. Mr.
Correct.
Vila?
Good evening, Council. Ron Vila, I'm staff with Historic Preservation. I'm here to deliver the motion from the October 26, 2021 public hearing. The Barrio Latino Commission reviewed the reference request for the property located at 1015 Lily White Court and 1555 Scott Street at its meeting.
If I
And
can,
they voted to recommend
I'm sorry.
approval for the comprehensive plan amendment. For
Mr.
the
Vila,
reasons
Mr.
that
Vila,
is
one second, Mr.
consistent
Vila.
with chapter 27.
Mr. Vila, Mr. Shelby, you have a question, sir?
No, I just wanted to be clear that this, Mr. Vila, is limited to the comprehensive plan. Is that correct, your presentation? Okay, I just wanted that clarified.
That is correct.
I'm so sorry, thank you.
Further discussion for the rezoning at the proper time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So to continue, that the Barrio Latino Commission reviewed this request, and they voted to approve the comp plan amendment from CMU 35 to UMU 60 for the reasons that it is consistent with Chapter 2795. Chapter 2795 states that with regards to the application for rezoning, changes to land use change, or comprehensive plan amendments, to review and recommend reasonable land use changes to the extent necessary to preserve the historic integrity and appearance of the local historic district. So that was the motion on October 26th, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Any questions, Mr. Vila? All right, being none, Ms. Barnes?
Development coordination staff is not necessarily making comment on this. However, I think it's Mr. Hudson's
All right,
5
Mr.
minutes to comment.
All right, Mr. Hudson, you ready to go forward with your item number 2?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chairman. If I may share my screen. Thank you. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Great, thank you. I'm going to save introductions for the rezoning item in the interest of time. We're here this evening to discuss these 2 parcels that are within the historic district. The colors you see on screen, the blue shaded areas are what's referred to as the Gasworks project, a portion of which you'll consider in the next agenda item on the rezoning. The only parcels that we are seeking to change the comprehensive plan map for are 1 and 2 outlined in green. These maps are quite familiar to you by this point, thanks to Mr. Hay, so I'm going to flip through this quite quickly. The increase in density that David alluded to is I think, modest, and as I'll show on the next slide, we think appropriate in light of the density expected in the surrounding area. These are both mixed-use categories, and I would note that UMU 60 is a single increment up from CMU 35. We're not leapfrogging categories or doing anything like that. We are proud to have both the staff of the Planning Commission and the Planning Commission itself recommend approval of this and a determination of consistency. We are also proud to have the support of the Barrio Latino Commission, which I think we had a really fruitful discussion where it does seem like there's an interest in densifying this particular area of the Ybor City Historic District. This is the most important picture, and it's the last one. This amendment is in some ways 15 years in the making, because back in 2006, the Central Park CRA adopted the CRA plan for this area, which the majority of which has now been developed as Encore. The area you see in the green circle is the parcel subject tonight. And the recommendation then, 15 years ago, was UMU 60. And so we're pleased to be able to bring this amendment to you for consideration, which has substantial staff and commission support, both from the Planning Commission and the Barrio Latino Commission. Of course, comprehensive plan density is implemented through zoning. That's the item you're going to hear about next. But all that this item does is promote a modest increase in density that, again, the predecessors on the CRA requested over about 15 years ago. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Any questions, Mr. Hudson? Any questions? All right. Is there anybody on the second floor to speak on this item? Item number 2?
Eileen Rosario, Development and Coordination. There is no one here to speak on this item. Thank you.
Anyone raised to speak on item number 2?
There's no registered speakers for this item.
All right. Move to close item number 2. Mr. Maniscalco, second by Mr. Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted. All right. Mr. Dingfelder?
Sure. In regard to file TACPA 21-20, I'll move the following ordinance for first reading and consideration. An ordinance amending the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan, future land use element, future land use map for the property located at 1015 Lily White Court and 1555 Scott Street, from community mixed use 35 CMU 35 to urban mixed use 60 UMU 60, providing for repeal of all ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
Second.
Second by Mr. Miranda. Roll call.
Dingfelder?
Yes.
Maniscalco? Citro?
Yes.
Vieira? Miranda?
Yes.
Carlson?
Yes.
And Goods.
Disclosure on next.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on January 13, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
All right, we'll move on to item number 11, Mr. Hudson.
Mr. Chairman, just as a point of order.
You recognize?
Thank you. So now we're on to the rezoning on this. The other day, the developers' representatives were attending the TPO, Tampa Planning Organization meeting, and made a brief presentation about this project. It didn't go into depth, and they specifically avoided zoning issues, but I did hear part of their presentation and observe some of the maps. Pretty much the same presentation and the same maps I've read about in the newspaper. So, but that's my disclosure. It would not have any impact or bearing on my ability to be fair and impartial through this rezoning procedure.
Sure.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Just for the point of the record, I just want to confirm that the Transportation Planning Organization did meet on December 7th, and there was a presentation that was made. I have provided that presentation to the clerk's office, so that is uploaded as well in the file of the hearing of this case as part of that ex parte communication. Let me take this opportunity to ask, because there is concern that, for instance, on December 8th, the TPO Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee met, and again, coming up on December 15th, the Livable Roadways Committee is coming up again. And just in terms of ex parte communications for the purposes of tonight's hearing, is there anybody else or any other circumstance that requires disclosure at this time of an ex parte communication relative to this rezoning?
Mr. Chair, thank you very much, Mr. Shelby. I am chairman of the Livable Roadways. I have heard some things about this. I don't know what was said at the TPO. However, in my capacity as chair of Livable Roadways, I do not feel that I will have any bias as to my vote on this tonight.
Well, thank you. Anything else, counsel?
Mr. Maniscalco, you recognize?
Just for the record, I'm a member of the TPO, and before there was any presentation, which was left at the end of the agenda, I got up to leave in order to avoid anything, so I didn't hear anything at all.
And
excuse me if I can, one more thing. I am also a member of the TPO, and before this was discussed, I did also get up and leave.
And as well, for the record, I just want to state that this was at a noticed public meeting of the TPO. Thank you.
And if I may, I was at this meeting, but I didn't pay attention, so, no, I'm joking. I'm not.
This guy, man. Yeah, it's late, brother, it's late. All right.
Why start now?
Item number 11.
So, Mr. Chairman, just as a follow-up, as I watched Mr. Maniscalco and Mr. Citro leave the meeting, and that only left one remaining city council member present, so therefore it even strengthened my belief that there was no conflict or problems by me remaining. Thank you.
All right, item number 11, let's swear everybody in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
All right, staff, item number 11.
Thank you, Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. Item number 11 is REZ 2195. The subject property is located at 1015 Lily White Court, 1555 Scott Street, and 1502 Nuccio Parkway. The request is to rezone the property from YC2 and RM24 to PD and YC9. I'll turn over the presentation to the Planning Commission, and after their presentation, I'll conclude mine.
Good evening, council members. David Hay with your Planning Commission staff. If I could share my screen. Hopefully you can still see me too. They're shutting the lights off in the county center building. So, shutting it off on me. All right, we're in the Central Tampa Planning District, again located within the Central Park Urban Village, and also within the historic Ybor neighborhood. Again, this site, a portion of this site was just approved to the UMU 60 under the 21-20, Plan Amendment 21-20. So this should all look familiar to you. There is transit, again, located adjacent to the site. As mentioned in the plan amendment, the subject site is located within evacuation zone D, and the Tampa Park Plaza is the closest public recreational facility located to the west of the subject site. Again, here we have an aerial. Of course, it should look very familiar to you all. This portion here was what was just amended under 2120, Plan Amendment 2120. And again, you can see this is the portion that remains the Community Mixed Use 35. So Community Mixed Use 35 on the south, Urban Mixed Use 60 on the north. And again, this is actually the now outdated map, because these are the properties that went to the Urban Mixed Use 60. Again, all this is Community Mixed Use 35, the southern portions, Community Mixed Use 35, the Urban Mixed Use 60, which is this northern piece, is same as 7th Avenue. All right. With the approval of TACPA 2120, the subject site now has those two future land use designations of Urban Mixed Use 60 and the Community Mixed Use 35. The UMU 60 future land use designation allows for that high density residential and professional office and residential and commercial development. The subject site's flu designations of UMU 60 and Community Mixed Use 35 are recognized as a mixed use corridor, and the subject site is located within that Central Park Urban Village. Both designations have specific policy directions that promote a pedestrian-friendly development pattern with a vertical mixture of uses and densities that encourage transit usage, also supported by the compact city form strategy. The site plan meets the intent of these comprehensive plan policies by providing a mixed-use development, internal pedestrian connections, and pedestrian entrances located adjacent to the sidewalk. The proposed number of dwelling units will also provide additional housing opportunities for Tampa's growing population. Those additional housing units are supported by Housing Policy 1.3.1 and 1.3.3. There is one correction that Planning Commission staff would recommend. Between first and second reading, Planning Commission staff requests that any reference to Regional Mixed Use 100 is removed from the site plan. The adoption date for Regional Mixed Use 100 flew on the southern portion of the site plan is planned for later in 2022. Based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff does find the plan development request is consistent with the provisions of the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm available if you have any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Hay? All right, Ms. Barnes?
Thank you, Andy Barnes, Development Coordination. Can I please share my screen? All right, great again. RZ 2195, the applicant is proposing to rezone 1015 Lillywhite Court, 1555 Scott Street and 1502 Nuccio Parkway from YC2 and RM24 to PD and YC9 to allow development of residential, multifamily, and storefront residential, office, and commercial uses. The applicant is requesting waivers as shown on the screen here. This is a survey of the subject property, approximately 7.92 acres in size. Shown here is a portion of the site plan showing the overall layout of the site. The proposed project, again, is for 724 residential multifamily units, along with 20,000 square feet of storefront residential office and storefront residential commercial uses. The building setbacks are at 0. Proposed maximum building height is 72 feet or 6 stories. Subject property is partially located within the Ybor City Historic District. The Barrio Latino Commission, BLC, reviewed the rezoning site plan and recommended approval with conditions. One of the BLC's conditions of approval was to allow the BLC ability to adjust all dimensional setbacks by 10 feet. Shown here are elevations provided by the applicant. Shown here is an aerial map with the surrounding zoning. Property directly north of the subject site, south of East 7th Avenue is zoned YC2 and developed with multifamily uses. Property directly west of the subject site across Scott Street is zoned YC2 and RM24 and developed with a school, a middle school, and residential multifamily uses. Property directly south of the subject property is zoned RM24 and IG. This property is developed with residential multifamily uses, a railroad track, and as you can see on the map, the Selman Expressway. Additionally, the applicant is proposing 36 affordable dwelling units restricted for rental or occupancy for a period of 30 consecutive calendar years. Shown here is the subject property along Scott Street. This is both sides of Scott Street facing south. Shown here is the property along Nuccio Parkway. And this is south of the subject site, the rail. This is the very end of the site as well as vacant property directly south of the site. Additionally, if approving, the revision sheet needs to be updated to have the revised setbacks as shown it's here on the screen based on the BLC's conditions of approval. Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the application and found the request inconsistent with the City of Tampa Code ordinances. Please refer to Transportation, Natural Resources, and Development Coordination comments for overall inconsistency finding. Modifications to the site plan must be completed by the applicant before first and second reading of the ordinance, as stated on the revision sheet of approving the application. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions you might have.
Any questions? Ms. Barnes, can you repeat the number? Was it 724 units?
Yes.
And
That is
36
correct.
would be affordable?
That is correct.
Any questions for Ms. Barnes?
5%.
5%, that's what I said.
5%. All right, any questions, Ms. Barnes? All right, let's move on to the applicant.
Thank you, Chairman. If I could share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir, we can see it.
You know what, actually, before I do that, let me share the faces first. My name is Tyler Hudson. My address is 400 North Ashley Drive, and it's an honor to be here this evening on behalf of the first phase of the Gasworks projects. With me here in person is Graham Tyrell with Kettler, Daryl Shaw. Graham and Daryl are the development partners on this project. Alan Ward with Sasaki, project designer and landscape architect. Greg Roth with Bowler, our civil engineer. Alex Shaler with GBMM. And then virtually we have Randy Cohen, our transportation planner. Ricky Pederica, our arborist. And finally, Nick Aiello, one of our consulting architects. Now if I could share my screen.
One second, Mr. Hudson. Mr. Vila, did you have a presentation for this, for item number 11, sir?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Goods. I just want to put onto the record that the Barrio Latino Commission did recommend approval as presented at the public hearing on October 26, 2021. There were two conditions associated with that approval recommendation. That a note be added to the site plan to authorize the Barrio Latino Commission the ability to adjust the setbacks on all elevations for a distance of up to 10 foot to enable the development of the building envelope to be consistent with the historic fabric. I want to also state that this happened in a prior case that we had this evening. That is a caveat that we put on the plans for the recommendation for rezoning that allows the ability of the board to review the project, to undulate the project. That's a word that we used earlier, but it's not the whole facade. It's just if there's a long facade that the board has the ability, along with development conversations with their team, to break up that massing so that that longer facade could read as two separate buildings that would be more consistent with the fabric within Ybor City. The second bullet item that was a condition was to retain and reuse all of the historic pavers that are currently within the boundary site. When the board reviewed this project, there were 8 waivers that were associated. Tyler and his team went through each of those waivers, and the board was comfortable with the waivers that were presented. And I'm here to answer any questions.
Any questions, Mr. Bailey? All right, thank you, sir. All right, Ms. Hudson, you can continue with your presentation, sir.
Thank you, Chairman. Before I jump in, let me address a couple things that Ron just mentioned. We are 100% in support of the note to the site plan, granting BLC the ability to modify setbacks. And on the bricks, we're completely open to that as well. You note that under Chapter 22, we actually have to give all the bricks back to the city, but we hope the city will give us back as many of the bricks as we can use. So with that, let's get started. You've met the project team. I'd like to reiterate some of the points that Annie and Ron mentioned. We are very proud to have the support of the Barrio Latino Commission for this PD rezoning, as well as the support of the Hillsborough County Planning Commission. We found this consistent with the comprehensive plan, as David alluded to. While we do have an inconsistency finding due to the number of waivers we're requesting from natural resources and transportation, we are proud to have consistency findings from the City of Tampa reviewing agencies that you see on screen. The waivers that I'm going to present to you tonight are identical to the waivers that I presented to you in a previous case. That has nothing to do with it, but that is for illustrative value that this is a similar project in that it is a urban infill project on a relatively tight site, and some of the technical requirements of the land development code are extremely difficult to comply with. I've sent to each of you and the clerk and the city attorney and Mr. Shelby. It's also in Acela, a extensive list of waiver justifications and other supplemental information for you to review, but I do, for the record, want to go through these waivers right now. On parking, you can see in yellow, those are the internal parking garages for the buildings. But because of the way TV screens are shaped, we have to break up the PD into the left side and the right side. The left is north, the right is south. You can see the red dotted match line. We are requesting a fairly minor reduction in parking, just 5%. I would note that if this project were entirely in the Ybor City Historic District, which it's not, if it were, though, we would only require 784 parking spaces. As David alluded to, this site is certainly near some existing transit opportunities. It's very near the streetcar. There's some hard routes. It's also quite walkable into the CBD and to Ybor. You can see on screen the walk, bike, and transit scores from walkscore.com. On access, we need to request this waiver for commercial access to a local street, which is Scott Street, and then it turns easterly to Scott Drive. The reason for that is because while our site plan shows access to New CO Parkway, there is a site plan note that access does not exist today. That access would need to be granted by the city pursuant to an easement agreement, and because that red strip there is a piece of city-owned property. We've had very productive conversations with the city mobility department about how this type of connection could reconnect and restore some of the grid in this area that has been lost over the years, and which Graham and Alan are going to discuss shortly. But because we do not have that access currently on New CO Parkway, we do need the access waiver for Scott Street. On loading, the project has 3 loading areas. It has 4 loading areas, 3 of them count, and we technically would have to have 5. I would note again that a project like this, no building would have to have more than 1 loading berth if we were in, for example, the West Shore Overlay District, which has a much higher density under the comprehensive plan. Yeah, we have 2 internal loading berths on the north side, 1 internal loading berth on the south side, which is on the right. We also do have, and it's shaded in, we'll call it turquoise, in the drive aisles. There is an area potentially for loading there, but again, that does not count from a technical compliance standard for Chapter 27. With that, I would ask that Ricky Paterica take it away on trees.
Thank you. Evening, Council. Ricky Paterica with Dark Moss. I have been sworn. We have 3 waivers requested related to trees. The first waiver is the removal of 3 non-hazardous grand trees. We're proposing to remove 2 that are in good condition and 1 that's in fair condition, but we're also proposing to preserve 2 grand trees in good condition and preserve another in fair condition. The trees proposed for removal either fall within the footprint of the building, which are shown with red X's on the plans before you, or they would be adversely affected by pruning associated with the proposed street grid alignment, which is the red X that's not within the building footprint. The second waiver is to reduce the minimum retention percentage from 50% to 21%. The site is nestled within a narrow gap between the Central Business District, the Channel District, and Ybor City. All 3 of these areas in the city are exempt from tree retention requirements. 41 protected trees are currently located on the 8.1 acre site, which yields an urban tree density of 5.1 trees per acre. This is equal to the tree density found on public communication and utility lands, which is the land use with the lowest tree density in the city, according to the canopy study, excluding a single agricultural parcel. And the last is to request to pay into the tree trust fund. Only 27 trees or mitigation trees are required. So this waiver may not be necessary, but we are requesting it in an abundance of caution. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions. I'll hand it back to Mr. Hudson.
About that, I was on mute. Before I turn things over to Graham and Alan for their portion of the presentation, I do want to note, we can discuss this later, that waiver number 8 regarding the masonry wall, I think staff and everyone has agreed that that waiver is not necessary, and the revision sheet mentions its deletion. With that, let's turn things over to Graham Tyrell. He's going to chat a bit about this project.
Good evening, Council. Graham Tyrell, Senior Vice President with Kettler. We're the development partner with Darrell Shore, as Tyler has already mentioned. I just really want to give you a quick overview of Kettler's experience, as well as just the project here. So Kettler is a development company based out of the Washington, D.C. area. I'm actually here though in Tampa, and I've been working with Darrell for close to 2 years. We paired up largely because Kettler has an extensive experience in doing large mixed-use multifamily and mixed-use developments, and also with a focus on placemaking. You can see there our spread is all the way from Pennsylvania down to Florida. These are just a few of our example developments. You can see we definitely focus on urban walkable neighborhoods, and that's definitely something we want to bring to this particular project. You're probably familiar with some of Darrell's work in Ybor. He has a long history there and definitely does very high quality work. And these are just some of the examples of things he's done over the years. And Alan will be talking a little bit about the design side of the project. Sasaki, you may have heard of the name. They're an internationally renowned planner and landscape architect. They've done projects throughout the United States and indeed around the world. Again, these are just some of the examples, both nationally as well as a local example there in Sarasota. So the development site that we're talking about today is part of our larger vision for what we call Gasworks. As you can see, it sits really in between Ybor City, Channel District, and Encore. It really fills a gap that exists today of mostly underutilized property, as well as the former Tampa Park apartment site. And a big part of what we hope to bring with this development, as well as the Gasworks project overall, is reconnecting these neighborhoods in a very sort of meaningful way. That it really creates kind of a continuum of urban neighborhoods that people will experience as they sort of walk from one place to the next. This is an aerial view of the site, and this shows our proximity to some of the larger landmarks you're very familiar with in Ybor, but also shows how the property sort of sits along Lucia Parkway. You can see Union Station there just slightly to the left side of the image. And also this really conveys the proximity generally to downtown, to Encore, and to Channel District. This view probably explains that even better, and I think it also goes to show that really the property today is really inappropriately used in terms of its density. When you look at this image and you see the proximity of downtown and Channel District and Ybor, this is just a very sort of unusual land use within otherwise urban conditions. We always like to go back and look at the history, and this is actually really important in this particular case because what you'll see here is back in the 1950s, the street grid that existed then and the development pattern was very consistent with that which you see still today in Ybor. And so what happened then in the 1960s is that a lot of that neighborhood was torn down. That's the image in the middle. You can see the grid is still vaguely there. This is right before the urban renewal with the construction of the Tampa Park apartments and Lucia Parkway, which really sort of created a second barrier between Ybor and this particular area, in addition to the CSX rail tracks. So the image on the right shows you then what we have today, which is an area that is sort of somewhat separated from the Ybor area to the east by virtue of those two fairly significant elements. So as I mentioned, one of the things we want to do with our development is really reconnect the greater neighborhood and bring some walkability and some consistency to those areas. And so this is a view on the left of Fifth Avenue, and it just goes to show you when you're stood on Fifth Avenue in Ybor City, you can see the Temple Park Apartments site right there across the other side of New York Parkway, but it feels somewhat remote from where you are. Similarly, the image on the bottom right is looking across the rail tracks. This is roughly in the location of 4th Avenue. And again, you can see the apartment community there, but it's really separated by this infrastructure of rail and a very large street in New York Parkway. So we want to bring to this development, again, Alan will speak much more to the specific design elements and the way we thought about it, but we really want to bring walkable streets and combine that pedestrian experience with high quality housing. So we spent a lot of time thinking about the look and feel of the buildings. Again, Alan will explain that, but this is really sort of how we envision the livability of this neighborhood once it's completed. We also think there's an opportunity here to bring workforce housing to the neighborhood. We are not required by bonus density or anything else to do any affordable housing or workforce housing, but we recognize that it's an important issue in Tampa. And so we are proposing 36 units of workforce housing. Obviously, where we're located, we're within walking distance of a lot of jobs in Ybor. We have great access to downtown via the streetcar, Water Street, and all the other new places that are popping up around us. So obviously there's a lot of employment, and I think putting workforce housing, where those employment opportunities exist, obviously makes perfect sense. And just as a point of reference, those 36 units represent a $3.8 million investment in workforce housing. And again, that is something that we're not required to do under the zoning or any of the requirements. That is simply something we are voluntarily offering as part of this project. So at this point, I'd like to hand off to Alan with Tcc, and he can walk you through the site plan and some of the design elements.
Okay, so I'm Alan Ward with Tcc. I've been with the firm for over 30 years, and we're the planners and landscape architects working closely with Graham and Daryl on the project. So as Tyler mentioned earlier, the subject of the rezoning tonight, the subject property, is part of a larger master plan vision for Gasworks. And this vision, which would start with this, the first phase, when realized, will basically transform this part of the city, and it will help reestablish the grid. So you see 4th Avenue and 5th Avenue cut through the rezoned property here and reestablish those streets which are gone today. The grid makes small urban blocks in this, the first phase, as well as in the balance of the Gasworks redevelopment. These streets will be more walkable, that are narrow streets, scaled and compatible with the streets of Ybor City. And also there's a transition in scale. The buildings are lower, they tend to be smaller as you go north towards the historic fabric of Ybor City, and they step up in scale as you go south towards the Channelside district, where there are, of course, taller buildings. So in a sense, what we're trying to accomplish here, we're proposing to kind of heal and repair this part of the city, which has had these layers of infrastructure and been disconnected over time. So this zeroes in on the subject property, and you see the buildings are organized around courtyards, small courtyards that are similar in scale to some you might see in historic Ybor City. They're each oriented towards the street, so you have visual connections into these green spaces. And you can see there's a line that goes from one courtyard to the north, kind of through each of the 3 buildings, and kind of links these courtyards visually. The parking is held within the blocks, and the buildings do have subtle setbacks that you can see around the edges. Also, 4th Avenue is the location for the retail. You can see it's colored slightly different, about 20,000 square feet. Another important design decision here was many of the ground floor units open to the street. So you can see all these little paths around the edges are units that open to the sidewalk, so it helps activate the streets. And this gives you a sense of the quality and the character of the landscape that's brought to these courtyards and to the street. So these green spaces will be welcome in Ybor City, which has so few green spaces, and there's significant planting along the streets as well. And in fact, this particular zone here functions as one building with a bridge connecting it, and we've extended the Fifth Street through it to kind of keep the scale of smaller blocks. This shows the overall massing, and there is a subtle but significant kind of transition in scale and character of buildings. On the right to the north, towards historic Ybor, the buildings are 3 to 4 stories and varied slightly. In the center, they're 4 to 5 stories. And then as you get south towards Channelside, towards Encore, it goes up 5 to 6 stories. And you can see the subtle setbacks that are also part of the profile of the building. So there's variation in how the building kind of meets the skyline, and the roof line is varied with each building. So this is one of these small courtyards along the new Fifth Avenue. It preserves one of the heritage trees you can see towards the center. And there's significant new planting brought to the streets and into these green courtyards. And the architecture here, these are contemporary buildings, but they're influenced by the architecture of the larger brick buildings that you see in Ybor City. So the proportions of the windows are vertical, like those older brick buildings in Ybor City. There's a cornice line at the top, like you see in Ybor, as well as a base to the buildings where the building meets the ground. So they're influenced by Ybor City, but not direct copies. Also, the brick is varied. You can see alternated with other materials to start to break down the scale of these buildings to appear almost like a collage of smaller buildings. So here's a view at Fifth Avenue, the new street that runs through, that is the entry to these northern buildings, which are connected by a bridge. And here you can see also the variation in the use of brick and other materials, and then the metal balconies, which are also influenced by the architecture in Ybor City in terms of varying the facade of these buildings. Also, you see the subtle setbacks along Fifth Avenue, which occurs with the buildings shown here. And then this is Fourth Avenue, the location of the retail. So this is kind of a gathering space in this redevelopment with the retail along the street, at the corners, along with the entrance to the building. Here the scale is slightly adjusted upward as we go south. The balconies are kind of stronger elements. They still create patterns of light and shade on the buildings. You can see the roof line is varied, some usable rooftops as well. And then once again, the brick is varied along with alternating other materials to kind of scale down these buildings. Okay, so that concludes the design presentation. I'll pass it now to Daryl Shaw, who will add some final comments.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. Daryl Shaw, co-developer with Kettler on the Gasworks project. I first moved to Ybor City in 1988 after graduating from college. I moved into an apartment above what at that time was West of the Moon Studios. It used to be the Greco hardware store on the northeast corner of 8th Avenue and 15th Street, and fell in love with Ybor, fell in love with the architecture, the unique grid structure. Every single block is 200 feet deep by 350 foot wide. They created a pedestrian interest and a walkability. The building's built to the up to the sidewalk. The architecture, the amazing history of Ybor City with immigrants from Cuba, Spain, Italy, and elsewhere coming together, a truly rich heritage. As we look at Ybor today, Ybor over the last several decades has experienced stops and starts in the redevelopment, and I think everybody has always said it's a matter of when, not if. But what Ybor is truly missing is a residential population. There's a little over 2,000 people living in the historic district today. I believe we need over 6,000 or 7,000 people to create a truly amazing, thriving district with people living there, utilizing services that they need on a daily basis, walkability. And when we think through what creates an amazing place, an amazing neighborhood, it is, in addition to the housing, it's public space, it's green space, so parks, it's sidewalks, it's pedestrian paths, it's bikeways, it's access to transit, And then when you think through, what creates the real diversity in the population, it is a community that can meet the needs of all and not be homogeneous. So diversity of race, of economic status. We've got a strong desire to bring the arts and artists back to Ybor City, and I'm thinking through projects on that scope. We're actively under construction on a dog park for people, to walk their dogs in the morning. So we've got a significant vision for Ybor City. This is the first project of material, size, and scope in the gasworks development. We're very excited about it. We're hoping to be able to launch this project in 2022, followed by significantly more. So thank you for your consideration, and we hope that you will demonstrate support.
Thanks, Daryl, and thank you, gentlemen, for your time. That's all we have. We're happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Any questions? Mr. Dingfellow?
Thank you. Thank you all for your presentations. I don't know who to ask this question to. I'll let you be the ringmaster, Tyler. The Tampa Park Apartments, I used to teach over there at Booker T. Washington, and half my students were from Tampa Park Apartments and half were from Central Park Village. Central Park is gone, and I think the Encore project is doing a pretty good job in providing a fair number of affordable and workforce housing units in a mixed-use environment. I don't have those numbers, but that's what I've been told. Tampa Park Apartments, it's my understanding, was almost 400 units of workforce and affordable housing. Obviously, the folks are gone and the buildings are gone. And you guys are proposing 36 affordable workforce housing out of the 724 at 5% to replace the 372 workforce housing that was there before. We get accused of encouraging and condoning and going along with gentrification. And I often try and argue that and say, well, wherever we can, we work with developers to do significant amount of workforce housing and affordable housing to avoid that gentrification accusation. And I know the legislature has spoken to this, and I know Kate Wells is up at the top of my screen wondering where John Dingfelder's going with this. But I'm going to ask the question, I think it's important to ask the question is why only 5%? This is a billion-dollar project. It's very obvious. There's a lot of money going into it and a lot of great effort. And I love the density. I love the mixed use. The design seems very excellent, and I'm glad the Barrio is supportive, which tells me that you worked hard with them on the design issues, et cetera, et cetera. But I saw Mr. Chairman sort of gulp and gasp when he saw that 5% number, and I did too. So anyway, long-winded question. Gave you plenty of time to think of what the answer is.
Ms. Wells, you're recognized. Your hand's up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And along those lines, during the presentation, I heard both the words affordable housing and workforce housing, and they are not unanimous. Affordable housing is defined by statute, and there are different AMI thresholds associated with it. And in the staff report, it was staff's understanding that the units that were being provided would be affordable housing at the 120 AMI threshold. I heard workforce housing during the presentation, so I want the record to be perfectly clear as to what is being proposed here
Because also with workforce housing, that's not a defined term. So from an enforceability standpoint, I don't know how the city would approach that.
Okay, well, I appreciate that as a side issue, and I'm sure we can address that for the 36 units, but I want to know why there's only 36 units.
Thank you for the question, Councilman. If I can kind of unpack the different questions and do the best I can to get you some answers. Regarding the issue that Ms. Wells alluded to about affordable versus workforce, as I'm sure you all have seen, sometimes there's a lot of confusing terminology. What the developer is volunteering to do is set aside 36 units as affordable housing at the 120% AMI income and rent limits. And that is a qualifying subset of, quote, affordable housing under the relevant Florida state statutes. I think, Councilman Dingfelder, you alluded to state law, and I think it does bear in mind repeating here that unfortunately Tallahassee has severely constrained what cities can and can't do in terms of requiring affordable housing. If you require affordable housing in terms of inclusionary zoning, or if you impose an impact fee for housing, which is called a linkage fee, under state law, there's an obligation to spend an amount of money to make the developer whole. And so it can become cost neutral in what is sometimes a costly way for the city. And so I would note that in this situation, this contribution of affordable housing does not have any requirement of city funding to come back. It's a one-way street. I also would like to note that the project you have before you this evening is a part of a larger project. The only thing before you this evening is the 7 or so acres that are part of the rezoning 21-95. But I think, as everyone's aware, based on media reports, based on what was shown on screen, there is a larger zoning master plan that will come to you sometime early next year. It is filed as rezoning 21-114. That is going to come together with a development agreement that is going to have an affordable housing component. I think because that rezoning is not before you right now, nor is that development agreement, I'd like Daryl to talk a little bit about why the diversity of income from a renter perspective matters and is actually necessary to make this work, and how that can be expanded upon beyond what you're just seeing tonight, because what you're seeing tonight is not the full story of GasWorks.
So the only thing I would respond is you guys chose to break this up into pieces, because I recall a conversation a couple of years ago where it was all going to come in once, but you guys decided to break it up in pieces. And like you say, Tyler, we can't rely on something that might happen next year. So anyway, go ahead, Mr. Shaw. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, Councilman Dingfelder, I think that you asked a very fair question, and I can assure you that we have a very significant commitment to true affordable housing, not just workforce housing. And we are actively working on that. We actually have a project in the works that we will be talking about in the coming future. And so I do want to acknowledge what Tyler had said. You are seeing but a small part of the overall development. We will be coming before you again, and we will have a significant commitment to true affordable housing. It is something that's personally important to me. It's important, because you need a diversity within the community, within the broad Ybor community, and it's important because of the history of the Tampa Park apartment complex. So yes, very fair question.
And if I could add to that, Councilman Dingfelder, I think it's important to not lose sight of the novelty of this type of voluntary contribution. I don't believe that's something that this council has seen particularly often, and so I think it's important to not lose sight of that.
Let me say this, Tyler. As the only black man on this council, and I know Tampa Park very well, and it's great to see change for the better for all people. And I don't have a problem with you building something, but it's the symbolic problem I have, because Tampa Park was built by the first chairman of the Tampa City Council, Mr. Perry Harvey. Him and Mr. Andrews of Florida Sentinel newspaper. So for the black community, it's very symbolic when it was tore down. But business is business. I understand that. But folks had the dream of thinking that when you built this project, that it would be a place where everyone could live versus affordable, workforce, or market rate. So when people look at this vision tonight, and all I heard was high value, walkable, residential, you know, it didn't talk about just the regular common people. It talked about rich people or people who could afford this big market rate price because some things may be coming to Ybor City. And I applaud Mr. Shaw for trying to make a difference down to change the dynamics of Ybor in that area, because eventually it does have to change. But when you look at the overall picture, especially for me, and I don't see where some folks that look like me maybe be able to afford to be there or be included in the process of living there, it's disappointing to me. Now, I understand you say it's a bigger picture, but a lot of times this council has been told something else is coming down the road, doesn't happen, and it doesn't happen. So I'm just saying that, you know, this is not indicative of what my vote will be tonight, sir, but I'm just saying 724, and I understand it's a private development, and the city has no game in this at this time because this portion is a private development. And I do understand that. But to me, I'm sorry, when I see 724 units and 36, and in your presentation, it says nothing about affordable. It says workforce. And I'm so tired of hearing that word workforce because I know what that means for certain careers, and I know what they make. When I hear about the policeman, the nurse, and some of these other jobs, those aren't no workforce. The workforce is me, the person who lives at McDonald's, Burger King, the average Joe. That's a workforce. So, again, my vote is not indicative of what your project is tonight, but I want you to take this back and your group really think about how you're going to do things going forward so people can know what you're really going to do, because to me, it's just hard to say 724 units minus 36 that are workforce, and a new development is coming to an area that was actually built for black people back in the day it was like a barrack type style building that they built so people could live there. So just understand my plight, how I feel. I can't say how the other gentlemen on the council feel, but it's how I feel at this point. And again, it's not indicative of how I may vote. I just want you to know I feel some kind of way how this is moved. Thank you. Anyone else?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say that there are things that are legal, and there are things that are not required, and there's things that are done from the heart. And I have one thing, I have things that come from a mirror. You got to look at yourself in a mirror. And I'm not talking about you gentlemen and ladies here present, but this country is going to hell, little by little, piece by piece, because the opportunities that I had as a kid are leaving. See, I come from the housing projects, and I say that all the time. I'm not ashamed of that. If there's a thing as a reincarnation, I want to come back as the same ugly guy living in the same housing project, marrying the same girl, having the same kids, and born in Ybor City. Because it was life. Kids don't even know what life is anymore. All they see is gunshot at OK Corral, killings everywhere on TV. They got computers, they got cell phones, that all they see is violence. And then we wonder, why they're killing somebody? Well, parenting is one thing, seeing on TV is another, going to all these movies that are so weird that I don't even go to them anymore, and just so different things that you have to understand that society is changing, and it's up to you guys and ladies to help it better. Not me, all of you that are doing things for society got to look back, look at yourself in the mirror. I'm not trying to embarrass anybody. But I'm telling you that deep and down, when you look at 35 or 36 units out of 700 and something, 724, it's something that, yeah, you don't have to put any if you don't want. And I know what the laws are. Not that I write them or read them or believe in them or abide by them, I do. But we're forgetting a whole life of society. And then we wonder, why are things happening? Are things happening because of all of us, including me? And if things don't change, you know, it's not about, again, today there was another guy in Brandon somewhere. But these are just things that people see, and by repetition you learn. And for the good or for not so good. And what I'm saying is just think of what you can do, not only for yourselves, but for society. That's all. Thank you. It's not in anything concerning with my vote. My vote doesn't matter. I'm just saying what we need in society. I'm not saying you to do it. I'm not asking you to do it. I'm just saying what is needed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Anyone else? All right. Anyone to speak on this item on the second floor? Anyone to speak on this item?
Eileen Rosario, Development and Coordination. There's no one here to speak on this item. Thank you.
There's no registered speakers for this item.
Mr. Hudson, final comments? We're closed?
So moved.
Second.
No, Mr. Hudson, any final comments before I move to close?
Yes, sir. We thank you for your time, and your remarks are something that we're going to take away from this, and you'll be seeing this project again. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Move to close.
So moved.
Second.
Miranda, Maniscalco, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
Well, we reopened.
Yeah, I need to
Move
reopen. I had a question in my head and I just didn't get it out fast enough.
Mr. Dinfos Robo, I think Mr. Vieira, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We're reopened.
Thank you. The gentleman from Kettler, which I couldn't see which one is it in the front there? Yeah. Thank you for joining us this evening. I think I'm familiar with your work up in D.C. My daughter lived up there for many years. That waterfront area, and DC's had a lot of good projects. I'm sure you guys were part of them. In your various projects, all up and down the East Coast, you showed us the map. You know, is this unusual to offer 5%, or is it unusual to only offer 5%? You know, affordable housing, or 120%. AMI or what have you. I mean, what's going on elsewhere?
Yeah, I would say it's unusual to offer. Typically, in most jurisdictions now, there are defined programs for affordable housing. So that sort of creates an environment where, as a developer, you know going in sort of what the requirement is. And that those range tremendously from one place to another. A lot of places, those are affordability that is then tied to some kind of bonus density. In other places, it is just simply a requirement of a percentage of units. But, you know, it's pretty unusual for a developer just to voluntarily offer affordable units.
Okay, but our code offers bonus density for affordable housing. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, and in this case, we did not need the bonus density because I think largely because we're in the historic district, so we can only achieve a certain density within within sort of the height limits and the density that's available.
Okay, thank you. I'll move to close.
Second by Mr. Maniscalco, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted. Mr. Miranda, you're up, sir.
Batting first or third?
Batting first. Batting first on this one here.
Just not striking out.
Yeah.
Oh, I've done that too. Item number 11 filed, number REZ 21-95. Moving orders for first reading. An ordinance rezoning property in general vicinity of 1015 Lily White Court, 1555 Scott Street, 1502 Nuncia Parkway in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classifications YC2 Ybor City Residential and RM24 residential multifamily to YC9, Ybor City Plan Development, and PD Plan Development Residential Multifamily and Storefront Residential, providing an effective date. Now this comes with a magnitude of different waivers, and I don't know if I remember all of them, to be honest with you. So read the other part, and then we'll go back to the waivers.
Second.
Compliance with the goals and objective consistent with land use objective 2.1 and the policy thereunder, regulating the levels of building intensify to accommodate the project population increase, which is factual. Consistent with land use objective 6.1 and the policy thereunder, supporting the transformation of major corridors to include broader mixed uses and provide opportunities for higher density housing. Consistent with land use objective 9.2 and the policy thereunder, ensuring there is an adequate amount of land planned for residential purposes to accommodate the projected population, and that's factual. Section 27-136. Proposed development is showing the site plan promotes and encourages development that is appropriate in location, character, and compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood. Proposed unit promotes the effective and substantial use of land and infrastructure. Here's where we go with the waivers. Waivers designed for the purpose section 27-139-4. The design of the proposed development is unique and therefore in need of waivers. The requested waivers will not substantially interfere or injure the rights of others whose property would be affected by the waivers. And someone's going to have to help me with all the waivers. There were some waivers, I believe.
Mr. Chairman, I think that might very well be sufficient. I would ask, though, that you do include the revision sheet with the changes between first and second reading.
Along with the provision sheet and all that went with it. And between first and reading, just take a look at the mirror.
Thank you. I heard Ms. Cedar, but I know Mr. Maniscalco was first. So Ms. Maniscalco second, roll call.
Just a comment on the motion.
Okay.
I was hoping that somewhere along the line, either co-developer might just jump in and say, you know what, we hear you, you know, we heard the earlier application, which I think was at least 10% affordable housing, and we'll just jump in and voluntarily, you know, bump it up to 10%, but I never heard that, so I can't support it. Thank you.
Roll call.
Vieira. Citro.
Yes.
Maniscalco. Dingfelder. Miranda.
Yes.
Carlson.
Yes.
And Goods.
No, and I can't support it on the mere factor that number is just too low in that community over there. And if I was to go along with this, the community would think I just gave up on it. I'm just hoping the next time that Mr. Hudson and Mr. Shaw comes before us, that they will show the community that they're with them at some point of the way. I'm going to have to vote no.
Motion carried with Goods and Dingfelder voting no. Second reading and adoption will be held on January 13, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
Yes, Rick?
Thank you very much. No, and it's funny. It's late. You should never speak so much when it's late and whatnot. I'm glad there were a couple of no votes, only because I think that that's a challenge that next time this comes around to have something there. So I think without saying more, because it's 10 o'clock. It's you know, a challenge for more to be done in that regard, and I'm confident that it will. By the way, which is why I voted yes. I'm very, very confident that it will, but that challenge remains. Thank you, sir.
All right. Item number 12.
Thank you, Council. Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. Item number 12 is REZ 21104. The subject property is located at 6907 North Nebraska Avenue. The request is to rezone the property from Seminole Heights Residential and Seminole Heights CI to Seminole Heights Plan Development. I'll turn over the presentation to the Planning Commission, and after their presentation, I'll conclude my.
Good evening, council members. David Hay with your Planning Commission staff. I have been sworn. The next item, rezoning 21-104. It is located within this Central Tampa Planning District, more specifically the Seminole Heights Urban Village, in the old Seminole Heights neighborhood. There is transit located along North Nebraska Avenue, and the subject site is not located within an evacuation zone. Here we have the aerial. East Sly Avenue is on the south. We have North Nebraska Avenue on the west, 10th on the east, and Norfolk on the north. Of course, you see the interchange further west on Sly with Interstate 275. You can see Nebraska Avenue has a mix of commercial, both heavy and light commercial. There's some residential still remaining on this portion of Nebraska. There's also places of religious assembly. Here we have the adopted future land use map. A portion of the subject site and properties to the north and south along Nebraska Avenue within the red, that's that community commercial 35. The remaining portion of the site, the majority of the site, is that light purple color, pink. That's the community mixed use 35 category. The brown to the south, that's the residential 20. And then to the north and east is the residential 10 future land use category. The site is within the recognized community node of the Seminole Heights Urban Village, as outlined within the greater Seminole Heights Vision Plan. Comprehensive plan encourages redevelopment and infill development within community nodes by providing a bonus to density and/or intensity when certain amenities are incorporated into the development. The subject site is within the intersection of Nebraska Avenue and Sly Avenue community node. Utilizing the community node, the PD proposes a floor area ratio, FAR, of 2.28, exceeding the maximum FAR by right of the 2. The proposed PD meets the intent of neighborhood policy 3.2.1 by providing enhancements to the public realm, including a bike repair station, dog station, benches, enhanced landscaping above the code minimum, and pedestrian level lighting. The additional intensity is also consistent with the intent of the plan to direct the greatest share of growth into the urban villages. The subject site is consistent with a number of mixed-use corridor and urban village policies. The plan promotes infill development on corridors where transit is present, and Nebraska Avenue has transit. So based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the provisions of the Tampa Comprehensive Plan. That concludes my presentation. I'm available if you have any questions.
Mr. Dingfellow, you recognize?
Mr. Hay, thank you for sticking with us all evening. So I'm looking at your map, and being familiar with that area and looking at the map, there's single-family homes to the north, to the east, and to the south, directly across the street, single-family one-story homes surrounding that particular block. They're proposing what appeared to me, I think, 4 or 5 story monolithic, non-mixed use structure intruding a block off of Nebraska into that neighborhood of single-family homes. Doesn't our Tampa Comprehensive Code speak to neighborhood compatibility anymore, David?
Councilman, it does.
Because I sure haven't heard that for the last 2 years, with all due respect.
I would disagree with you on that. The plan does provide, remember, almost 70% of the city is single-family detached. And these areas for multifamily are very limited to where they can be considered. The pattern on Norfolk, the applicant has provided additional setbacks from the right-of-way on the north.
So
Remember
if
to
you're sitting on your front porch in those new bungalows that have been built on the north and the south side of this proposed project, you're going to be looking directly across the way at this 4 or 5 story building.
Well,
and you can talk about buffering all day long, David, but you can't deny the fact that you'll be looking across the street out of your single family bungalow, okay, at this 4 or 5 story building. But I just have to ask, and you and I are friends and we'll continue to be friends, but I just have to ask professionally, how is that possibly compatible, okay, with this otherwise single family neighborhood?
Well, the staff felt with the additional setbacks, and remember, regarding the north, all residential properties can build up to 35 feet by right, typically under zoning. Also on the south side, even though there's single families detached on the south side, the comprehensive plan is looking for further intensification on Sly under the residential 20. So
they're brand new houses. They're not getting torn down. They tore down whatever was there before, and they built those single-family brand new houses. All right, thank you, David. I think I've made my point.
Thank you.
Anyone else, Mr. Hay? Okay, Annie.
Can I please share my screen? All right. Annie Barnes, Development Coordination, REZ 21104. The applicant is proposing to rezone 6907 North Nebraska Avenue from Seminole Heights Residential and Seminole Heights Commercial Intensive to Seminole Heights Planned Development, develop property with residential multifamily uses. Shown here are the waivers requested by the applicant. Here's a survey of the subject site, approximately 3.06 acres in size. Shown here are several of the elevations provided by the applicant. And this is one page of the site plan showing the overall layout of the subject site. The proposed development is for 285 residential units. Building setbacks are proposed as follows: 10 on the north, 10 on the south, 10 on the east, and 13 on the west. Proposed maximum building height is 73 feet or 6 stories. Standard vehicular access is provided off of East Sly Avenue. Shown here is an aerial map of the subject property and surrounding zoning. Property directly north of the subject site across East Folk Street is zoned Seminole Heights RS and CI. The portion that is zoned Seminole Heights CI is developed with a motel. The property zone Seminole Heights Residential is developed with single family uses. Property west of the site is zoned Seminole Heights Commercial Intensive and Commercial General. There's a convenience store and gas station in the CG, Seminole Heights CG portion. Property directly south of the subject site and along East Sly Avenue is zoned Seminole Heights Residential and Seminole Heights Commercial Intensive. Again, there are some additional commercial uses as well as primarily residential single-family uses. Property directly east is also developed with single-family detached uses. There are more intensive uses south and along both sides of Nebraska Avenue. In accordance with section 27140, the applicant is requesting a bonus. The applicant has submitted a bonus provision agreement to the legal department to increase the FAR from 1 to 2, and will be providing amenities for CIP project Florabraska Avenue project. It'll provide multimodal and safety improvements along Florida Ave to Nebraska Ave. The comprehensive, as already stated, the comprehensive plan allows for a node bonus of 25% above the maximum land use category intensity threshold for properties at specified location intersections when landscape and streetscape amenities are provided. The subject property is at such an intersection. Therefore, the applicant is requesting an increased FAR. The applicant has provided such neighborhood amenities, and if approved, the proposed amenity sheet shown on this page shall be included between first and second reading in the site plan package. Shown here is the subject property facing south from Norfolk Avenue. Here's the subject property facing south and further east along Norfolk Avenue. This is the subject property east along Norfolk Avenue towards Nebraska. Shown here is property directly south of the site on Sly Avenue. Shown here is property on both sides of Sly Avenue towards Nebraska, that convenience store that was discussed earlier. Development review and compliance staff has reviewed the application and found the request inconsistent with the City of Tampa Code and ordinances. Please refer to Transportation, Natural Resources, and Development Coordination comments for overall inconsistency finding. Modifications to the site plan must be completed by the applicant in between first and second reading, as stated on the revision sheet if approving the application. I'm available for any questions you might have.
Any questions? Mr. Dingfellow, you recognize.
A couple of things. Annie, are you able to show the building elevation page?
Yes.
Which is A201?
So they're smaller on the screen here, but here's the three elevations provided by the applicant.
Okay, and I'm reading, what did you say, a maximum number of feet?
Yes, so provided in the site data table, I believe as well, the proposed maximum height is 73 feet or 6 stories.
Okay, and this is a mixed use category, I think CMU 35. What if any mixed use is there in this project?
It's residential multifamily is proposed.
So there's no mixed use at all?
That is my understanding.
Okay. Can you go to the site plan and show me where this project loads and unloads to in terms of the day-to-day residential traffic, the folks going in and out of the parking garage?
It'll be along East Sly Avenue here, shown on the site plan on the south. And then there's additional.
All right, hold on right there at the bottom. So swing around there again. Okay, that's a single entrance for how many units?
Sorry. It was 285.
Okay. And what's across the street? How big is Sly there? Is it 2 lanes?
I believe it's 2. I'll have to zoom in on.
Okay. And what's across the street? What's across the street from that entrance?
On the south,
Yeah.
I believe there's single family, as shown in that one picture, single family residential homes. I'm going to move to the area.
Directly across the street from all those single family. That's the entrance. We're not entering or exiting this on Nebraska, correct?
No.
Okay.
That is correct.
And go back to the site plan one more time?
Yes.
Okay, and you were going to show us where the garbage trucks and the loading and unloading was going?
Off of East Norfolk.
Okay, so and give a little circle there with your arrow.
Oh, here we go.
Okay. And what's across the street from that?
I believe there are single family, but let me pull up the aerial again.
And that's called.
So yes.
And that's called Norfolk, is that it? Norfolk Street?
Norfolk.
And can you tell us a little bit about Norfolk? It looked kind of like even a smaller residential road.
Yeah, so I'm not sure about the width. I'll have to go back to the site plan. But it is primarily residential in nature to the northeast and south, in single family uses as well. As you can see, it's SHRS all on this side, on the east south. However, along along Nebraska, you're going to have higher intensity
I
commercial
understand.
use.
I understand, but very little of this project is actually on Nebraska.
Correct.
Most of it, from what I can see, is several hundred feet off in Nebraska. All right, thank you.
Annie, is that the school, that property, the school? Because the gas station should be on the northeast corner.
Correct, here.
So that's the school behind the gas station.
Oh, like a little.
So that's part of the subject property here.
Yeah, they're buying that.
School.
Yeah.
And I can tell you the traffic on that road there, on the slide.
Thank you, Ann.
Petition.
All right.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
may I proceed?
We proceed, Mr.
Yes,
Graham. Get ready to get to you, sir. You've been sworn in, correct?
Okay, yeah.
Mr. Graham, you've been sworn in, right?
Yes, I am.
All right, we're
Yes,
ready for
sir.
you.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the City Council. My name is John Grandoff. My address is Suite 3700 Bank of America Plaza. And this evening I have the pleasure of representing Crossland Southeast, and joining me this evening are Mr. Yates Dunaway and Mr. Barry James of Crossland Southeast, and also Mr. Sam Alinsky with the ownership group. We're also joined by Mr. David Bell remotely. David is taken ill and he is appearing remotely. He is our civil engineer and prepared the site plan. Jake Marabella is our traffic engineer with Kittleson. Our architect is Raquel Oquendo with Charlene Brock, and they're all here in the anteroom to speak to you. We also have Mr. Joe Samnick, our landscape and tree consultant as well. I'd like to place the site plan back on for a moment and explain a few points. What's critical, that yes, this is the frontage on Nebraska Avenue. This is a marathon service station, high commercial use. This is the Nebraska and Sly intersection. There will be entrance and exit off of Sly and then exit onto Nebraska. What's important to note is, if I could focus this a little bit, zoom this down a little bit, we have planned a business center and business lobby here at the entrance. And there's also a bus stop here, so we're trying to create some amount of commercial or office synergy here for our residents as part of this project. I'm going to start with David's report, which I think is critical because the comprehensive plan is your guidepost in these projects. And David highlighted the plan, but I also want to mention on page 5, objectives, which calls to locate higher density housing in or near downtown core and medium density housing near employment, shopping and transit facilities to support and encourage pedestrian, bicycle, and transit trips. The aerial photograph, if you saw it again, would indicate the proximity of Interstate 75. Also, land use objective 9.2, the comp plan wants to ensure that there's an adequate amount of land planned for residential purposes to accommodate projected population. Our client is building to the projected population, and furthermore, your plan encourages projects to accommodate the greatest concentration of housing in desirable pedestrian-oriented urban areas, having convenient access to regional transit stations where the mix of activity provides convenient access to a full range of residential services and amenities, and opportunities for people to live within walking distance of employment. The land use designation encourages the concentration of housing at major intersections such as Sly and Nebraska. Remember that Nebraska is a state highway, and we have been directed by the plan to design this project with that node, and also under the node provisions request the density bonus to 2.28. Now, It's important to note that before we came to hearing, we had 2 neighborhood meetings. We sent notices out for the neighborhood. We met at Ella's on North Nebraska near Hillsborough Avenue with our preliminary meeting. Very encouraging. We had a second follow-up meeting on November 29th at Seventh Son Brewery, merely a block away. In fact, I worked on the Seventh Son Brewery project. That meeting went very well. We had folks that live on Norfolk, have bought and built those new homes, encouraged by this project, very much encouraged by this project. As to Mr. Dingfelder's question about those uses, I would simply direct you to the Heights project. Just north of Palm is Park Avenue, and there is the Tampa Heights neighborhood right across the street from the apartment building that's on Palm and Oak, and it's urban living. It's what's encouraged by the comprehensive plan. What we have confronted in planning this project, and I think you've seen that in several cases, is we have a comprehensive plan that is encouraging urban infill, hopefully to reach the goal of mass transit, but we're dealing with a suburban zoning code that does not contemplate urban infill projects such as ours, and for that reason you cannot build according to the underlying zoning. So the way to implement the comprehensive plan and the policies, objectives, and goals that Mr. Hay has enunciated to you is the PD site plan. And therefore, we come to you with waivers requested, with waivers justified, with site plan revisions all acceptable. And we have had a significant amount of support from the neighborhood. I will even tell you that Susan Long, who is your appointee, Dr. Susan Long from University of South Florida, she is your appointee to the Variance Review Board. Very wise, very attuned to planning concepts. She approached Yates and me and myself after the meeting, and she was very, very encouraged by the project and supported it very much in her personal capacity and also in her official capacity. She lives merely a block to the north. In summary, we have had very good support for the project. The Oshna Civic Association, Old Seminole Heights Neighborhood Association, is the group that we met with. And at this point, I will rest and ask for your approval this evening and reserve any further comments for rebuttal. Again, our development team is here available for any questions you may have. Thank you very much.
Any questions, Mr. Brando? Mr. Brando, reference to the traffic off of Sly Avenue, that Sly gets pretty backed up and busy. And that interest that's coming off of Sly with that number of units, was there a traffic study done?
Yes, and may I introduce Jake Marabella, our traffic engineer, to address your question?
Yes, sir.
Just a moment, please.
Hi, good evening. I'm Jake Marabella with Kettleson. I live at 14201 Damselfly Drive, Tampa, Florida.
You may proceed, sir.
You have to ask him.
Okay, I thought the question was the traffic study in reference to Sly Avenue. You know, at that intersection right there between Sly and about, well, I'll go back to maybe 12th Street, traffic is really backed up at certain peak times. I mean, really backed up. And I'm looking at the interest that you have for this building to come out of Sly Avenue from this apartment. And the number of apartments you're talking about, units. I'm just wondering, what was the study on that? Because I know how that traffic is on that road.
Yes, sir. That's a great question. So we studied Sly, Nebraska, as well as a few other intersections with city guidance. And we evaluated the AM and PM peak hours We collected weekday traffic counts, 7 to 9 a.m. and 4 to 6 p.m. When local schools were in session. And we forecasted what traffic would look like at project build-out, and we evaluated and compared the differences between, no project and plus project conditions.
All right, thank you, sir.
Can I ask you a question?
You recognize, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Mirabella, I'm reading some correspondence that's in the file, Mr. Granoff, and there's a few references to the fact that this is a failing intersection, Slide, Nebraska. It says it's rated F during rush hour and D or C during off-peak hours. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, sir.
What does that mean?
So level of service is a qualitative standard. So the City of Tampa level of service standard is LOSD. So anything A, B, C, or D is considered acceptable. E or F is considered unacceptable. So what that is in reference to is level of service at this specific intersection being worse than LOSD. In particular, the traffic study evaluated, multiple intersections, but the specific one, Sly, Nebraska, the overall intersection level of service is actually D and acceptable during AM and PM peak periods with project traffic, and this is forecasted for 2024 at project build-out. In reference, and what we saw with our site visits, our data collection, and our analysis is that westbound traffic is existing condition without the project is deficient, and the project does add some traffic to that movement because the project driveway is going to be along Sly, and the project will mitigate its impact. So basically, it increases overall intersection delay during the AM by 2 seconds per vehicle. And the project will mitigate that impact by a proposed improvement, a proportionate share payment, and as well as payment of its multimodal transportation impact fees.
And what specifically are you doing to improve that intersection?
The project would pay a proportionate share for a physical improvement that we evaluated and is included in the traffic study for a westbound right turn. The analysis shows that implementation of that right turn, and in this case the project's fair share payment of that would mitigate the project's impact, which is essentially 2 seconds per vehicle.
And that improvement's going to be built before the apartment project's going to be built?
That is no, it will not be built before the project is constructed.
When's that project going to be built?
The project does not have control of that intersection. This is a FDOT intersection, and as well as that corner property is not owned by the project. So the project will pay the city's proportionate share payment per procedure, per guidance, and direction from the city transportation staff, and the city will collect those payments for future improvements.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yes.
You have a good last name. I appreciate that.
Nice.
You know how many accidents you have in that section coming out of it?
Mr. Granoff, who is your developer? Is that the gentleman standing next to you? Because I had a question for him.
Yes, this is Yates Dunaway with Crosland Southeast, and Yates can respond to some of your questions as well.
Thank you.
Hey, good evening. Thank you for your time tonight, and I've also been sworn in, Yates Dunaway, 319 Heathwood Road.
Yes, sir. Thanks for joining us. When I spoke about compatibility at the very beginning of this item to Mr. Hay, I mean, obviously you've been driving around that project, looking at it for quite a while as you put this together. And you've seen those single families and some of them are brand new, right across the street. So it's got to dawn on you that it's not very compatible, but why build the 6-story apartment complex as opposed to townhomes? For sale products are in great demand in that area, and a 35, 40 foot townhome is going to sell like hotcakes, but it would be more compatible at 40 feet across the street from those little single family homes. And you could probably build, who knows, how many of them, 80 or 100 or something like that, maybe, I don't know. So is that something you looked at and explored as a viable option? I know everybody wants to build apartments and rent them out and sell the whole complex for, $30 million and that sort of thing, or whatever it is. Everybody's excited about that, but to me, it just doesn't look compatible.
Sure. So happy to address that, and some of the other questions I believe that you asked earlier, and maybe that Council Member Goods asked as well. I'll try to address along with the traffic. So, we are not a townhome developer, so that's not our expertise. In terms of the site plan it being not incompatible, I do somewhat disagree, along with agreeing with David Hay. So we, on Norfolk on the north and 10th on the east, that'll be a 4-story structure. What isn't shown in the elevations that you showed up earlier is that we're in the process of incorporating more of a townhome feel, so that yes, it will still be 4 stories, but there are townhomes that are 3, in some cases 4 stories. And so I think that compatibility will be much closer than what you're actually seeing today, some stoops and just a transition there. And then we step to some of the higher elevations, higher portions of the building along Nebraska and along Sly. So that also goes back to our ingress and egress out of the parking deck. We tried to keep traffic off of Norfolk and off of 10th and onto Sly, which is already heavily trafficked, and is I guess I would say it's less residential, and I'd say it's probably half commercial, half residential on the south side of Sly. That was sort of as to try and again respect the neighbors on Norfolk and 10th. I do hope, and perhaps some of the neighbors along Norfolk may choose to speak tonight. While in the neighborhood meetings, I think that they did pause and sort of have to digest, hey, what's it going to be like to have this big structure across the street? I think they recognize, that this is an improvement to the neighborhood. While they obviously had questions and concerns, as Mr. Grandoff said earlier, the neighbors that we had the one meeting we were required to do, the neighbors asked us to come back, we did, and again, I guess we'll see hopefully here in a moment what they have to say, but I think we generally have support that this is a good project for the neighborhood. As far as the traffic, even though yes, it's proposed to be 285 units, that intersection has a lot of traffic already, as Mr. Goose mentioned. So our project really doesn't impact it that much more than what's already there. Now that's not meant to be a cop-out, because we would love to continue to improve. And I don't know if Jonathan Scott with your transportation department is still on, but we have not pushed back on any traffic improvements, traffic signals, traffic anything. We want that intersection to get better and better and better, so that our residents, our 285 residents, have a good experience as well. And my understanding is, and I'm not the traffic expert, Jake is, and you have folks on your staff that are, but just the way the city and FDOT and it all comes together, it makes getting traffic improvements at that intersection a challenge. But we absolutely want to be a part of more solutions there. In terms of our actual ingress and egress on Sly, right now it's just a single 2-lane, but a lot of the existing right-of-way is not being used. Some of the right-of-way is just sort of, I guess, dirt or grassy area. So we will be using more of the existing right-of-way. We will be putting in a left turn lane into our community, so it helps it starts to help with the traffic. I guess the last thing I'll say is compatibility. One of the reasons why we requested Mr. Grandoff help us with this matter is 3 blocks south of here, possibly, I'm guessing 2 years ago, he had notch apartments approved. And Notch Apartments, in some respects, is very similar to this in that it's surrounded by single-story residential, and it's a 4-story multifamily apartment complex. And I think it works fine and compatible. So I hope that hopefully addresses some of your questions and concerns.
So I'm reading from the letter from the OSHNA, which is the Old Seminole Heights Neighborhood Association president, and he said that our neighborhood has held 2 meetings with the developer. We're in support, but we have a number of concerns and caveats. He said that our neighborhood and the city are in need of affordable housing, and we're generally in support of increased density as well as improved transportation, local business growth. So the number one issue brought up at these meetings was traffic speeding and congestions. Then he speaks to this being, he calls it an F failing intersection. I don't have, I don't have that in front of me. Maybe Jonathan can speak to that. But he also talks about affordable housing. He said that apparently there's no affordable housing being offered in this. This is a market rate project, 100%. Is that correct, sir?
That's correct.
Okay. And then he says, in regard to FAR, you've got this bumped up to a density of 96 units per acre, while other apartments in the area are less than 60 units per acre. He's worried about the density and the mass and the lack of green space and the removal of 40 trees, et cetera. And then he says that council can push these capital improvement projects and plan stop signs in the area, but council knows we can't push anything because that's the administration. All we can do is say yay or nay to projects, and or try and make them better. So anyway, I'm just reading what some of these neighbors are saying. This is not universal support in the community. Here's another lady, Jillian Kilbride, and this is all in the record, Mr. Grandolph, and she says there's a decline in the quality of life. She talks about traffic. She talks about affordable workforce housing and the lack of it in this project. And then another lady, Diana Ferguson, she said that if you haven't been to Northeast Seminole Heights, let me assure you, once you get past Nebraska, you see a beautiful historic neighborhood lying next to the river. She said, we're not against the apartment complex of people moving to the neighborhood. However, we have to have the proper infrastructure to support a population such as this. A 285 unit complex with roughly 600 people on a small parcel of land like this. Sly Avenue is already a woeful, huge traffic problem at peak commute times, etc. These commuters blast through our neighborhoods, don't stop for stop signs, etc. So I'm not making this up. This is what some of these folks have written in, and they're probably not awake anymore. So.
Yeah, no, so that is very fair, and I don't mean to imply that there isn't, they don't have concerns. I would say we've had 2 meetings, and I think, it's actually been very encouraging for us. It's a very active, engaged, sophisticated neighborhood, and it makes us excited about this project to see the pride that everybody takes in their neighborhood. I think my perspective is, it's hard to make everybody happy, and they are all sort of, while there may be 30 or 40 people at these meetings, obviously they all don't agree on exactly what should be or what shouldn't be. But I do think that the more meetings we have, the closer, the developer and the neighborhood continue to get closer and closer to kind of agreeing on more than less. In terms of affordable housing, and obviously it's been a hot topic tonight, we did not. We did not have that in our business plan. In fact, at our first neighborhood meeting, a couple of neighbors came up to me afterwards to confirm that we didn't intend to have any affordable housing in a positive way, in the sense that there's already affordable housing in Seminole Heights. We don't need more of it. I think, again, in other petitions tonight, there's a difference between Section 8. There's affordable workforce. So, I think they were more concerned about, some of the the Section 8 type affordable housing. And then at our second neighborhood meeting, there was more talk about affordable housing, which was a little bit of a surprise to us considering some of the conversations we had at the first one. But having said that, you know, I wouldn't say it's a non-starter for us. It's just sort of happening fast in real time, and we just had our second neighborhood meeting about 10 days ago. So if we are fortunate enough to get voted to our second hearing, we would definitely consider that there. I believe you had also mentioned about, you know, no retail, no mixed use. You know, this site, because of the Marathon gas station, which, you know, we think this project is viable without it. We'd love to purchase that one day, but, you know, that's not something we are under contract now. So it's not part of the project, and we think it could be a very successful project without it. But really, the only viable, we think, area to put retail would be right there on Nebraska. Going down Sly, we don't think retail would be successful. At the intersection of Nebraska and Norfolk, we also don't think it would be successful in the near term because of some of the uses that are sort of immediately across the street, the motel that's right there on the corner of Norfolk and Nebraska. But what we have done, is not showing up in the plan, is we've turned that into more of a community room that we told the neighborhood, you know, they could use as a community room too if they'd like to. But it's not residential, so that as this area continues to transition, we would have the opportunity to potentially put retail in that corner space, repurpose it for that. But we don't want to put a use in there that we don't believe can be successful and have it fail. So we'd rather kind of think for the future, but not put it in immediately.
Thanks, sir. Anything else? All right, thank you. All right, anything else, Mr. Randolph?
That is all we have, Mr. Goots. Thank
All
you.
right. Anyone to speak on this item on the second floor? It's getting late.
Eileen Rosario, Development and Growth Management. There is no one here to speak on this item. Thank you.
Anyone registered to speak on this item?
Yes, we have 3 registered speakers.
All right. Let's get them up and get them sworn in. We have 3. They're on? Need to turn their cameras on or what? Just laying her tack on there, I see, huh?
Just a moment, Mr. Goose. I'll check in the anteroom.
Okay, Lynn's up, Miss Heidi's up. We're waiting on one more, right? All right, let's swear them in so we can get moving.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
All right, we'll go with Lynn first. We got you muted still.
Okay, there.
All
Can
right,
you hear me?
we got you, Lynn.
Great. Hi, Council. Thank you so much for staying late this evening. We really appreciate it. My name is Lynn Pertak. I live at 5914 North Tampa Street, and I have been sworn in. I'm the Vice President of the Old Seminole Heights Neighborhood Association. This apartment complex, if approved, would be the first large-scale development in the northeast part of our neighborhood. Old Seminole Heights supports increased density as a way of providing additional housing, encouraging business growth, and enhancing transit options. We appreciate the developer meeting with residents twice to answer questions and elicit feedback. We understand the developer is requesting a density higher than city guidelines support. The FAR funds the developer is paying to the city have been earmarked for bike lanes improvements on Florabraska Avenue. While OSHA supports improved transportation infrastructure, there are 2 capital improvement projects in this very section of our neighborhood that residents have been waiting on. Improved sidewalks There are very few sidewalk curb cuts in this area and segment D of the Green Artery. We simply ask that funds paid by the developer for this project be used on these capital improvement projects instead of one completely outside of our neighborhood. Increased density also brings hope for affordable housing for current residents, whose median income is $51,000. However, the prices the developers plan to charge would require incomes from $65,000 to $86,000, far beyond the reach of most neighbors. OSHA asks that the council include 20% workforce and affordable housing continuous for 30 years as a condition of the rezoning so that our working neighbors and their families can afford to live there. Traffic in the area is already graded F during rush hour, and a project of this size would only exacerbate the issue. OSHA understands the traffic study for this project was conducted on a holiday weekend and thus was not representative of normal year-round traffic patterns. Therefore, we are requesting a second study be conducted within a more representative window. Additionally, while the Seminole Heights Vision Plan supports density, it also encourages active streetscapes, which this project lacks. OSHA asks council to require the developer to include street activation on Nebraska and Sly by including retail and or community space and hardwood trees versus palm trees throughout the streetscape to reduce environmental impact and help the project better blend in with the community. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lynn. All right, we'll go to Miss Tammy.
Hi, I'm Tammy Herman Siebel, and I live at 1011 East Flora. I am a block captain for Northeast Seminole Heights Neighborhood Watch for the 1000 block of Flora. Flora is 2 streets north of Sly Avenue, and it will be the next street Sly drivers wanting to go north on Nebraska will choose to cut through to avoid the increased backups at the Sly Nebraska intersection. This proposed project would amount to 500 plus new people living in our neighborhood watch area. I would like to see this project reduced down significantly, and my number one reason is safety. For those of us who already live here and the new apartment dwellers. We currently already have an issue with speeding drivers cutting through to avoid the Sly, Nebraska intersection. We have a ton of families, dog owners, and people out walking and exercising on our residential streets. The overwhelming density of this project will add even more people out recreating in the neighborhood and even more speeding cars cutting through, which will add up to a perfect storm. I say these comments today to respectfully remind you that you have a responsibility to help your constituents stay safe. 2 ways to do that are by decreasing the density of this project and to assure many needed safety measures to include several more stop signs, sidewalks, pedestrian crosswalks, etc. are installed throughout our Northeast Seminole Heights area. One update to my safety comments is that yesterday a 4-way stop was added to Flora and 12th. And I just wanted to say to those of you here that helped make that finally happen, thank you. Now with this project looming, I can tell you Flora will need 2 more 4-way stops to slow down those that will speed down our long street when cutting through. And again, in addition, we will need many more traffic calming safety measures to be installed, and we can't wait years this time in light of this project. Finally, I just wanted to mention a couple of other points regarding some ill effects on the quality of life of established residents. This project, as is, will remove over 40 established trees, remove valuable green space, and its 5 to 6 stories will significantly shade nearby residents of 10th Street and Norfolk Street, and it would be completely out of scale and scope with anything in the entire neighborhood. Thank you for your attention and consideration of my comments.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Heidi?
Hi. Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Heidi Bissell. I live at 1315 East Park Circle. And I am the Northeast Seminole Heights Neighborhood Watch Coordinator, representing over 1,000 homes in this area. We've had 2 meetings with the developer, several other meetings with neighborhoods, and I've heard from over 40 neighbors. As folks mentioned, we are definitely not 100% in agreement on this. We do want to thank the developer for having taken the time to meet with us not once but twice. We are in support of apartments in this area. Our area desperately needs housing. The city of Tampa needs housing, and both the Seminole Heights Vision Plan and the city's plans both support increasing density in this area. We hope that developing apartments here will bring many benefits to our area, such as attracting businesses, transit, infrastructure, even possibly improving our home values. You've already heard and brought up yourselves some of the major concerns. The first is traffic. Obviously, this intersection is currently a problem and will only get worse. Not only this development, but the new city center is nearby, and Sly is one of the 2 ways to get to 275 from there. So the increase in traffic is already problematic. We've already asked about the 2 capital improvement projects for the neighborhood, which you addressed, but those would be really great to help mitigate some of this traffic issue. The second that's already been addressed is affordable and workforce housing. This is something that our neighborhood really cares about. It is completely out of line with the income levels of our neighborhood, and a lot of folks are working like regular jobs, cops, teachers, zookeepers. A lot live in the area, and this would just not be affordable for them. And the final and most important thing that gets brought up over and over is the density and the magnitude. People say things like, it would be fine if it was just like 100 apartments or 120 apartments. They're building 96 units per acre, which I saw from an earlier presentation. That's like close to what you're doing downtown in those kind of areas. It's nothing like the Notch apartment that they mentioned that's down the street is only 48 units per acre. It's just massive. People use the words looming, too huge, and out of character when they were talking to me. So we asked that the city request that there's at least 20% affordable housing included in this so that our folks can live there. Reducing the density to 50 units per acre would put it in line with some of the other developments that have been successful in our neighborhood. We asked that they be asked to bury the utilities. This would allow us to have better storm protection as well as plant hardwood trees instead of things like palm trees. We've asked them to include a lot of mobility stuff, such as making space for 1 bike or scooter per apartment unit so that they have a little bit of excess parking so they could use that.
Yeah, 10 seconds, Mel.
Okay, and move the entrance further away from the Sly, Nebraska intersection. Thank you.
Thank you. If anybody else ready to speak, Madam Clerk?
No, that concludes the registered speakers.
All right. Go back to Mr. Grandolph.
Yes, Mr. Coots, give me a
Chairman.
moment.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry.
You recognize, sir?
Just a reminder to council that if you have any questions of the staff or anybody else,
I do
before
have
Mr.
one question for staff. Ms. Barnes?
Thank you, Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. To start off, I just want to state on.
Go ahead.
I just want to state on the record, this is for a residential multifamily development, so no retail is being provided.
All right. And they are asking for a bonus density?
That is correct. Based upon there was this sheet in slide in my presentation showing the additional amenities that'll have to be included if approved between first and second reading.
What right does this council have to impose any type of, the neighbors are talking about a percentage of housing, affordable housing or workforce housing? Ms. Wells?
If I may, Mr. Chairman, Kate Wells for the record. Section 2040 of the city's code establishes the ability to seek an increase in density or intensity by providing certain amenities through a bonus provision agreement. And the code includes a listing of different amenities, including the ability to pay into capital improvement projects, amenities such as undergrounding of utilities, and then there's one of the amenities is providing 10% of affordable housing. The amenities to be included in the bonus provision agreement are typically identified by the developer or the applicant. We don't normally negotiate those because the code does identify what would qualify as an appropriate amenity for that increase in density. I would advise council, however, that what is properly before council's consideration this evening is whether the proposed increase in density is appropriate, is consistent with the comprehensive plan, is consistent with the land development code. Especially when you consider that the developer is requesting an increase in density from 1.0 FAR to a total of 2.28, and at the same time seeking waivers from the land development code. So I would submit that while this council does not have the ability to negotiate different amenities, what is properly before you is the requested increase in intensity, whether that is appropriate at this location, given the comprehensive plan and land development code, as well as the requested waivers.
Just one other question. Does this council have the right to reject the bonus density?
I'm not following, Mr. Chairman.
Does this council have the right to reject the bonus density?
This council has the ability and the authority and the responsibility to determine whether this density that is requested through the bonus provision agreement is appropriate at this location. And you've heard from Mr. Hay, you've heard from Ms. Barnes. You've got a planning commission report that found this consistent. On the other hand, you have a city staff report that's found this inconsistent. And the city staff report was focusing on the density as well as the waivers that are being requested.
Thank you, Ms. Wells. Ms. Dingfield, you recognize.
Mr. Chairman and Ms. Wells, thanks for clarifying that because it was a little confusing. But now that I'm looking at the staff report, it dawns on me that the original category, the category that sits on this property, the land use category, is CMU 35 units to the acre. But the testimony that we've heard, and if Mr. Grandolph or his client want to contest it, but the testimony that we've heard that's uncontroverted so far said something along the lines of 96 units per acre. And the way they get there is by using these bonus provisions to double the FAR by paying a dollar amount, so it's pay to play, and then they add an additional 25% by doing something about node bonuses as related to landscape and streetscape amenities. So all of a sudden we go from a maximum of potential. If I built my little one-story house across the street there and I said, don't worry dear, across the street the maximum potential is going to be 35 units per acre, which is typically like townhomes, okay? And then all of a sudden, because of these bonus provisions in an inappropriate location, now it's bumped up to 96 units per acre, which by my math, Mr. Miranda, is about almost three times, a little less than 3 times the original 35 units per acre.
Yeah, the other would be 105.
Yep. So, anyway, I just realized that when I was reading through the staff report. I was just trying to figure out, how did they get the 96 units per acre? Well, because they disregarded the CMU 35 and they said, oh, let's shift gears and go into this FAR. And we've seen that in other parts of town. And I think we're actually addressing that in other parts of town. But here we are on this one, and I'm not saying that they're not allowed to ask. But when you look at the surrounding area, when you listen to the comments, these neighborhood associations are saying, well, we can live with it if you make them do 20% affordable housing. Well, guess what? Kate Wells will tell us very loud and clear that state law doesn't allow us to make them do any affordable housing. Is that right, Ms. Wells?
Currently, that is an accurate description of the status of our law.
That is accurate, right? That is accurate.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we can't do what the neighborhood's asking us to do. We can't address those issues. All right. Thank you.
All right, we'll go back to Mr. Randolph for rebut, and we'll shut it down. Mr. Randolph.
Well, thank you, but what you can do is adhere to the comprehensive plan, and that therein lies the dilemma. The comprehensive plan encourages the increase of density because the proverbial elephant in the room is mass transit. And the comprehensive plan recognizes that we're never going to get there unless we have some incentive to go beyond 35 units per acre. So yes, you can build as of right 35 units per acre, but the comprehensive plan, as recited by Mr. Hay on page 6, neighborhood element policy 322, which is how we get to the 2.28 FAR. Quote, you have to be on a node to do this. The node means a major intersection. You can't be out in the hitherlands to want to do this density. So the planners say if you want that kind of density, you got to concentrate it at an intersection, and that's urban living. So the comprehensive plan says designated nodes are measured on a radius from center point of roadway intersection and include a neighborhood node 1/4 mile radius and a community node 1/2 mile radius. The community nodes are as follows. This is the only ones in the city. The intersection of Nebraska and Sly, Hillsborough Avenue and Dr. Martin Luther King Boulevard. That's it. The comprehensive plan is saying go to these two intersections. If your project makes sense, you can bring the FAR up to 2.5 if need be. We've gone to 2.28. We're encouraging that. We need to have housing. We need to have intensive housing. Yes, there will be traffic. Yes, we'll be close to Interstate 75. Now, I'd like to ask Ms. Wells to respond to y'all whether we can self-direct the improvements that Ms. Hurtak wants and put them towards where the neighborhood wants to. I don't believe we can do so under 27-140. We're doing as much as we can. So Ms. Wells, would you please respond to Ms. Hurtak's request?
I didn't follow all of the requests that she was making.
She would like to have our payment under 27-140 directed where the neighborhood wants it instead of where the code controls it. And I believe I compliment it, but we can't do that. We have to follow the code. For instance, it says that we have to do the improvements towards Nebraska, which they believe is too far away. We simply can't do it under the code.
Well, that was the capital improvement project that you selected to include in the bonus provision agreement. There are other ways to support or provide amenities in a bonus provision agreement.
And we're meeting those on the site plan.
What you selected is the project that's included in the BPA, but there are other CIPs that could be considered. There are other amenities that may be provided. Affordable housing is also an amenity that may be provided. So there are other ways to address the increased density through a bonus provision agreement.
Thank you. Ms. Harmon's comment as to overwhelming density, I'll repeat my statement as to what the comprehensive plan is encouraging. Heidi, I do not recall her last name, but we're simply addressing a market demand, and I'd like Yates to speak to you a little further on the neighborhood's comments. Yates?
Thank you. And I know it's getting late, so I'll try and be respectful of everybody's time. So I guess, to address what Mr. Grandoff said, I mean, we relied on the comprehensive plan when we first looking at this project, 18 months ago. We said, oh, this makes all the sense in the world. This is what the comprehensive plan directs. So it's not like we're, trying to pull a fast one with the 35 units per acre and go into something larger. I mean, to make the point again, if it wasn't there, I mean, we thought we could go up to 2.5, and not that it's a huge difference, but being at 2.2, I mean, is a concession to say, hey, we're not even trying to max it out. Having said that, you know, if we are able to, you know, get approval tonight, obviously there's a second hearing. We hear the concerns of the council. I do think that generally what the neighbors have said tonight, the three speakers who I've been speaking to for the last month or so, I feel confident and comfortable that we can address a significant portion of those concerns. I don't know that we can get all the way to 20% affordable housing. I'll be honest with you there. But you know, there's several things. I think there's still a little bit of misinformation. We're not planting any palm trees. We're planting all hardwoods. The trees that we're removing, literally almost every single one of them are rated hazardous. It's not like they're these wonderful grand trees that we're taking out. And so I'm just looking at my notes from what they were saying. The other thing is, and I want to unpack this further with the neighbors on the density, you know, as I said earlier, we want to do as much as we can and as much as the city will allow us, obviously within reason, for the traffic. But it's not like we can just go out there and start building turn lanes and installing traffic, you know, stop signs. I mean, that's just not how it works. And so I'd be curious to continue the dialogue with the neighbors. If we build less units, then we have less of a traffic impact, and therefore we're going to do our requirement, or even if we want to do more, we're going to have to do less traffic improvements. And I'd like to do more. So, so I guess my request would just be, you know, if we can get the votes to continue on, we'll continue to engage with the neighbors and see where this leads.
All right, the applicant's asked for a move to continue. Anyone want to make a motion to continue?
I'll make it. Yeah, and I just want to explain, is it Yates?
Yes, sir.
So what you said is we'd like to do this between first and second reading. Unfortunately, our lawyers and our staff don't operate that way.
Okay.
You know, you can't continue to negotiate between first and second reading. It's basically you're pretty much locked in at first reading. Mr. Shelby, I'll say for the record, he's nodding his head up and down and agreeing with me. But anyway, so with that said, I think I like the direction you're headed on some of these issues, but you've used the word continue a couple of times, so I'll ask you if you would agree to a continuance so you can go ahead and address these neighborhood issues and these important issues. And you mentioned an affordable housing, you know, number that was, you know, pretty impressive.
Well, she mentioned 20%, so I don't want. But yeah,
you know, I mean, at least you're amenable to something. So
yes, sir.
I think there's room. I think there's some room for negotiation to make this a better project. I can't say I'll necessarily support anything because I never make promises about anything.
Understood.
But with that, I'll ask you if you're willing to do a continuance to the next available meeting, so you can continue to work on this and make it a better deal.
Yes, we would accept that.
Mr. Shelby, recognized?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Martin Shelby, Council Attorney. If we could just inquire of staff of when the next available, and perhaps Mr. Grandolph can state how much time they believe is needed to do this. Because if it does require, who's Ms. Wells? Were you about to say something? Or Ms. Barnes? Thank you.
Barnes, you recognized? You're muted.
Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. I was just going to state the next available hearing is February 24th, 2022.
And that is beyond the 180-day requirement for action by council, so this council would have to waive that requirement.
Okay, I'll move to continue this to February 24th at 5 p.m. Or 5:01, and to waive the 180-day requirement.
And is that acceptable to Mr. Grandolph? I just want to hear that if we can.
Let me chat with Mr. Dunaway real quick, and be right back. Give me a second. Yes, Mr. Chairman, that is acceptable.
All right, Mr. Dean has moved. Do you have a second? second by Mr. Maniscalco. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion granted. Thank you, sir. Good
And
night.
if we could have the clerk announce that again, because there is going to be no other announcement to the public, so they should make note of when this is continued to,
All
please.
right. Madam Clerk, could you announce that, please, Mr. Shelby?
Item continued to February 24, 2022 at 5:01.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
And
All
motion
right.
carried unanimously.
All right. Item number 13.
A Barnes Development Coordination. Item number 13 is REZ 21106. The subject property is located at 801 East 26th Avenue. The request is to rezone the property from a planned development to another planned development. I will turn over the presentation to the Planning Commission, and after their presentation, I'll conclude mine.
Good evening, council members. David Hay with your Planning Commission staff. I have been sworn. Can I share my screen, please? You. All right. This next rezoning 21-106, it is located within the Central Tampa Planning District, and more specifically in the Pm neighborhood. The subject site is within the East Tampa Urban Village. The closest recreational facility is Borel Park, which is located directly to the north of the subject site on East 26th Avenue. There is transit within 1/4 of a mile to the northeast of the subject site, and the site is not located within an evacuation zone. Here we have the subject site. You can see we have the park directly to the north. That's Borel Park. There's a mixture of single-family detached and duplex units to the west. Then, of course, you see Interstate 275, and then you see Robles Park on the other side of Interstate 275. You'll see some commercial uses along Nebraska Avenue. There's also some places of religious assembly. Here we have the future land use map. Again, the subject site and properties located to the west and south in that brown color are the residential 20. That residential 20 can also be found on the other, on the east side of Nebraska Avenue. The pinkish color, never get my colors descriptions right, but this pink color here is the community mixed use 35. That actually gets slightly more intensive. In the bright red is the community commercial 35. And then the tan colors, 2 blocks to the north and scattered around, are that residential 10. This large brown area to the northeast, that is Robles Park. Go to the report. The Planning Commission staff finds the request is comparable and compatible with the surrounding area. The surrounding density, the planned development proposes a density, of 19.87 units per acre, which is below the density anticipated under the residential 20 designation. Since the applicant is exceeding the 18 dwelling units allowed by right under the residential 20 designation, the applicant is required to enter into a bonus agreement with city legal to attain additional density on the site. Again, the comprehensive plan encourages multifamily residential to be designed to be sensitive to the neighborhood with front door orientation to neighborhood sidewalks and street. The orientation of the front door to the multifamily building does address East 26th Avenue, which is consistent with the policy direction. Additional, the PD supports land use objective 4.3, which seeks to improve the pedestrian experience through excellent urban design. The request supports many of the policies in the comprehensive plan as it relates to housing the city's population and the promotion of infill development. In conclusion, the request is comparable and compatible with the development pattern in this portion of the East Tampa Urban Village, and is consistent with the long-range development pattern encouraged under the residential 20. Based on those considerations, Planning Commission staff does find the proposed plan development consistent with the provisions of the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available if you have any questions.
Any
Thank you.
questions, Mr. Hay? All right, Ms. Barnes?
Thank you, Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. Can I please share my screen? Great. Again, the applicant is proposing to rezone 801 East 26th Avenue from planned development to allow the development of residential multifamily uses. The applicant is requesting waivers as shown on the screen here. The site is comprised of lots 2, 3, 6, 7, and 10 of Block D of Bonaventure subdivision platted in 1900, along with portions of vacated right-of-way. Shown here is a survey of the property, approximately 1.61 acres in size. Shown here is part of the site plan showing the overall layout of the site. The proposed project is for a 3-story multifamily building with a total of 32 residential dwelling units. Building setbacks are proposed as follows: north 22 feet, south at least 200 feet, east 29 feet, and west 10 feet. Proposed maximum building height is 35 feet. A total of 49 parking spaces are required and provided. Vehicular access is provided from East 26th Avenue. Shown here are the elevations provided by the applicant. And again, shown here is an aerial map and surrounding property. Property directly north of the subject property is zone RS50 and CG and developed with single-family dwellings as well as a park known as Burrell Park. Property west of the subject site is zone RS50 and developed with single-family dwellings. Further west is Interstate 275. Property directly south of the subject site is zone RS50 and CG and developed with single-family dwellings and a place of religious assembly. Directly east of the subject property is zone CG and developed with a place of religious assembly. In accordance with 27-140, the applicant is requesting a bonus of 4 dwelling units for a total of 32 dwelling units. The applicant has submitted a bonus provision agreement to the legal department and will be providing amenities for CIP project, Floribosca Avenue project. Shown here is the property along North Nebraska heading north. Shown here is the subject property facing south from East 26th Avenue, as well as property adjacent east of the subject site. And this is directly north of the subject site at the park, as well as surrounding residential homes. This is directly west of the subject site, a single-family dwelling. Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the application and found the request inconsistent with the City of Tampa Code of Ordinances. Please refer to Natural Resources and Development Coordination comments for overall inconsistency finding. Modifications to the site plan must be completed by the applicant between first and second reading of the ordinance as stated on the revision sheet approving the application. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions you might have.
Any questions, Ms. Barnes? Mr. Shelby, I'm looking at the clock over there. Did we have a provision at 11 o'clock or something like that, sir? What is the rule on that?
We had discussed that, Mr. Chairman, and the discussion of council at its special discussion meeting was that it wished meetings to not go longer than 11 o'clock. That hasn't been formally implemented. That was in discussion with staff, and what was discussed with staff during the discussion was to, at this time, to not necessarily impose that, but to work on the number of cases that are being heard. But obviously, it's council's pleasure. The direction of council was to come back when the plans are ultimately brought back to council with the changes to the rules. This would be part of that based on direction of council, but at this point in time, it hasn't been implemented.
Let's see when we're going to discuss that again and implement it, because I'm looking at council members, and I know we got some newlyweds in here, and it's late in the hour, you know, and it does us no good. We've got 4 more cases. We could be here till almost 1 o'clock tonight this evening, sir. So I'm just saying we need to make sure we bring that back up and make some headwaves on that, because going these late hours does nobody any good, so just FYI.
The question, sir, if I can just take, I know we're in the middle of a hearing, but I think we should discuss this after the hearings. But what you're faced with now is if this were in position, what you'd have to do is you'd have to make a determination of what would happen to the cases that you have remaining.
No,
So
I understand. I just wanted you to find out what that was. We can continue with the hearing, but I want to make sure that we pick this back up at a later date so we don't run into this because it's starting to get repetitive. So thank you, sir. All right, we'll hear from the applicant now. Mr. Mechanic?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, council members. My name is David Mechanic. I'm at 305 South Boulevard, Tampa, Florida.
Let us swear you in, sir. Let us swear you in.
Oh, yes, sir.
If you're going to speak, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, council members. I promise I will be as quick as you allow me to be. With me this evening is my client, Menachem Rappaport, who is the owner and developer of this property. Also with me is the project architect, Joseph Belluccia, and our arborist, Lori Ballard. We were before you just a little over a year ago and received an approval for a townhouse project on this property. Ironically, there were some comments from the neighborhood indicating that the project was too suburban and actually needed to be more urban in character. My client took those comments to heart and also is now proposing to add 4 additional units to the project. And I would add that only increases the density, not like the numbers you just heard on the previous case, from 18 units to the acre to just shy of 20 units to the acre. So it's a relatively small increase, which we are proposing through the bonus agreement. We have several waivers which Mr. Belluccia will discuss, but I'd like to dispose of 2 of them to make the whole presentation somewhat simpler. Waiver number 1 is a request to remove tree number 7. We do not propose to remove tree number 7, so that waiver can be eliminated. Waiver number 2 has a proposal to remove trees 1 and 9. However, these trees are rated C9, which are deemed not worthy of presentation under your code, and I'll defer to Aaron Marr, your staff person on that subject, but I believe we do not need a waiver for that. I would like, before I turn it over to Joe Belluccia, I'd like to just mention that we have received emails of support from the Ybor Heights Neighborhood Association, from the BM Ybor Neighborhood Association, and also from individuals, including Ricardo Kraus, resident and a member of the board of the BM Ybor Association, Kelly Grimsdale, a resident in the area, Dr. Wobes, who is a business owner in the area. I'd like to state that we agree with all the revisions required by the staff in its report, except that it also mentions the possibility of a green space waiver, which we do not require. We have ample VUA green space on the project. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Belluccia. Thank you.
Mr. Mechanic, thank you, City Council, for staying up this late with us. My name is Joseph Belluccia with JVB Architect, 2401 North Howard Avenue. As David said, we'll try to keep this as brief as possible. I was going to review each waiver in depth, but considering the time, I'll support what Mr. Mechanic said, that waiver number 7, that waiver 1 we have in our application is not needed. The 2 trees, we did review it with our arborist, as Mr. Mechanic said, and we discussed with Aaron that those 2 trees are actually a little less quality than we initially perceived them to be. And in addition to that, the VUA green space waiver, I noticed that in the revisions, it mentions if necessary. So if it's recommended that we leave that verbiage in there as if necessary, but at this time we feel that it's not necessary. And I just want to hit on one last comment regarding the density and the Planning Commission's comments of the project being consistent. We agree with that, and we support their comments. And with that, trying to keep it as brief as possible, I'll return this back to Mr. Mechanic.
Okay, yes, David Mechanic again for the record. Yeah, I would just like to emphasize the Planning Commission staff indicated that our project is both consistent with the comprehensive plan and compatible with the comprehensive plan. And with that, we would conclude the presentation. Be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Any questions, Mr. Mechanic? Mr. Mechanic, this has no bearing on it, but what kind of housing development is this?
It's an apartment, a multifamily building.
Market rate?
Yes, sir. Yes. I mean, my client would like to make this as affordable as possible, but we are not touting this as an affordable housing project.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions, Mr. Mechanic? All right, anyone on the second floor speak on this item?
Eileen Rosario, Development and Coordination. There's no one here to speak on this item. Thank you.
All right, anyone ready to speak on this item?
No registered speakers for this item.
Move to close.
All right, Mr. Maniscalco has moved, Mr. Vieira moved, and Mr. Maniscalco second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion granted. And so I've lost track of it. Are we back to you, Mr. Vieira? Thank you.
Yes, sir. If I may, I move an ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 801 East 26th Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in Section 1 from zoning district classification PD, plan development to PD, plan development residential multifamily, providing an effective date.
Second by Mr. Maniscalco. Roll call.
Carlson.
Yes.
Booth.
Yes.
Miranda.
Yes.
Vieira.
Yes.
Cedro.
Yes.
Mr. Shelby?
You recognize, sir?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I don't want to slow things down, but there was the question, first of all, including the revision sheet, but there were some questions with regard to what is going to be required on the revision sheet with regard to the waivers. But if you can include that in your motion, is there anything that needs to be clarified? We can reopen the hearing for that purpose if there's anything from staff or Mr. Mechanic. I don't see any indication. Okay, then, Mr. Vieira, that being the case, if you could just include the revision sheet in its part.
Yes, sir, I do hereby include said revision sheet.
Okay, and the vote is then?
Citro.
Yes.
Maniscalco. And Dingfelder.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on January 13, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
Item number 14.
Thank you, Council. Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. Item number 14 is REZ 21107. The subject property is located at 1315 Hines Avenue, 3418, 3420, 3422 LaSalle, and 3417, 3421 West Arch Street. The request is to rezone the property from CI and RS50 to PD. I'll turn over the presentation to Planning Commission, and after their report, I'll conclude mine.
Good evening, council members. David Hay with your Planning Commission staff. I have been sworn. Try to keep this as brief as possible. The subject site is located within the Central Tampa Planning District, just on the edge of the West Shore Planning District. The closest recreational facilities is Barland Park. There's transit within the area. Subject site is located within zones D and E, evacuation zones. We have an aerial of the subject site. You can see This is North Himes Avenue. Of course, this is Interstate 275 directly to the north. Dead ends. Here, a conflict with the Tico and to the west town development side of Himes. One family detached.
I think Mr. Hayes having some.
To the east and south.
I think you're having a little technical difficulty there, Mr. Hay. Try it again, Mr. Hay.
I am. Can you hear me now?
Oh yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. I'll be brief. The site contains two land use categories. Along Himes, in that bright red, is the community commercial 35, and then the eastern portion of the subject site has that residential 10. Of course, to the southwest in this purple color, that's the regional mixed use 100. This is Midtown again to the southwest. The planned development proposes 21 units within the portion of this site designated community commercial 35. Since the planned development exceeds 20 dwelling units allowed by right under the community commercial 35, for that portion, the applicant is required to enter into a bonus agreement. The planned development addresses the mixed use corridor policies. There are 3 units that are within the Res 10 portion and are not within the mixed use corridor. These should address land use policy 9.2.6. And in conclusion, the request supports many of the policies in the comprehensive plan as it promotes to infill, especially when it's adjacent to high density employment, like in the West Shore district. And based on the above considerations, the Planning Commission staff does find the proposed plan development consistent with the provisions of the Imagine 2040 comprehensive plan. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions, Mr. Hay? All right, Ms. Barnes.
Can I please share my screen? Thank you. Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. The applicant is proposing to rezone the properties listed or addresses listed for REZ 21107 from RS50 residential single family and CI commercial intensive to PD to plan development to allow for the development of residential single family attached uses. The applicant is requesting waivers as shown on this screen. The site is comprised of lots 9 through 17, block 19 of McFarland Park subdivision platted in 1908. Shown here is the survey of the property, approximately 1.06 acres in size. Here's a portion of site plan submitted by the applicant showing the overall proposed layout of the subject site. The proposed project is for 4 single-family attached buildings with a total of 24 units. Building setbacks are proposed as follows: north 5 feet, south 7 feet, east 16 feet, and west 45 feet from center line north Himes Avenue. Proposed maximum building height is 43 feet, 3 stories. Vehicular access is provided from West Arch Street and West LaSalle Street. Shown here are several of the elevations provided by the applicant. Here's an aerial map of the subject site with surrounding zoning. Property north of the subject site and across LaSalle is Zone CI and developed for vehicle on-ramp for I-275. Property directly west and across North Himes Avenue is Zone CI and developed with electric station or power station. Property directly south and across West Arch Street is Zone CI, PD, and RS50 and developed with an office use. Property east of the site is zoned RS50 and developed with single-family detached uses. In accordance with section 27-140, the applicant is requesting a bonus of 1 dwelling unit for a total of 24 dwelling units. The applicant has submitted a bonus provision agreement to the legal department and will be providing additional amenities for the CIP project for Gray Street Complete Streets improvements. Shown here is the subject property facing southwest from LaSalle Street, West LaSalle Street. Again, off of West LaSalle Street, closer towards North Hines Avenue. The property located west along across Hines Avenue. Shown here is property on both sides of West LaSalle Street, facing east. Shown here is property east and adjacent to the subject site along West Arch Street. And this is again the site closest to the intersection of West Arch Street and North Hines Avenue. This is an off historically south and across West Arch Street. And again, this is part of Midtown. This is directly across North Hines Avenue. Shown here are several waivers that need to be revised on behalf of Natural Resources, as shown here. Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the application and found the request inconsistent with the City of Tampa Code of Ordinances. Please refer to Transportation, Natural Resources, and Development Coordination comments for overall inconsistency finding. Modifications to the site plan must be completed by the applicant between first and second reading of the ordinance as stated on the revision sheet if approving the application. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions you may have.
Any questions, Ms. Barnes? All right, we have the applicant. Let's swear them all in. There's a bunch of people on the screen.
Please raise your
Yes,
right
sir.
hand. Do you swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, council members. Good evening. I'll again try to be very brief. This is slightly more complicated than the last case, but I'll try and get through it quickly. We are asking for approval for 24 single-family attached units. The bonus that we are seeking is simply for one dwelling unit because of the split land use designation on the property. At this point, I'm sorry, with me this evening is Jacob Egan with Onyx and East, the applicant, Steven Sposato, who is planner on the project, and architect Aaron Barker. And at this time, I would ask Steven to address the project itself and to talk about the waivers, and then that will be followed by Ms. Barker, who will also discuss the waivers, and then I will wrap up the presentation. Thank you. David?
Good evening. My name is Steven Sposato. I am a planner with Level Up Consulting in Tampa, and may I share my screen?
All right, we've got it.
Yeah. Can you all see that?
No, sir, you had it.
No, I'm sorry. How about now?
We got it.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Y'all can see that okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. My presentation, and again, I'll try to be brief as well, but we'll cover 3 areas: site layout, parking, and trees. The property, as you can see on the aerial, fronts on Hines, near Midtown and just south of 275. We have 3 frontages: Hines to the west, Arch to the south, and LaSalle to the north. Our site design or layout responds to the unique context of the location. One, you can see a pretty substantial power substation opposite Hines. There's an on-ramp to 275 opposite LaSalle, and you can see the LaSalle also terminates at Hines with a cul-de-sac, and so there's no opportunity for development on the north side of LaSalle Street. Our design goal was to take advantage of the increasing vibrancy of the area, but create functional and healthy living spaces consistent with the intent of plan development zoning, And so our waivers are in response to the unique conditions and opportunities. So one of the major outcomes of the context is the orientation of the four buildings, which Erin Barker will more fully illustrate in her presentation. So the site plan includes an access drive that connects LaSalle and Arch, that creates efficiency, internalizes parking, and also creates unity within the site. But instead of facing the power substation and the on-ramp, building 2 and 3, see you here, face a courtyard that will be landscaped and professionally maintained. And so in addition, and to the benefit of Himes Avenue, and, in the vibrancy of that corridor and pedestrian activity, the architecture and streetscape have been enhanced consistent with the West Shore Overlay District, and we appreciate the guidance of the urban design team on that point. Building 1 is fronts on Arch, and then building 4 is oriented to the eastern property line. It includes setbacks and also includes a courtyard. In terms of parking, there is a waiver to reduce parking from 54 to 50 spaces, which is about under 8%. Reduction, not counted, are 7 spaces that are tandem for building 3 along LaSalle. These spaces are not allowed to be counted towards our total since the driveway space overlaps the right-of-way. But tandem parking is nearly always associated with private garages that access a public street. And I've just a picture of some of the parking along facing. This is facing LaSalle, facing west, showing parking, adjacent to the right-of-way. So if you count the spaces that we just mentioned, the 7 additional tandem spaces are actually at 57 spaces. For building 3, additionally, the architecture orients the front of the building to the courtyard, as I already mentioned, with the rear facing LaSalle, which is similar to like an alley loaded type product. The interpretation is that garages along LaSalle are treated as a front yard, needing 2 rather than a single enclosed parking space, which is required for a rear yard, which is functionally what we are providing. Additionally, we're proposing a single parking space just to the east of building 1, down in the southeast corner that encroaches on the VOA buffer. And finally, our goal is to plant as many trees as possible on site. Payment into the trust fund would be a fallback if needed, primarily due to the marginal quality of most of the trees on site. More than 50% will be removed. Over pruning, and I have an example of that, due to the power lines on site, results in unnatural canopy, makes the trees more susceptible to disease and decay. And in addition to that, the grand trees on site are all classified as high risk and exhibit canopy dieback and similar things. But our plan is to have a landscape plan that utilizes appropriate material, including understory type trees under the power lines, to create an attractive and sustainable site. And that's what I'll conclude and hand it over to Erin.
Hi, this is Erin Barker, Director of Architectural Design. May I share my screen?
Yes, you may.
Okay. Hold on. Can you all see my screen now?
I believe so.
So I'm Erin Barker, Director of Architectural Design, and I'll be covering the information relative to the ground floor entrances, the street orientation, and the transparency. As Stephen touched on, the overall site creates unique challenges and also unique opportunities. The site and the surrounding communities were studied, and we designed what we believe to be a very desirable sense of community within an eclectic surrounding, as well as contributing to the surrounding residential. In looking at the site, as they were shown earlier, there are 2 existing structures. One is a home, and the other was a home that was has been remodeled several times into a low-scale commercial building. Both are in a bit of deterioration. saving them was really not an opportunity and an option, and we don't believe it would contribute back to the community. Regarding the orientation of our design, let me, in many circumstances, it is desirable, and I'll zoom in here a little bit, for the single-family residents to face the street, but in this case, facing Himes Avenue in its current state, with its future maturity, and then the power substation to the west was really not what we believed to be the best orientation for single family and didn't contribute to the new community in a positive manner. We also felt the same for LaSalle to the north, which faces I-275 and the entrance ramp and is in very close proximity. After meeting with the City of Tampa Urban Design, we received favorable feedback and additional suggestions which we have incorporated. For the Building 1 facade, which faces, let me go back, which faces Arch to the south. For Building 1 facade, we've incorporated exterior detailing and aesthetics which are consistent with the surrounding community. They consist of stucco, horizontal siding, raised and recessed panel detailing. In discussing with the urban design team, we have enhanced the building facades which face Himes by adding windows and doors for more transparency over the entire facade, as well as the addition of raised and recessed paneling at the corners with additional windows. So for Building 2, we are mirroring Building 1 to create this great courtyard between Building 2 and 3 to the north and an outdoor area for the units to enjoy. Building 3, as I mentioned, we chose not to front 275, but instead the garages front 275, which we feel is more applicable. On the rear of the building and on the ends of that, we have incorporated the raised and recessed panels, additional windows, and additional windows on the end units. With regards to Building 4, it's similar in nature to Building 2 with a private courtyard to the east, while focusing all of the auto traffic to the interior of the site. With the assistance and direction we feel that we received from, let me zoom out a minute here, that we received from the urban design team, we feel we have designed an exciting place to live in response to the surrounding influences. For reference, as Stephen offered earlier, we have supplied some additional examples of this type of product in close proximity. This is at 1315 Himes, and which shows minimal to any openings on the ground floor and some windows above. Arawana Avenue on the right side is a similar configuration. The Azile, which shows the interior courtyard, a drive-through. Lincoln Avenue, similar product with few windows on the ground floor level at the street level. On the Azile property, there are no windows at the ground level and 2 windows above. Again, similar properties at Tampania with the interior courtyards. And in closing, we believe that the development not only creates a wonderful place to live, but also contributes to the surrounding community with attention to detailing, materials, and outdoor living. So in conclusion,
thank you.
I will hand it off to David.
I'm sorry, I think we're about to run out of time, so I just want to conclude our presentation. Mr. Chairman, we would just like to point out that the parking waiver is minimal, and in fact, there is sufficient parking when you consider the driveways, which are on every residential street you see in Tampa, you see a car parked in the driveway, and there will be more than adequate parking. And I would just also like to just reiterate that the Planning Commission determined that the project was compatible and consistent with the neighborhood. And with that, we'll be happy to answer any questions, and we request your favorable consideration.
Any questions, Mr. Mechanic? Any questions? All right, anyone on the second floor speak on this item?
The only thing is, how much parking spaces do you have?
Hold on a second. All right, hold on a second.
Eileen Rosario, Development and Growth. There's no one here to speak on this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allen.
Dave, how many parking spaces do you have?
Mr. Mechanic?
No, there are 52, but the tandem spaces don't count as official parking, but we have a total of 57. Stephen, do I have those numbers right?
Yeah, we're providing 50, but if you count the space, you count the space, as you mentioned, David, adjacent to LaSalle, it's 57, and 54 is required.
54 is required. So we actually have a surplus as long as you consider the parking on the driveways.
Ms. Barnes?
Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. It's my understanding the applicant is requesting a waiver to reduction in parking waiver from 54 spaces to 50 spaces.
We're not denying that we're asking for a waiver. We're just saying the tandem spaces will serve to adequately provide sufficient parking for the project.
And these units, are there one bedroom or two bedrooms?
There's a combination of 2 and 3 bedrooms, Jacob?
Because in today's society, every bedroom has a driver.
It's a combination of 1 and 2 car garage units on this site, yes.
All right, I just don't want to see cars parked all over the street in LaSalle and everywhere else.
No, sir, that will not happen.
Do we have anybody registered to speak, Madam Clerk?
No registered speakers.
Oh, Mr. Maniscalco, move to close. Second, Mr. Citro, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion granted. Mr. Maniscalco.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration. An ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 1315 North Himes, 3418, 3420, and 3422 West South Street, and 3417 and 3421 West Arch Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification CI commercial intensive and RS 50 residential single family to PD plan development residential single family, providing an effective date. I see that the applicant has complied with land use objection 2.1, 6.1, and 9.2. We addressed we did question the parking, but I think there's an adequate amount of land planned for this residential purpose to accommodate the population. We mentioned some of the tandem spaces, driveway use, and garage use. We have the revision sheet that needs to be included between now and second reading, and any waivers that were requested. I don't think that they'll interfere. I think they're within reason. There was a parking reduction, which was minimal, but again, we addressed that, and I think that covers everything.
Second, Mr. Citro, roll call.
Citro.
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
Dingfelder. Viera. Miranda.
Yes.
Goods.
Yes.
And Carlson.
Yes.
Motion carried with Dingfelder being absent at vote. Second reading and adoption will be held on January 13, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you very much, Council.
All right. It's the stroke of midnight. Miss Eileen? It's Eileen?
Yes.
Gentlemen, yesterday was Miss Eileen's birthday. So we all want to say happy birthday to her. Let's welcome her.
Happy
Miss
birthday.
Eileen.
Thank you. And I'm
All
here
right.
with you guys.
All right, we appreciate that. All right, item 9-15.
Mr. Chairman, if I can,
Yes, sir.
before we begin on item number 9, I just want to bring to council's attention that I did receive a letter dated yesterday from Attorney Ethan Loeb relative to matters involving this case, and I just want to say for the record that that has been presented to the clerk and that has been entered into the record pursuant to council's previous motion at the start of the hearing. Thank you.
All right. All right, item number 9, staff.
Thank you, Council. Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. Item number 9 is RAZ 2176. The subject property is located at 907 North Willow Avenue. The requesters rezoned the property from RS50 to RM18. Alternative, the presentation to the Planning Commission.
Good evening, council members. David Hay with your Planning Commission staff. I have been sworn. The next item for your review is rezoning 21-76. It is located within the Central Tampa Planning District, more specifically the West Riverfront neighborhood. There is transit within 200 feet at the intersection of Willow and West Cypress. The closest recreational facility is Julian B. Lane Riverfront Park, and the site is located within a level C evacuation zone. Here we have an aerial. Cass is to the south. There are some non-residential uses down here. This is Willow. It's predominantly single-family detached within this area. There are some scattered duplexes and multifamily as you move to the east and south. Here's the future land use map. The subject site and all the properties around the site are the residential 20. It actually increases in density to the residential 35 on the south side of Lemon. We have some, the salmon color is the NMU 35 category. And then down on Cass, we have the general mixed use 24. And then we also see some community mixed use 35. This portion of North Willow Avenue, that's a correction in the staff analysis. It's inaccurately identified as Columbus. That's not correct. This portion of North Willow Avenue between West Grace Street and West Lemon, it has an existing density of 6.26 units per acre based on 12 sample sites. The existing density represents 19% of the density that can be considered under the residential 20. The RM18 zoning district would allow consideration of 2 dwelling units on the subject site at an overall density of 12.5 units per acre. That is consistent with that residential 20 future land use category. Again, the comprehensive plan has many policies supporting infill development, especially within close proximity to the city's employment centers. Based on all that, the Planning Commission staff does recommend to you this evening that the proposed rezoning be found consistent with the provisions of the Imagine 2040 10th Comprehensive Plan. That concludes my presentation. I'm available if you have any questions.
Any questions, Mr. Hay? All right, Ms. Barnes?
Can I please share my screen? Thank you, Council. Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. The applicant is proposing to rezone 907 North Willow Avenue from RS50 residential single family to RM18. This is a standard Euclidean zoning, so no waivers are requested. The site is comprised of Lot 2, Block 31 of extensions of Collins Addition subdivision, platted in 1890, shown here. This is a survey of the property, approximately 0.165 acres in size. Shown here is an aerial map of the subject site and surrounding property. Property to the north and west of the site are each developed with single-family dwelling. Property adjacent east and south of the subject site are undeveloped, although the immediate area is zoned and developed with residential single-family dwellings. There are more intense residential, multifamily, commercial, and industrial development in the general area. Shown here is the subject property. This is one lot north of the subject site at the intersection of Cypress and Willow Avenue. Directly west of the subject site and across Willow Avenue. Directly south of the subject site, it's currently undeveloped. And this is further south along Willow towards higher density uses. This is also a picture of near Cypress and Oregon Avenue with higher residential development, 1 block west of the subject site. Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the application and found the request consistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code. I'm available for any questions you might have.
Any questions, Ms. Barnes? All right, we'll hear from the applicant.
Good evening, council, or good morning, council. Steve Michelini representing the petitioner. We are pleased that we find that the city staff and the planning commission both find it consistent, and this is a request from excuse me, a request to rezone to RM18 from RS50. We would like to have the comments made by the city staff and their staff report adopted by reference. So I don't want to go through all of them, but we're found to be consistent with the goals and objectives and policies of the Tampa Comprehensive Plan for infill housing, for overall residential development and redevelopment, multifamily residential areas, medium density residential areas, and adequate sites to accommodate housing, infrastructure goals. They're all in your report, and I don't want to go through all of them, but we'd ask that they be adopted by reference. I don't have anything else to say to you this evening or this morning, and we're happy that it was found consistent and would respectfully request your approval.
Thank you, sir. Anyone here to speak on this item on the second floor?
Eileen Rosario, Development and Growth Management. There's no one here to speak on this item.
Anyone raised to speak on this item?
No raised speakers.
Anything else, Ms. McLean? Anything else, sir?
No, sir. We'd respectfully request your approval. I'd be happy to answer any questions. It is a Euclidean zoning, so there's no site plan attached.
Move to close.
Move to close. Second.
Citro, second by Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted. Mr. Carlson, I think it's your turn, sir. Item number 9.
Yes, sir. I'd like to move file number REZ 2176 ordinance being presented for first reading consideration ordinance rezoning property in general vicinity of 907 North Willow Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification RS50 residential single family to RM18 residential multifamily, providing effective date as the applicant has met its burden of proof to provide competent substantial evidence that the rezoning is consistent with the comprehensive plan and city code. Also adopt the findings and reasoning of the Planning Commission city staff reports, which both found them consistent, and that this is consistent with land use objective 9.2, which is intended to ensure that there is an adequate amount of land planned for residential purposes to accommodate projected population, and that the application is consistent with land use policy 2.1.2 and housing policy 1.3.4, which encourages new housing on vacant or underutilized land, and that the proposed development promotes and encourages development that is appropriate in location, character, and compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood.
Second.
Second by Mr. Miranda. Roll call.
Carlson,
Yes.
Goods,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Vieira, Citro,
Yes.
Maniscalco, and Dingfelder. Motion carried with Dingfelder abstaining. Second reading and adoption will be held on January 13, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you. Item number 15.
Thank you, Council. Amy Barnes,
You're
Development
recognized, Ms.
Coordination.
Shelby.
I'm sorry, Ms. Barnes. Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. For the purposes of the record, just want to bring to Council's attention that a letter dated December 8th of 2021 was received from Attorney Ethan Loeb and has been presented to the clerk here in this matter of REZ 21-109, and it has been made part of the record pursuant to Council's motion earlier this evening.
Ms. Barnes, item number 15.
Thank you, Councilor Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. Item number 15 is REZ 21109. Subject property is located at 301 North Hubert Avenue. The request is to rezone the property from RS 50 to RM 16. I'll turn the presentation over to the Planning Commission.
Good evening, council members. David Hay with your Planning Commission staff. I have been sworn. If I could share my screen briefly, thank you. We are over in the West Shore Planning District, more specifically the West Shore Palms neighborhood. The subject site is within close proximity to the Charles B. Williams Park and the North Hubert Art Studio. Closest transit stop is approximately 2 blocks to the south at Kennedy Boulevard. Here we have an aerial. North B is on the south. We have North Hubert on the west. You can see the area is predominantly multifamily with some townhomes scattered throughout. There is some remaining single-family detached, especially to the east. And again, there was commercial down at Kennedy Boulevard. That commercial is under the urban mixed use 60 future land use category. We have the residential 35 future land use category directly to the south and west, and then the residential 20 land use category composes the subject site. We've reviewed the application, Planning Commission staff, and has found that this portion of West North B Street between North Hubert Avenue and North Lois has an existing density of 5.51 units, which is below the density anticipated under the residential 20. That is due to that large parcel. The subject site also interfaces to the east and multifamily development in that residential 35. That has a density of 35.62 dwelling units per acre, slightly over the land use, allowing the subject site the potential to develop at a potential density of 14 units per acre under the RM 16 zoning would be compatible with the surrounding development pattern, again, consistent with a number of policies about infill. And based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff recommends to you this evening that the proposed rezoning be found consistent with the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan.
Any questions,
Thank you.
Mr. Hay? Any questions, Mr. Hay? All right, Ms. Barnes, you're up.
Thank you, Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. Again, the applicant is proposing to rezone 301 North Hubert Avenue from RS 50 to RM 16. The site is comprised of Lot 1 in the south 38 feet of Lot 2, Block 6 of Hannon Estate subdivision platted in 1925, as well as additional vacated right-of-way shown here. This is the survey of the property, approximately 0.28 acres in size. Shown here is an aerial map of the subject site and surrounding property. There's a mixture of existing residential uses varying in degree of intensity in the immediate area. Property directly north, east, and west of the subject site is zoned RS50. Property north is developed with single-family dwelling. Property east and behind the site is developed with a park. Property west of the site and across North Hubert Avenue is developed with residential multifamily dwelling. Property south site and across North B Street is zoned RM18 and developed with residential multifamily uses. There are residential multifamily uses and zoning from 24 RM18, RM16 in the general area that are compatible and consistent with the proposed zoning. Shown here is the subject property facing east from Hubert Avenue. Here's the property along both sides of Hubert Avenue facing towards I-275. Shown here is the intersection of North B Street and Hubert Avenue facing south. Here's the intersection of North B Street and Hubert Avenue facing west. And this is the subject site facing north from North B Street. Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the application and found the request consistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code. I'm available for any questions you may have.
Any questions, Ms. Barnes? All right, the applicant?
Good evening, Council. Steve Michelini representing Mark Mobley and the petitioner on this project. We're happy that both the city staff and the Planning Commission have found it consistent and that this is a request to go from RS 50 to RM 16. We also would like to have the staff report and the recommendations regarding land use as supplied by the Planning Commission city staff adopted by reference, where they find that we meet the goals and objectives and policies of the Tampa Comprehensive Plan, the goals and objectives regarding land use objectives, the overall residential redevelopment goals and objectives, the regulations regarding infill housing, low density, medium multifamily areas, adequate accommodations for housing needs, and all of the other goals and objectives as outlined in their report. We respectfully request your approval. This is a Euclidean rezoning, so there is no site plan attached.
Thank you, sir. Anyone on the second floor speak on this item?
Eileen Rosario, Development Coordination. There is no one here to speak on this item. Thank you.
Anybody registered, Madam Clerk?
There's one registered speaker.
Okay, all right. Let's swear them in. Gotta turn his camera on. What's the person's name here? Mr. Phillip, can you turn your camera on, sir?
Says there's a pop-up here, share my webcam. There you go. Can you guys see me?
No, sir, not yet.
Technical issues. Oh, boy.
Man, is it cold in here? What?
It's cold. My head's cold.
I do. Mr. Phillip?
Yes, sir. I have a pop-up here. It's not working for me. I'm going to try one more time. Share my webcam. Is there any IT guidance that can be offered here? I just keep on clicking on this pop-up, share my webcam, and my webcam just doesn't come on.
Madam Clerk, can you help him out so we can move on, or?
Is
Are you on the phone, sir? Are you on the phone?
I'm on the computer, actually.
Computer.
Computer.
All right. Madam Clerk, any ideas there? We. I didn't hear you, Madam Clerk. All right, Mr. Phillip, we still can't get you up, right?
I'm having difficulty. Yeah, I keep on getting this pop-up and I click on share my webcam and it just disappears on me.
Okay, well, Mr. Shelby, we need to move on. I'm
Well,
it's late hour.
my suggestion is, if he's not able to get on, then, and if the case does move forward, there is the opportunity to either A, put it in writing and bring it to council through the instructions on the city council's webpage, and there's also a second reading and public hearing, an adoption public hearing, if this item does come back. So, sir, you will have another opportunity on, what would be the date, Madam Clerk, if this moves forward to second reading?
January 13th.
January 13th. Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Phillip.
Apologies.
Mr. McLean?
Yes, sir. I just wanted to reiterate that this was found to be consistent by the city staff as well as the Planning Commission, and there are a number of land use policies and city policies that support the adoption of this rezoning. Respectfully request your approval.
All right, sir. Move to close.
Close.
Mr. Citro, Maniscalco, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted. Mr. Citro.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. File number REC 21-107, an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, an ordinance rezoning the property in the general vicinity of 301 North Hubert Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described section 1 from zoning district classifications RS50 residential single family to RM16 residential multifamily, providing an effective date whereas the applicant has met the burden of proof through competent substantial evidence, and the rezoning is consistent with the comprehensive plan. It's in compliance with applicable goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan. Consistent with land use objective 9.2, the application is consistent with land use policy 2.1.2, housing policy 1.3.4, and the proposed use promotes the efficient and sustainable use of land and infrastructure.
Was that a second by Mr. Maniscalco? Vieira, Mr. Vieira, I'm sorry, Mr. Vieira. Roll call.
Miranda,
Yes.
Vieira,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
Maniscalco, Dingfelder, Carlson,
Yes.
and Goods.
Yes.
Motion carried with Dingfelder being absent at vote. Second reading and adoption will be held on January 13th, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir, you recognize.
Before Mr. Michelini leaves, I believe we have to recall number nine.
Number
In order, Madam Clerk?
Yes, number 9, REZ 2176. Motion carried with Dingfelder being absent at vote. Second reading and adoption will be held on January 13th, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, council.
All right, last item of the evening at 12:20 in the morning.
Thank you, Council. Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. Item number 16 is REZ 2208. The subject property is located at 5215 Howard Avenue. The request is to rezone the property from RS60 to CI. I'll turn the presentation over to the Planning Commission.
Good evening, council members. David Hay with your Planning Commission staff. I have been sworn. There is a light at the end of the tunnel. This is the last case. We're in the planning district, specifically the Wellswood neighborhood. There is transit and provided within the area. It's in evacuation zone D. Here we have an aerial. This portion of North Howard Avenue is mostly heavy commercial. This is Mendenhall Elementary. We have Wellswood Park to the further to the south, and then we have the Kindred Hospital, all within this North Howard Avenue. You could see the large commercial along this stretch. Your Planning Commission staff on the CI consistent with the applicant meeting all code requirements. It would be comparable and compatible with that commercial 5 future land use category. Helps if I show you the future land use map. All the red is that community commercial 35. CI is an allowed zoning district within that category. And based on all the policies provided within the staff report, Planning Commission staff recommends to you this evening that the proposed rezoning be found consistent with the provisions of the Imagine 2040 Tampa Comprehensive Plan.
Any question for Mr. Hay? All right, Ms. Barnes.
Thank you again, Annie Barnes, Development Coordination. REZ 2208. It's to rezone property located at 5215 North Howard Avenue from RS60 to CI. There are no waivers requested because this is a Euclidean rezoning. Shown here is a subject, or lots 1 through 12, Block 3 of Zambito subdivision platted in 1951, as well as vacated right-of-way and additional unplatted land to the south. Here's a survey of the property, approximately 4.18 acres in size. Shown here again is an aerial map of the site with surrounding zoning. The property directly north remains undeveloped, and property south is developed with warehouse. Property east is zoned RS60 and developed with school, and property west of the site is zoned PI and RS60 and developed with warehouse uses. Although there are a variety of zoned properties in the general area, there are a significant number of CI zoned properties adjacent to the subject site. Most of the CI zoned property is situated along North Howard Avenue, North Armenia Avenue, and West Hillsborough Avenue. Shown here is the subject property facing east from North Howard Avenue behind vacant land pictured in front. Shown here is, again, that vacant land shown along North Howard Avenue and the warehouse across the street. Again, this is another CI warehouse use. Again, here's a picture of intersection of Hillsborough and Howard Avenue, northeast of the subject site. Development Review and compliance staff has reviewed the application and finds the request consistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code. I'm available for any questions you might have.
Any questions, Ms. Barnes? Be advised, Madam Clerk, Mr. Dingfelder is on camera, present. All right, we'll hear from the applicant, Mrs. Colina.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Ms. Dingfelder?
Mr. Chairman, just as a point of order, and I discussed this, I think, with Ms. Wells yesterday. This is a city application, I believe. Ms. Colina is there. And I know I've been briefed on several occasions by city staff, by Sal, and I think somebody else over the last couple of months about the potential use for this project. So I just wanted to disclose that as a matter of record. I believe I can be impartial in spite of that, but I just wanted to make that clear for the record.
Well, for the record, I think before this thing was even filed or moved, I think city staff contacted probably all of us. That's all of us. So let's just put that on the record. We've all been contacted before this thing was filed or moved ahead or potential site. So let's just put that on the record. It is a city project. I believe it's going to be attempted to be a city project. Anything else, Mr. Dingfelder, before I hear from the applicant?
No, sir. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Colina, you have the floor.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Swear you as well.
Council members.
Let the clerk
I
swear you in.
have not been sworn in yet.
All right, she's going to swear you in right now.
Please raise your right hand.
Okay.
Do you swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Yes, as you mentioned, the City of Tampa is currently under contract with the property owner, Mr. Frank Agliano. The city intends to purchase 2 parcels from Mr. Agliano. One is already zoned CI, and then this one that's RS60 that we are respectfully requesting your approval to rezone to CI as well. Mr. Agliano has given the City of Tampa authorization to serve as his agent in this rezoning hearing. As you heard, this requested rezoning aligns with the surrounding development pattern of the neighborhood, and it is consistent with city codes, the comp plan, and the future land use of the area. The properties to the north, south, and west are also zoned CI, and it is the predominant development pattern of the area. This is a Euclidean zoning, and so we have no site plan available. And we are very thankful that the staff has found this, the staff and the Planning Commission has found this consistent across the board. The use we intend for this particular piece of property is impound lot for the police department. There are trees on the site, as you probably have seen. We had a topographical survey conducted. There are 14 grand trees, and they are predominantly on the perimeter, which is good. They will be kept. And then the trees that are on, the remaining trees, there are some that are protected, and they are protected because they're over 5 inches in diameter. But the majority are laurel oaks, which have a 50 to 70 year lifespan, and this parcel was platted in the 50s, so we have met those 70 years. And then there are some palms and Brazilian peppers that are invasive. We have met with the Wellswood Civic Association, and they are in support of this project. I do believe that they sent an email in indicating their support. They had forwarded a copy of that to me. And if a council approves this rezoning, we look forward to purchasing the property and being good neighbors in the community. And I'm really here for any questions that you may have.
Any questions for Ms. Colina? All right, being none, anyone on the second floor for this item?
Eileen Rosario, Development and Growth Management. There's no one here to speak on this item.
All right, good night, Ms. Eileen.
Good night. Thank you all.
All right, anyone registered?
No registered speakers.
All right.
Quick question, Mr. Chairman.
You recognize, sir.
Thank you. Good evening, Ms. Quinn. So in regard to the tree, I don't have the benefit of the tree table or the calculations in front of me, but in regard to that, any tree removals, are they going to result in some payment into the city tree fund? We're not exempting ourselves, are we?
We are absolutely not. In fact, we are prepared to either pay into the tree fund, but when we have spoken with the Wellswood Civic Association members, we've also expressed if they would like for us to replant them in the area, we're fine to do that, and we're awaiting word from them as to where they would like them, and if not, we will definitely contribute to the tree fund.
Okay, sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, anything else, Ms. Goleta?
No, thank you all very, very much, and I'm so looking forward to getting some rest, as you are, I'm sure.
Mr. Maniscalco, did you move to close? Mr. Citro, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted. I think we left off on Mr. Citro, so Mr. Miranda, if you do the last honor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. File number REZ 22-08. Ordinance being presented for first reading. An ordinance rezoning property in general vicinity of 5215 North Howard Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification or residential single family to CI commercial intensive, providing an effective date.
Second by Mr.
The
Citro.
proposal of this zoning would allow the development that is comparable to the character of the zoning uses and is consistent with the development pattern anticipated under the current land use. Also, the proposed zoning category is consistent and compatible with the existing development pattern in the surrounding area. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
And we get a second. We get a second by Citro.
Citro.
See, we get a second. Roll call vote, please.
Carlson.
Yes.
Miranda.
Yes.
Vieira.
Yes.
Citro.
Yes.
Maniscalco. Dingfelder.
Yes.
And Goods.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on January 13, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
Mr. Shelby, anything, sir?
Yes, sir. Very quickly, Kate Wells, Chief Assistant City Attorney, sent to council on December 3rd a request to schedule a public hearing on January 27th, 2022 at 5:01 p.m. for consideration of the Special Magistrate's report and recommendation regarding REZ 20-66 at the address of 5301 West Tyson Avenue, and also, if acceptable, to place an ordinance on first reading rezoning the property from IH to PD. I have...
Motion to accept? Mr. Maniscalco, second by Mr. Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted.
And I'm filing that with the clerk.
Anything else, sir?
So that'll be it for me. Thank you.
Mr. Vieira?
Yes, sir. Just one, per guidance of legal motion to rescind a prior motion to meet with the pension board on an issue involving firefighter benefits for the reasons that were mentioned in the memo.
Second.
All right, Mr. Maniscalco, second by Mr. Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
And this
Motion
still
granted.
keeps, if I may, this still keeps the administration report, I think it is on the 16th, but just merely that issue, which if I do, I'll have some problems. So, thank you.
I think, Mr. Vieira, in reference to that, we did receive some from the Tampa Fire Pension.
Yes, sir.
In
That's
reference
it.
what some things we asked them. So we
Leaders,
can probably
Morris.
file this with the, with your motion, if you like, sir, for evening. I was gonna make a motion with that, but I wanna get with the administrator about some things I've read in this packet first before I make any of the motions.
Yes,
Anything
sir.
else, sir?
Nothing. Thank you very much, sir.
Mr. Maniscalco? No, sir. Mr. Carlson?
Yes, last Thursday, December 9th, I recused myself from two items, file number VAC 2107 and file number PW 2171831. I disclosed the nature of the conflict. I'd like to just make a motion to receive and file my Form 8Bs, please.
All right. Motion received first by Mr. Maniscalco, second? Second by Ms. Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted.
Thank you.
Ms. Citro?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I move that all the ceremonial items between the months of January to April be moved to the proposed ceremonial meeting dates of each month on the following dates: January 18th, February 8th, March 8th, and April 12th, all in the year of 2022.
And that's for all ceremonies, correct?
All ceremonies.
All right, second by Mr. Miranda, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Miranda,
Hold till later. Thank you.
got you. All right, motion received and filed.
So moved.
So moved.
Mr. Dingfellow, I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry.
That's all right. That's all right. Mr. Baird, Brad Baird has asked me as Public Works Chair to make the following motion. A motion requesting the administration to present the One Water concept, that's capital letters, One Water concept, that the city is working on with the Planning Commission through a comprehensive plan amendment. The One Water concept is a holistic and integrated approach to planning potable water, wastewater, stormwater, and the natural environment. Hillsborough County recently adopted this planning approach through a comprehensive plan amendment, and the city is planning to follow suit. With that, I'd like to ask staff to appear on December 16th, next week, under staff reports to tell us more about the One Water concept.
Second by Mr. Miranda, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion granted.
Move to receive and
Thank
file.
All right, motion by Mr. Citro, second by Mr. Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
We adjourn. Man, we adjourn.
See you in 5 hours.
Gee, whiz.